The Dynasts, an epic drama of the war with Napoleon *******. The Dynasts by Thomas Hardy. An epic drama of the war with Napoleon, in 3 parts, 19 acts, and 130 scenes. The time covered by the action being about 10 years, and I heard sounds of insult, shame, and wrong, and trumpets blown for wars. Preface. The spectacle here presented in the likeness of a drama is concerned with the great historical calamity, or clash of peoples, artificially brought about some 100 years ago. The choice of such a subject was mainly due to 3 accidents of locality. It chanced that the writer was familiar with a part of England that lay within hail of the watering place in which King George III had his favourite summer residence during the war with the first Napoleon, and where he was visited by ministers and others who bore the weight of English affairs on their more or less competent shoulders at that stressful time. Secondly, this district, being also near the coast which had echoed with rumors of invasion in their intensest form while the descent threatened, was formerly animated by memories and traditions of the desperate military preparations for that contingency. Thirdly, the same countryside happened to include the village which was the birthplace of Nelson's flag captain at Trafalgar. When, as the first published result of these accidents, the Trumpet Major was printed, more than 20 years ago, I found myself in the tantalizing position of having touched the fringe of a vast international tragedy without being able, through limits of plan, knowledge, and opportunity, to enter further into its events, a restriction that prevailed for many years. But the slight regard paid to English influence and action throughout the struggle by those continental writers who had dealt imaginatively with Napoleon's career, seemed always to leave room for a new handling of the theme which should re-embody the features of this influence in their true proportion, and accordingly, on a belated day about 6 years back, the following drama was outlined, to be taken up now and then at wide intervals ever since. It may, I think, claim at least a tolerable fidelity to the facts of its date as they are given ordinary records. Whenever any evidence of the words really spoken or written by the characters in their various situations was attainable, as close a paraphrase has been aimed at as was compatible with the form chosen. And in all cases outside the oral tradition, accessible scenery, and existing relics, my indebtedness for detail to the abundant pages of the historian, the biographer, and the journalist, English and foreign, has been, of course, continuous. It was thought proper to introduce, as supernatural spectators of the terrestrial action, certain impersonated abstractions, or intelligences, called spirits. They are intended to be taken by the reader for what they may be worth as contrivances of the fancy merely. Their doctrines are but tentative, and are advanced with little eye to a systematized philosophy warranted to lift the burthen of the mystery of this unintelligible world. The chief thing hoped for them is that they and their utterances may have dramatic plausibility enough to procure for them, in the words of Coleridge, that willing suspension of disbelief for the moment which constitutes poetic faith. The wide prevalence of the monistic theory of the universe forbade, in this 20th century, the importation of divine personages from any antique mythology as ready-made sources or channels of causation, even in verse, and excluded the celestial machinery of, say, Paradise Lost, as peremptorily as that of the Iliad or the Eddas. And the abandonment of the masculine pronoun in allusions to the first or fundamental energy seemed a necessary and logical consequence of the long abandonment by thinkers of the anthropomorphic conception of the same. These phantasmal intelligences are divided into groups, of which one only, that of the pities, approximates to the universal sympathy of human nature. The Spectator idealized one of the Greek chorus. It is impressionable and inconsistent in its views, which sway hither and thither as wrought on by events. Another group approximates to the passionless insight of the ages. The remainder are eclectically chosen auxiliaries whose signification may be readily discerned. In point of literary form, the scheme of contrasted choruses and other conventions of this external feature was shaped with a single view to the modern expression of a modern outlook, and in frank divergence from classical and other dramatic precedent which ruled the ancient voicings of ancient themes. It may hardly be necessary to inform readers that in devising this chronicle piece no attempt has been made to create that completely organic structure of action, and closely webbed development of character and motive, which are demanded in a drama strictly self-contained. A panoramic show like the present is a series of historical ordinates. To use a term in geometry, the subject is familiar to all, and folk knowledge is assumed to fill in the junctions required to combine the scenes into an artistic unity. Should the mental spectator be unwilling or unable to do this, a historical presentment on an intermittent plan, in which the dramatis personae number some hundreds, exclusive of crowds and armies, becomes in his individual case unsuitable. In this assumption of a completion of the action by those to whom the drama is addressed, it is interesting, if unnecessary, to name an exemplar as old as Aeschylus, whose plays are, as Dr. Verrall reminds us, two scenes from stories taken as known, and would be unintelligible without supplementary scenes of the imagination. Readers will readily discern, too, that the Dynasts is intended simply for mental performance, and not for the stage. Some critics have averred that to declare a drama 3 as being not for the stage is to make an announcement whose subject and predicate cancel each other. The question seems to be an unimportant matter of terminology. Compositions cast in this shape were, without doubt, originally written for the stage only, and as a consequence their nomenclature of act, scene and the like, was drawn directly from the vehicle of representation. But in the course of time such a shape would reveal itself to be an eminently readable one. Moreover, by dispensing with the theatre altogether, a freedom of treatment was attainable in this form that was denied where the material possibilities of stagery had to be rigorously remembered. With the careless mechanicism of human speech, the technicalities of practical mumming were retained in these productions when they had ceased to be concerned with the stage at all. To say, then, in the present case, that a writing in play shape is not to be played, is merely another way of stating that such writing has been done in a form for which there chances to be no brief definition save one already in use for works that it superficially but not entirely resembles. whether mental performance alone may not eventually be the fate of all drama other than that of contemporary or frivolous life, is a kindred question not without interest. The mind naturally flies to the triumphs of the Hellenic and Elizabethan theatre in exhibiting scenes laid far in the unapparent and asks why they should not be repeated. But the meditative world is older, more invidious, more nervous, more quizzical, than it once was, and being unhappily perplexed by riddles of death the bees never knew, may be less ready and less able than Hellas and Old England were to look through the insistent, and often grotesque, substance at the thing signified. In respect of such plays of poesy and dream, a practicable compromise may conceivably result, taking the shape of a monotonic delivery of speeches, with dreamy conventional gestures, something in the manner traditionally maintained by the old Christmas mummers, the curiously hypnotizing impressiveness of whose automatic style, that of persons who spoke by no will of their own, may be remembered by all who ever experienced it. Gauzes or screens to blur outlines might still further shut off the actual, as has, indeed, already been done in exceptional cases. But with this branch of the subject we are not concerned here. September 1903. Contents. Preface. Detailed contents. Part 1st. 4 Scene Act 1st Act 2nd Act 3rd Act 4th Act 5th Act 6th Part 2nd Act 1st Act 2nd Act 3rd Act 4th Act 5th Act 6th Part 3rd Act 1st Act 2nd Act 3rd Act 4th Act 5th Act 6th Act 7th. After Scene. Footnotes. Detailed contents. The Dynasts, an epic drama of the war with Napoleon. Preface. Part 1st. Characters. 4 Scene. The Overworld. Act 1st, Scene I. England. A Ridge in Wessex. 2. Paris. Office of the Minister of Marine. 3. London. The Old House of Commons. 4. The Harbour of Boulogne v London. The House of a Lady of Quality. 4. Milan. The Cathedral. Act 2nd, Scene I. The Dockyard, Gibraltar. 2. Off Ferrol. 3. The Camp and Harbour of Boulogne. 4. South Wessex. A ridge like down near the coast. v. The same. Rainborough's Beacon, Egdon Heath. Act 3rd, Scene I. The Chateau at Pont de Brix. 2. The Frontiers of Upper Austria and Bavaria. 3. Boulogne. The St. Omer Road. Act 4th, Scene I. King George's Watering Place, South Wessex. 2. Before the City of Ulm. 3. Ulm. Within the city. 4. Before Ulm. The same day. v. The same. The Mickelsburg. 6. London. Spring Gardens. Act 5th, Scene I. Off Cape Trafalgar. 2. The same. The quarter-deck of the Victory. 3. The same. On board the Bucentaur. 4. The same. The cockpit of the Victory v London. The Guildhall. 6. An inn at Rennes. 7. King George's Watering Place, South Wessex. Act 6th, Scene I. The Field of Austerlitz. The French position. 2. The same. The Russian position. 3. The same. The French position. 4. The same. The Russian position V. The same. Near the windmill of Palani 6. Shokerwick House, near Bath 7. Paris. A street leading to the Tuileries 8. Putney. Bowling Green House Part 2nd Characters Act 1st, Scene I London. Fox's Lodgings, Arlington Street 2. The route between London and Paris 3. The streets of Berlin 4. The field of Jena v Berlin. A room overlooking a public place 6. The same 7. Tilsit and the River Niemen 8. The same Act 2nd, Scene I. The Pyrenees and valleys adjoining 2. Aranjuez, near Madrid. A room in the Palace of Godoy, the Prince of Peace 3. London. The Marchioness of Salisbury's 4. Madrid and its environs v. The open sea between the English coasts and the Spanish peninsula 6. Saint Cloud. The boudoir of Josephine 7. Vimero Act 3rd, Scene I Spain. A road near Astiga 2. The same 3. Before Corunna 4. Corunna. Near the ramparts v Vienna. A café in the Stephansplatz Act 4th, Scene I. A road out of Vienna 2. The island of Lobau, with Wagram beyond 3. The field of Wagram 4. The field of Talavera v. The same 6. Brighton. The Royal Pavilion 7. The same 8. Walshan Act 5th, Scene I Paris. A ballroom in the House of Cambacérès 2. Paris. The Tuileries 3. Vienna. A private apartment in the Imperial Palace 4. London. A club in St. James's Street v. The Old West Highway out of Vienna 6. Corsels 7. Petersburg. The Palace of the Empress Mother 8. Paris. The Grand Gallery of the Louvre and the Salon Car adjoining Act 5th, Scene I. The lines of Torres Vedras 2. The same. Outside the lines 3. Paris. The Tuileries 4. Spain. Albuera v Windsor Castle. A room in the King's Apartments 6. London. Carlton House and the streets adjoining 7. The same. The interior of Carlton House Part 3rd Characters Act 1st, Scene I. The banks of the Niemen, near Kauno 2. The ford of Santa Marta, Salamanca 3. The field of Salamanca 4. The field of Borodino v. The same 6. Moscow 7. The same. Outside the city 8. The same. The interior of the Kremlin 9. The road from Smolensko into Lithuania X. The bridge of the Psina 11. The open country between Smorgoni and Wilna 12. Paris. The Tuileries Act 2nd, Scene I. The plain of Vittoria 2. The same, from the Puebla Heights 3. The same. The road from the town 4. A feat at Vauxhall Gardens Act 3rd, Scene I Leipzig. Napoleon's quarters in the Roidnitz suburb 2. The same. The city and the battlefield 3. The same, from the tower of the Plassenberg 4. The same. At the Thonberg windmill v. The same. A street near the Randstadt gate 6. The Pyrenees. Near the river Nivelle Act 4th, Sinai. The Upper Rhine 2. Paris. The Tuileries 3. The same. The apartments of the Empress 4. Fontainebleau. A room in the Palace v Bayonne. The British Camp 6. A highway in the outskirts of Avignon 7. Malmaison. The Empress Josephine's bedchamber 8. London. The Opera House Act 5th, Sinai Elba. The Quay, Porto Ferrajo 2. Vienna. The Imperial Palace 3. L'Armure, near Grenoble 4. Schonbrunn v London. The Old House of Commons 6. Wessex. Durnover Green, Casterbridge Act 6th, Sinai. The Belgian Frontier 2. A ballroom in Brussels 3. Charleroi. Napoleon's quarters 4. A chamber overlooking a main street in Brussels v. The Field of Ligny 6. The Field of Quatre-Bras 7. Brussels. The Place Royale 8. The Road to Waterloo Act 7th, Sinai. The Field of Waterloo 2. The same. The French Position 3. St. Lambert's Chapel Hill 4. The Field of Waterloo. The English Position v. The same. The Women's Camp near Mons Saint-Jean 6. The same. The French Position 7. The same. The English Position 8. The same. Later 9. The Wood of Bossu after scene. The Overworld. Part First. Characters. Phantom intelligence is the ancient spirit of the years / chorus of the years. The spirit of the pities / chorus of the pities. Spirits sinister and ironic / choruses of sinister and ironic spirits. The spirit of rumor / chorus of rumors. The shade of the earth. Spirit messengers. Recording angels. Two persons, the names in lowercase are mute figures. Men. George III. The Duke of Cumberland. Pitt. Fox. Sheridan. Vintham. Whitbread. Tierney. Bathurst and Fuller. Lord Chancellor Eldon. Earl of Malmesbury. Lord Mulgrave. Another cabinet minister. Lord Grenville. Viscount Castlereagh. Viscount Sidmouth. Another noble lord. Rose. Canning. Perceval. Grey. Speaker Abbott. Tom Lyne, Bishop of Lincoln. Sir Walter Farquhar. Count Munster. Other peers, ministers, ex-ministers, members of Parliament, and persons of quality. Nelson. Collingwood. Hardy. Secretary Scott. Dr. Beatty, Dr. Magrath, Dr. Alexander Scott, Burke, Purser, Lieutenant Pascoe, another lieutenant, Pollard, a midshipman, Captain Adair, Lieutenants Ram and Whipple, other English naval officers, Sergeant Major Secker and Marines, staff and other officers of the English Army, a company of soldiers, regiments of the English Army and Hanoverian, sailors and boatmen, a militiaman, naval crews, the Lord Mayor and Corporation of London, a gentleman of fashion, Wiltshire, a country gentleman, a horseman, 2 beacon watchers, English citizens and burgesses, coach and other highway passengers, messengers, servants, and rustics, Napoleon Bonaparte, Deroux, Napoleon's war secretary, Lauriston, aide-de-camp, Munch, a philosopher, Berthier, Murat, brother-in-law of Napoleon, Soult, Ney, Lance, Bernadotte, Marmont, Dupont, Oudinot, Davout, Vandamme, other French marshals, a sub-officer, Villeneuve, Napoleon's admiral, Dickers, Minister of Marine, Flag Captain Migendie, Lieutenant d'Ordignan, Lieutenant Fournier, Captain Lucas, other French naval officers and petty officers, seamen of the French and Spanish navies, regiments of the French army, couriers, heralds, aides, officials, pages, etc., attendants, French citizens, Cardinal Caprera, priests, acolytes, and choristers, Italian doctors and presidents of institutions, Milanese citizens, the Emperor Francis, the Archduke Ferdinand, Prince John of Liechtenstein, Prince Schwarzenberg, Mack, Austrian general, Jelakic, Riesk, Weerother, another Austrian general, 2 Austrian officers, the Emperor Alexander, Prince Kutuzov, Russian Field Marshal, Count Langren, Count Buxhoeften, Count Miloradovic, Dr. Off, Gaiule, Gottishim, Kleinau, and Pashpasiewski, regiments of the Austrian army, regiments of the Russian army, women Queen Charlotte, English princesses, ladies of the English court, Lady Hester Stanhope, a lady, Lady Caroline Lamb, Mrs. Damer, and other English ladies, the Empress Josephine, princesses and ladies of Josephine's court, 7 Milanese young ladies, city and townswomen, countrywomen, a militiaman's wife, a street woman, shipwomen, servants, foreseen the overworld, enter the ancient spirit and chorus of the years, the spirit and chorus of the pities, the shade of the earth, the spirits sinister and ironic with their choruses, rumors, spirit messengers, and recording angels. Shade of the earth, what of the immanent will and its designs? Spirit of the years, it works unconsciously, as heretofore, eternal artistries in circumstance, whose patterns, wrought by rapt aesthetic rote, seem in themselves its single listless aim, and not their consequence. Chorus of the pities, aerial music, still thus, ever unconscious. An automatic sense unweeting why or whence. Be, then, the inevitable, as of old, although that so it be we dare not hold. Spirit of the years, hold what ye list, fond believing sprites, you cannot swerve the pulsion of the BYSS, which thinking on, yet weighing not its thought, unchecks its clock-like laws. Spirit sinister, aside, good, as before. My little engines, then, will still have play. Spirit of the pities, why doth it so, and ever so, this viewless, voiceless turner of the wheel? Spirit of the years, as one sad story runs, it lends its heed to other worlds, being wearied out with this, wherefore its mindlessness of earthly woes. Some, too, have told at whiles that rightfully its wherefulness, its care, this planet lost when in her early growth and crudity by bad mad acts of severance men contrived, working such nescience by their own device. Yet, so it stands in certain chronicles, though not in mine. Spirit of the pities, meet is it, none the less, to bear in thought that though its consciousness may be estranged, engrossed afar, or sealed, sublunar shocks may wake its watch anon. Spirit of the years, nay, in the foretime, even to the germ of being, nothing appears of shape to indicate that cognizance has marshalled things terrene, or will, such is my thinking, in my span. Rather they show that, like a knitter drowsed, whose fingers play in skilled unmindfulness, the will has woven with an absent heed since life first was, and ever will so weave. Spirit sinister, hence weave rare dramas going, more so since it wove its web in the Ajarchan womb. Spirit of the years, well, no more this on what no mind can meet. Our scope is but to register and watch by means of this great gift accorded us, the free trajection of our entities. Spirit of the pities on things terrene, then, I would say that though the human news wherewith the rumors stirred us may please thy temper, years, 'twere better far such deeds were nulled, and this strange man's career wound up, as making inharmonious jars in her creation whose meek wraith we know. The more that he, turned man of mere traditions, now profits naught. For the large potencies instilled into his idiosyncrasy, to throne fair liberty in privilege room, are taking taint, and sink to common plots for his own gain. Shade of the earth, and who, then, cordial one, wouldst substitute for this intractable chorus of the earth? We would establish those of kindlier build, in fair compassions skilled, men of deep art in life development, watchers and warders of thy varied lands, men surfeited of laying heavy hands upon the innocent, the mild, the fragile, the obscure content among the myriads of thy family. Those, too, who love the true, the excellent, and make their daily moves a melody. Shade of the earth they may come, will they? I am not averse. Yet know I am but the ineffectual shade of her the travailer, herself a thrall to it, in all her labourings curbed and kinged. Spirit of the years shall such be mooted now. Already change hath played strange pranks since first I brooded here. But old laws operate yet, and phase of men's dynastic and imperial wiles shape on accustomed lines. Though, as for me, I care not thy shape, or what they be. Spirit of the pities, you seem to have small sense of mercy, sire. Spirit of the years, mercy I view, not urge, nor more than mark what designate your titles good and ill. 'Tis not in me to feel with, or against, these flesh-hinged mannikins its hand upwinds to click-clack off its prejudiced laws, but only through my centuries to behold their aspects, and their movements, and their mould. Spirit of the pities, they are shapes that bleed, mere mannikins or no, and each has parcel in the total will. Spirit of the years, which overrides them as a whole its parts in other entities. Spirit sinister, aside, limbs of itself, each one a jot of it in quaint disguise. I'll fear all men henceforward. Spirit of the pities, go to. Let this terrestrial tragedy, spirit ironic nay, comedy, spirit of the pities, let this earth tragedy whereof we spake, afford a spectacle forthwith conned closelier than your custom is. Spirit of the years, how does it stand? To a recording angel, open and chant the page thou st lately writ, that sums these happenings, in brief reminder of their instant points slighted by us amid our converse here. Recording angel, from a book, in recitative, now mellow-eyed peace is made captive, and vengeance is chartered to deal forth its dooms on the peoples with sword and with spear. Men's musings are busy with forecasts of muster and battle, and visions of shock and disaster rise red on the year. The easternmost ruler sits wistful, and tents he to midward, the king to the west mans his borders in front and in rear. While one the eye, flushed from his crowning, ranks legions around him to shake the Enis-led neighbor nation and close her career. Semichorus eye of rumors, aerial music, O woven winged squadrons of Toulon and fellows of Rochefort, wait, wait for a wind, and draw westward ere Nelson be near. For he reads not your force, or your freightage of warriors fell-handed, or when they will join for the onset, or whither they steer. Semichorus too, O Nelson, so zealous a watcher through months long of cruising, thy foes may elide thee a moment, put forth, and get clear, and rendezvous westerly straightway with Spain's aiding navies, and hasten to head violation of Albion's frontier. Spirit of the years, methinks too much assurance thrills your note on secrets in my locker, gentle sprites, but it may serve. Our thought being now reflexed to forces operant on this English isle, behoves it us to enter scene by scene, and watch the spectacle of Europe's moves in her embroil, as they were self-ordained according to the naive and liberal creed of our great-hearted young compassionates, forgetting the prime mover of the gear, as puppet watches him who pulls the strings. You'll mark the twitchings of this Bonaparte as he with other figures foots his reel, until he twitch him into his lonely grave, Also regard the frail ones that his flings have made gyrate like animalcula in tepid pools. Hence to the precinct, then, and count as framework to the stager yon architraves of sunbeam-smitten cloud. So may ye judge earth's jack-a-clocks to be no fuggled by one will, but function free. The nether sky opens, and Europe is disclosed as a prone and emaciated figure, the Alps shaping like a backbone, and the branching mountain chains like ribs, the peninsular plateau of Spain forming a head. Broad and lengthy lowlands stretch from the north of France across Russia like a grey-green garment hemmed by the Ural Mountains and the glistening Arctic Ocean. The point of view then sinks downwards through space, and draws near to the surface of the perturbed countries, where the peoples, distressed by events which they did not cause, are seen writhing, crawling, heaving, and vibrating in their various cities and nationalities. Spirit of the years, to the spirit of the pities, as key seen to the whole, I first lay bare the will webs of thy fearful questioning, for know that of my antique privileges this gift to visualize the mode is one, though by exhaustive strain and effort only. See, then, and learn, ere my power pass again. A new and penetrating light descends on the spectacle, enduring men and things with a seeming transparency, and exhibiting as one organism the anatomy of life and movement in all humanity and vitalized matter included in the display. Spirit of the pities, amid this scene of bodies substantive strange waves I sight like winds grown visible, which bear men's forms on their innumerous coils, twining and serpenting round and through. Also retracting threads like gossamers, except in being irresistible, which complicate with some, and balance all. Spirit of the years, these are the prime volitions, fibrils, veins, will tissues, nerves, and pulses of the cause, that heave throughout the earth's compositure. Their sum is like the lobule of a brain evolving always that it wots not of, a brain whose whole connotes the everywhere, and whose procedure may but be discerned by phantom eyes like ours, the while unguessed of those it stirs, who, even as ye do, dream their motions free, their orderings supreme, each life apart from each, with power to meet its own day's measures, balanced, self-complete, though they subsist but atoms of the one laboring through all, divisible from none, but this no further. Now, deem yet man's deeds self-done. General chorus of intelligences, aerial music, wheel close up time, as a bird its van, wheel traverse space, as spirits can. Link pulses severed by leagues and years, bring cradles into touch with biers, so that the far-off consequence appear prompt at the heel of foregone cause. The prime, that willed awareness was, whose brain perchance is space, whose thought its laws, which we as threads and streams discern, we may but muse on, never learn. End of the foreseen. Act first, Scene I, England. A ridge in Wessex. The time is a fine day in March, 1805. A highway crosses the ridge, which is near the sea, and the south coast is seen bounding the landscape below, the open channel extending beyond. Spirits of the years, hark now, and gather how the martial mood stirs England's humblest hearts. Anon we'll trace its heavings in the upper coteries there. Spirit sinister, begin small, and so lead up to the greater. It is a sound dramatic principle. I always aim to follow it in my pestilences, fires, famines, and other comedies. And though, to be sure, I did not in my Lisbon earthquake, I did in my French terror, and my Saint Domingo burlesque. Spirit of the years, thy Lisbon earthquake, thy French terror. Wait. Thinking thou willest, thou dost but indicate. A stagecoach enters, with passengers outside. Their voices after the foregoing sound small and commonplace, as from another medium. First passenger, there seems to be a deal of traffic over Ridgeway, even at this time o' year. Second passenger, yes. It is because the king and court are coming down here later on. They wake up this part rarely. See, now, how the channel and coast open out like a chart. That patch of mist below us is the town we are bound for. There's the Isle of Slingers beyond, like a floating snail. That wide bay on the right is where the Abergavenny Captain John Wordsworth was wrecked last month. One can see half across to France up here. First passenger half across. And then another little half, and then all that's behind, the Corsican mischief. Second passenger, yes. People who live hereabout, I am a native of these parts, feel the nearness of France more than they do inland. First passenger, that's why we have seen so many of these marching regiments on the road. This year his grandest attempt upon us is to be made, I reckon. Second passenger, may we be ready. First passenger, well, we ought to be. We've had alarms enough, God knows. Some companies of infantry are seen ahead, and the coach presently overtakes them. Soldiers, singing as they walk, we be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. If he won't sail, lest the wind should blow, we shall have marched for nothing, oh. Right full lol. We be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. If he be seasick, says no, no. We shall have marched for nothing, oh. Right full lol. The soldiers draw aside, and the coach passes on. Second passenger, is there truth in it that Bonaparte wrote a letter to the king last month? First passenger, yes, sir. A letter in his own hand, in which he expected the king to reply to him in the same manner. Soldiers, continuing, as they are left behind, we be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. Never mind, mates, we'll be merry, though we may have marched for nothing, oh. Right full lol. Third passenger, and was Boney's letter friendly? First passenger, certainly, sir. He requested peace with the king. Third passenger, and why shouldn't the king reply in the same manner? First passenger, what? Encourage this man in an act of shameless presumption, and give him the pleasure of considering himself the equal of the King of England, whom he actually calls his brother. Third passenger, he must be taken for what he is, not for what he was, and if he calls King George his brother, it doesn't speak badly for his friendliness. First passenger, whether or no, the king, rightly enough, did not reply in person, but through Lord Mulgrave, our foreign minister, to the effect that His Britannic Majesty cannot give a specific answer till he has communicated with the continental powers. Third passenger, both the manner and the matter of the reply are British, but a huge mistake. First passenger, sir, am I to deem you a friend of Bonaparte, a traitor to your country? Third passenger, damn my wig, sir, if I'll be called a traitor by you or any court sycophant at all. He unpacks a case of pistols. Second passenger, gentlemen, forbear. Should such differences be suffered to arise on a spot where we may, in less than 3 months, be fighting for our very existence? This is foolish, I say. Heaven alone, who reads the secrets of this man's heart, can tell what his meaning and intent may be, and if his letter has been answered wisely or no. The coach is stopped to skid the wheel for the descent of the hill, and before it starts again a dusty horseman overtakes it. Several passengers, a London messenger. To horseman, any news, sir? We are from Bristol only. Horseman, yes, much. We have declared war against Spain, an error giving vast delight to France. Bonaparte says he will date his next dispatches from London, and the landing of his army may be daily expected. Exit horseman. Third passenger, sir, I apologize. He's not to be trusted. War is his name, and aggression is with him. He repacks the pistols. A silence follows. The coach and passengers move downwards and disappear towards the coast. Spirit of the pities, ill-chanced it that the English monarch George did not respond to the said emperor. Spirit sinister, I saw good sport therein, and P&D the will to unimpel so stultifying a move, which would have marred the European broil, and sheathed all swords, and silenced every gun that riddles human flesh. Spirit of the pities, oh say no more, if aught could gratify the absolute 'twould verily be thy censure, not thy praise. Spirit of the years, the ruling was that we should witness things and not dispute them. To the drama, then. Emprises over channel are the key to this land's stir and ferment. Thither we. Clouds gather over the scene, and slowly open elsewhere. Scene 2, Paris. Office of the Minister of Marine, Admiral Dickers seated at a table. A knock without. Dickers, come in. Good news, I hope. An attendant enters. Attendant, a courier, sir. Dickers, show him in straightway. The attendant goes out. From the Emperor, as I expected. Courier, sir, for your own hand and yours alone. Dickers, thanks. Be in waiting near. The courier withdraws. Dickers reads, I am resolved that no wild dream of Ind, and what we there might win, or of the West, and bold reconquest there of Suriname and other Dutch retreats along those coasts, or British islands nigh, shall draw me now from piercing into England through Boulogne as lined in my first plan. If I do strike, I strike effectively, to forge which feat there's but one way, planting a mortal wound in England's heart, the very English land, whose insolent and cynical reply to my well-based complaint on breach of faith concerning Malta, as at Amiens pledged, has lighted up anew such flames of ire as may involve the world. Now to the case. Our naval forces can be all assembled without the foe's foreknowledge or surmise, by these rules following, to whose text I ask your gravest application. And, when conned, that steadfastly you stand by word and word, making no question of one jot therein. First, then, let Villeneuve wait a favouring wind for process westward swift to Martinique, coaxing the English after. Join him there Gravina, Mississi, and Gantiaume, which junction once affected all our keels, while the pursuers linger in the west at hopeless fault. Having hoodwinked them thus, our boats skim over, disembark the army, and in the twinkling of a patriot's eye all London will be ours. In strictest secrecy carve this to shape, let never an admiral or captain sent save Villeneuve and Gantiaume, and pen each charge with your own quill. The surelier to outwit them I start for Italy, and there, as 'twere engrossed in fetis and coronation rites, abide till, at the need, I reach Bologna, and head the enterprise. Napoleon. Dickers reflects, and turns to write. Spirit of the years he buckles to the work. First to Villeneuve, his one-time companion and his boyhood's friend, now lingering at Toulon, he jots swift lines, the duly to Gantiaume. They are sealed forthwith, and superscribed, break not till on the main. Boisterous singing is heard in the street. Spirit of the pities I hear confused and simmering sounds without, like those which thrill the hives at evenfall when swarming pens. Spirit of the years they but proclaim the crowd, which sings and shouts its hot enthusiasms for this dead-ripe design on England's shore, till the persuasion of its own plump words, acting upon mercurial temperaments, makes hope as prophecy. Our emperor will show himself, say they, in this exploit unwavering, keen, and irresistible as is the lightning prong. Our vast flotillas have been embodied as by sorcery, soldiers made seamen, and the ports transformed to rocking cities casemated with guns. Against these valiants balance England's means, raw merchant fellows from the counting house, raw labourers from the fields, who thumb for arms clumsy untempered pikes forged hurriedly, and cry them full equipped. Their batteries, their flying carriages, their catamarans, shall profit not, and in one summer night we'll find us there. Recording angel, and is this prophecy true? Spirit of the year's occasion will reveal. Shade of earth, what boots it, sire, to down this dynasty, set that one up, goad panting peoples to the throes thereof, make wither here my fruit, maintain it there, and hold me travailing through fineless years in vain and objectless monotony, when all such tedious conjuring could be shunned by uncreation. Howsoever wise the governance of these massed mortalities, a juster wisdom his who should have ruled they had not been. Spirit of the years, nay, something hidden urged the giving matter motion, and these coils are, maybe, good as any. Spirit of the pities, but why any? Spirit of the years, sprite of compassions, ask the immanent. I am but an accessory of its works, whom the ages render conscious, and at most figure as bounden witness of its laws. Spirit of the pities, how ask the aim of unrelaxing will, tranced in its purpose to unknowingness. If thy words, ancient phantom, token true. Spirit of the years, thou answerest well, but cease to ask of me. Meanwhile the mime proceeds. We turn free from, change our homuncules, and observe forthwith how the high influence sways the English realm, and how the jacks lip out their reasonings there. The cloud curtain draws. Scene 3, London. The old House of Commons, a long chamber with a gallery on each side supported by thin columns having gilt Ionic capitals. 3 round-headed windows are at the further end, above the Speaker's chair, which is backed by a huge pedimented structure in white and gilt, surmounted by the lion and the unicorn. The windows are uncurtained, one being open, through which some boughs are seen waving in the midnight gloom without. Wax candles, burned low, wave and gutter in a brass chandelier which hangs from the middle of the ceiling, and in branches projecting from the galleries. The House is sitting, the benches, which extend round to the Speaker's elbows, being closely packed, and the galleries likewise full. Among the members present on the government side are Pitt and other ministers with their supporters, including Canning, Castlereagh, Lord C. Somerset, Erskine, W. Dundas, Huskisson, Rose, Best, Eliot, Dallas, and the general body of the party. On the opposite side are noticeable Fox, Sheridan, Vintham, Whitbread, Grey, T. Grenville, Tierney, Earl Temple, Ponsonby, G. and H. Walpole, Dudley North, and Timothy Shelley. Speaker Abbott occupies the chair. Spirit of the years as prelude to the scene, as means to aid our younger comrades in its construing, pray spread your scripture, and rehearse in brief the reasonings here of late, to whose effects words of tonight form sequence. The recording angels chant from their books, antiphonally, in a minor recitative. Angel I, aerial music, feeble-framed dull unresolve, unresourcefulness, sat in the halls of the kingdom's high councillors, whence the grey glooms of a ghost-eyed despondency wound as with winter the national mind. Angel II, England stands forth to the sword of Napoleon nakedly, not an ally in support of her, men and munitions dispersed inexpediently, projects of range and scope poorly defined. Angel I once more doth Pitt deem the land crying loud to him. Frail though and spent, and an hungered for restfulness once more responds he, dead fervors to energize, aims to concentra, slack efforts to bind. Angel II, ere the first fruit thereof grow audible, holding as hapless his dream of good guardianship, jestingly, earnestly, shouting it serviceless, tardy, inept, and uncouthly designed. Angels I and II, so now, tonight, in slashing old sentences, hear them speak, gravely these, those with gay-heartedness, midst their admonishments little conceiving how scarlet the scroll that the years will unwind. Spirit of the pities, to the spirit of the years, let us put on and suffer for the nonce the feverish fleshings of humanity, and join the pale debaters here convened. So may thy soul be won to sympathy by donning their poor mould. Spirit of the years, I'll humour thee, though my unpassioned essence could not change did I incarn in moulds of all mankind. Spirit, ironic tease enough to make every little dog in England run to Mixon to hear this pit sung so strenuously. I'll be the third of the incarnate, on the chance of hearing the tune played the other way. Spirit sinister, and I the fourth. There's sure to be something in my line toward, where politicians gathered together. The four phantoms enter the gallery of the house in the disguise of ordinary strangers. Sheridan, rising, the bill I would have leave to introduce is framed, sir, to repeal last session's act, by party scribes intituled a provision for England's proper God, but elsewhere known as Mr. Pitt's new patent parish pill. Laughter. The ministerial countenances, I mark, congeal to dazed surprise at my straight motion. Why, passes sane conjecture. It may be that, with a haughty and unwavering faith in their own battering rams of argument, they deemed our buoyance whelmed, and sapped, and sunk to our hopes' sheer bottom, whence a miracle was all could friend and float us, or, maybe, they are amazed at our rude disrespect in making mockery of an English law sprung sacred from the King's own Premier's brain. I hear them snort, but let them wince at will. My duty must be done, shall be done quickly by citing some few facts. An act for our defense. It weakens, not defends, and oversee swole France's despot and his myrmidons this moment know it, and can scoff their rate. Our people know it too, those who can peer behind the scenes of this poor painted show called soldiering. The act has failed, must fail, as my right honourable friend well proved when speaking t'other night, whose silencing by his right honourable vis-a-vis was of the genuine governmental sort, and like the catamarans their sapience shaped all fizzle and no harm. Laughter. The act, in brief, effects this much, that the whole force of England is strengthened by 11,000 men. So sorted that the British infantry are now 800 less than heretofore. In Ireland, where the glamouring influence of the right honourable gentleman prevails with magic might, 11 men have been amassed. And in the Cinque-Port towns, where he is held in absolute veneration, his method has so quickened martial fire as to bring in 1 man. Oh, would that man might meet my sight! Laughter. A Hercules, no doubt, a godlike emanation from this act, who with his single arm will overthrow all Bonaparte's legions ere their keels have scraped one pebble of our faultless shore. Such is my motion, sir, and such my mind. He sits down amid cheers. The candle snuffers go round, and Pitt rises. During the momentary pause before he speaks, the house assumes an attentive stillness, in which can be heard the rustling of the trees without, a horn from an early coach, and the voice of the watch crying the hour. Pitt not one on this side but appreciates those mental gems and airy pleasantries flashed by the honourable gentleman, who shines in them by birthright. Each device of drollery he has laboured to outshape, or treasured up from others who have shaped it, displays that are the conjurings of the moment, or mellowed and matured by sleeping on dry hoardings in his book of commonplace, stored without stint of toil through days and months. he heaps into one mass, and light and fans as fuel for his flaming eloquence, mouthed and maintained without a thought or care if germane to the theme, or not at all. Now vain indeed it were should I essay to match him in such sort. For, sir, alas, to use imagination as the ground of chronicle, take myth and merry tale as texts for prophecy, is not my gift, being but a person primed with simple fact, unprinked by jeweled art. But to the thing. The preparations of the enemy, doggedly bent to desolate our land, advance with a sustained activity. They are seen, they are known, by you and by us all. But they evince no clear-eyed tentative in furtherance of the threat, whose coming off, years may yet postpone, whereby the act will far outstrip him, and the thousands called duly to join the ranks by its provisions, in process sure, if slow, will ratch the lines of English regiments, seasoned, cool, resolved, to glorious length and firm prepotency. And why, then, should we dream of its repeal ere profiting by its advantages? Must the House listen to such wilding words as this proposal, at the very hour when the Act's gearing finds its ordered grooves and circles into full utility? The motion of the honourable gentleman reminds me aptly of a publican who should, when malting, mixing, mashing's past, fermenting, barrelling, and spigoting, quick taste the brew, and shake his sapient head, and cry in acid voice, the ale is new. Brew old, you varlets, cast this slop away. Cheers. But gravely, sir, I would conclude tonight, and, as a serious man on serious things, I now speak here. I pledge myself to this, unprecedented and magnificent as were our strivings in the previous war, our efforts in the present shall transcend them, as men will learn. Such efforts are not sized by this light measuring rule my critic here whips from his pocket like a clerk o' works. Tasking and toilsome war's details must be, and toilsome, too, must be their criticism, not in a moment's stroke extemporized. The strange fatality that haunts the times wherein our lot is cast, has no example. Times are they fraught with peril, trouble, gloom, we have to mark their lowerings, and to face them. Sir, reading thus the full significance of these big days, large though my lackings be, can any hold of those who know my past that I, of all men, slight our safeguarding? No, by all honour no. Were I convinced that such could be the mind of members here, my sorrowing thereat would doubly shade the shade on England now. So I do trust all in the House will take my tendered word, and credit my deliverance here tonight, that in this vital point of watch and ward against the threatenings from yonder coast we stand prepared, and under Providence shall fend whatever hid or open stroke a foe may deal. He sits down amid loud ministerial cheers, with symptoms of great exhaustion. Vintum, the question that compels the House tonight is not of differences in wit, but if for England it be well or no to null the new-fledged Act, as one inept for setting up with speed and hot effect the red machinery of desperate war. Whatever it may do, or not, it stands, a statesman raw experiment. If ill, shall more experiments and more be tried in stress of jeopardy that stirs demand for sureness of proceeding. Must this House exchange safe action based on practiced lines for yet more ventures into risks unknown to gratify a quaint projector's whim, while enemies hang grinning round our gates to profit by mistake? My friend who spoke found comedy in the matter. Comical as it may be in parentage and feature, most grave and tragic in its consequence this act may prove. We are moving thoughtlessly, we squander precious, brief, life-saving time on idle guess games. Fail the measure must, nay, failed it has already, and should rouse resolve in its progenitor himself to move for its repeal. Cheers. Whitbread I rise but to subjoin a phrase or two to those of my right honourable friend. I, too, am one who reads the present pinch as passing all our risks heretofore. For why? Our bold and reckless enemy, relaxing not his plans, has treasured time to mass his monstrous force on all the quaitons from which our coast is close assailable. Even afloat his concentrations work, 2 vast united squadrons of his sail move at this moment viewless on the seas. Their whereabouts, untraced, unguessable, will not be known to us till some black blow be dealt by them in some undreamt of quarter to knell our rule. That we are reasonably enfenced therefrom by such an act is but a madman's dream. A commonwealth so situate cries aloud for more, far mightier, measures. And an act in heaven's name, then, which only can obstruct the fabrication of more trusty tackle for building up an army. Cheers. Bathurst, sir, the point to any sober mind is bright as noon, whether the act should have befitting trial or be blasphemed at sight. I firmly hold the latter loud iniquity. One task is theirs who would inter this corpse-cold act, so said, to bring to birth a substitute. Sir, they have none, they have given no thought to one, and this their deeds incautiously disclose their cloaked intention and most secret aim. With them the question is not how to frame a finer trick to trounce intrusive foes, but who shall be the future ministers to whom such trick against intrusive foes, whatever it may prove, shall be entrusted. They even ask the country gentlemen to join them in this job. But, God be praised, those gentlemen are sound, and of repute, their names, their attainments, and their blood, ironical opposition. Cheers. Safeguard them from an onslaught on an act for ends so sinister and palpable. Cheers and jeerings. Fuller I disapprove of censures of the act. All who would entertain such hostile thought would swear that black is white, that night is day. No honest man will join a reckless crew who'd overthrow their country for their gain. Laughter. Tierney, it is incumbent on me to declare in the last speaker's face my censure, based on grounds most clear and constitutional. An act it is that studies to create a standing army, large and permanent, which kind of force has ever been beheld with jealous-eyed disfavor in this house. It makes for sure oppression, binding men to serve for less than service proves it worth conditioned by no hampering penalty. For these and late spoke reasons, then, I say, let not the act deface the statute book, but blot it out forthwith. Here. Fox, rising amid cheers, at this late hour, after the riddling fire the act has drawn on T, my words shall hold the house the briefest while. Too obvious to the most unwilling mind it grows that the existence of this law experience and reflection have condemned. Professing to do much, it makes for nothing. Not only so, while feeble in effect it shows it vicious in its principle. Engaging to raise men for the common weal it sets a harmful and unequal tax capriciously on our communities. The annals of a century fail to show more flagrant cases of oppressiveness than those this statute works to perpetrate, which, like all bills this favored statesman frames, and clothes with tapestries of rhetoric disguising their real web of commonplace, though held as shaped for English bulwarking, breathes in its heart perversities of party, and instincts toward oligarchic power, galling the many to relieve the few. Cheers. Whatever breadth and sense of equity inform the methods of this minister, those mitigants nearly always trace their root to measures that his predecessors wrought. And ere his government can dare assert superior claim to England's confidence, they owe it to their honour and good name to furnish better proof of such a claim than is revealed by the abortiveness of this thing called an Act for our defence. To the great gifts of its artificer no member of this House is more disposed to yield full recognition than am I. No man has found more reason so to do through the long roll of disputatious years wherein we have stood opposed. But if one single fact could counsel me to entertain a doubt of those great gifts, and cancel faith in his capacity, that fact would be the vast imprudence shown in staking recklessly repute like his on such an act as he has offered us, so false in principle, so poor in fruit. Sir, the achievements and effects thereof have furnished not one fragile argument which all the partiality of friendship can kindle to consider as the mark of a clear, vigorous, freedom-fostering mind. He sits down amid lengthy cheering from the opposition. Sheridan, my summary shall be brief, and to the point. The said Right Honourable Prime Minister has thought it proper to declare my speech the jesting of an irresponsible, words from a person who has never read the Act he claims him urgent to repeal. Such quips and chisings, as he reckons them, he implicates as gathered from long hoards stored up with cruel care, to be discharged with sudden blaze of pyrotechnic art on the devoted, gentle, shrinking head o' the right incomparable gentleman. Laughter. But were my humble, solemn, sad oration, laughter. Indeed such rattle as he rated it, is it not strange, and passing precedent, that the illustrious chief of government should have upreason with such indecent speed and strenuously replied. He, sir, knows well that vast and luminous talents like his own could not have been demanded to choke off a witchcraft marked by nothing more of weight than ignorant irregularity. Nec Deus intercit, and so, is a well-worn citation whose close fit none will perceive more clearly in the fane than its presiding deity opposite. Laughter. His thunderous answer thus perforce condemns him. Moreover, to top all, the while replying, he still thought best to leave intact the reasons on which my blame was founded. Thus, stands my motion unimpaired, convicting clearly of dire perversion that capacity we formerly admired. cries of "Oh, oh!" This minister whose circumventions never circumvent, whose coalitions fail to coalesce, this dab at secret treaties known to all, this darling of the aristocracy, laughter, oh, oh cheers, and cries of divide, has brought the millions to the verge of ruin, by pledging them to continental quarrels of which we see no end. Cheers. The members rise to divide. Spirit of the pities, it irks me that they thus should yell and neigh as though a power lay in their oraclings, if each decision work unconsciously, and would be apparent though unloosened were a single lip. Spirit of rumor, there may react on things some influence from these, indefinitely, and even on that, whose outcome we all are. Spirit of the year's hypotheses, more boots it to remind the younger here of our ethereal band and hierarchy of intelligences, that this thwart parliament whose moods we watch, so insular, empiric, UN ideal, may figure forth in sharp and salient lines to retrospective eyes of afterdays, and print its legend large on history. For one cause, if I read the signs aright, tonight's appearance of its minister in the assembly of his long-time sway is near his last, and themes tonight launched forth will take a tincture from that memory, when me recall the scene and circumstance that hung about his pleadings. But no more. The ritual of each party is rehearsed, dislodging not one vote or prejudice. The ministers their ministries retain, and ins as ins, and outs as outs, remain. Spirit of the pities, meanwhile what of the foeman's vast array that wakes these tones? Spirit of the years, abide the event, young shade, soon stars will shut and show a spring-eyed dawn, and sunbeams fountain forth, that will arouse those forming bands to full activity. An honorable member reports that he spies strangers. A timely token that we dally here. We now cast off these mortal manacles, and speed us seaward. The phantoms vanish from the gallery. The members file out to the lobbies. The House and Westminster recede into the films of night, and the point of observation shifts rapidly across the Channel. Scene 4, the harbour of Boulogne. The morning breaks, radiant with early sunlight. The French army of invasion is disclosed. On the hills on either side of the town and behind appear large military camps formed of timber huts. Lower down are other camps of more or less permanent kind, the whole affording accommodation for 150,000 men. South of the town is an extensive basin surrounded by quays, the heaps of fresh soil around showing it to be a recent excavation from the banks of the Lion. The basin is crowded with the flotilla, consisting of hundreds of vessels of sundry kinds, flat-bottomed brigs with guns and 2 masts, boats of 1 mast, carrying each an artillery wagon, 2 guns, and a 2-stalled horse box, transports with 3 low masts, and long narrow pinnaces arranged for many oars. Timber, sawmills, and new-cut planks spread in profusion around, and many of the town residences are seen to be adapted for warehouses and infirmaries. Dumb show moving in this scene are countless companies of soldiery, engaged in a drill practice of embarking and disembarking, and of hoisting horses into the vessels and landing them again. Vehicles bearing provisions of many sorts load and unload before the temporary warehouses. Further off, on the open land, bodies of troops are at field drill. Other bodies of soldiers, half stripped and encrusted with mud, are laboring as navvies in repairing the excavations. An English squadron of about 20 sail, comprising a ship or two of the line, frigates, brigs, and luggers, confronts the busy spectacle from the sea. The show presently dims and becomes broken, till only its flashes and gleams are visible. Anon a curtain of cloud closes over it. Scene v. London. The house of a lady of quality. A fashionable crowd is present at an evening party, which includes the Dukes of Beaufort and Rutland, Lords Malmesbury, Harrowby, Eldon, Grenville, Castlereagh, Sidmouth, and Mulgrave, with their ladies, also Canning, Perceval, Townshend, Lady Anne Hamilton, Mrs. Damer, Lady Caroline Lamb, and many other notables. A gentleman, offering his snuff-box, so, then, the treaty anxiously concerted between ourselves and Frosty Muscovy is duly signed. A cabinet minister was signed a few days back, and is in force. And we do firmly hope the loud pretensions and the stunning dins now daily heard, these laudable exertions may keep in curb, that ere our greening land darken its leaves beneath the doggy suns, the independence of the continent may be assured, and all the rumpled flags of famous dynasties so foully mauled, extend their honored hues as heretofore. Gentlemen, so be it. Yet this man is a volcano, and proven tease. By God, volcanoes choked have ere now turned to earthquakes. Lady, what the news? The checkerboard of diplomatic moves is London, all the world knows, here are born all inspirations of the continent, so tell. Gentlemen, inspirations now abound. Lady, nay, but your looks are grave. That measured speech betokened matter that will waken us. Is it some piquant cruelty of his? Or other tickling horror from abroad the packet has brought in? Gentlemen, the treaties signed. Minister, whereby the parties mutually agree to knit in union and in general league all outraged Europe. Lady, so to knit sounds well, but how ensure it's not unraveling? Minister, well, by the terms. There are among them these, 500,000 active men in arms shall strike, supported by the Britannic aid in vessels, men, and money subsidies, to free North Germany and Hanover from trampling foes, deliver Switzerland, unbind the Gold Republic of the Dutch, rethrone in Piedmont the Sardinian king, make Naples sword-proof, UN French Italy from shore to shore, and thoroughly guarantee a settled order to the divers states, thus rearing breachless barriers in each realm against the thrust of his usurping hand. Spirit of the years, they trow not what is shaping otherwhere the while they talk this stoutly. Spirit of rumour, bid me go and join them, and all blandly kindle them by bringing, ere material transit can, a new surprise. Spirit of the years, yet, for a moment, wouldst. The spirit of rumour enters the apartment in the form of a personage of fashion, newly arrived. He advances and addresses the group. Spirit, the treaty moves all tongues tonight. Ha, Well, so much on paper. Gentlemen, what on land and sea? You look, old friend, full primed with latest thence. Spirit yet, this. The Italy our mighty pact delivers from the French, and Bonaparte makes haste to crown him. Turning from Bologna he speeds toward Milan, there to glory him in second coronation by the Pope, and set upon his irrepressible brow Lombardis iron crown. The spirit of rumour mingles with the throng, moves away, and disappears. Lady fair Italy, alas, alas! Lord, yet thereby English folk are freed him. Faith, as ancient people say, it's an ill wind that blows good luck to none. Minister, who is your friend that drops so airily this precious pinch of salt on our raw skin? Gentleman, why, Norton. You know Norton well enough. Minister, nay, 'twas not he. Norton of course I know. I thought him Stuart for a moment, but, lady, but I well scanned him, 'twas Lord Abercorn, for, said I to myself, O quaint old beau, to sleep in black silk sheets so funnily, that is, if the town rumour on't be true. Lord my wig, no. 'Twas a much younger man. Gentlemen, but let me call him. Monstrous silly this, that don't know my friends. They look around. The gentleman goes among the surging and babbling guests, makes inquiries, and returns with a perplexed look. Gentlemen, they tell me, sure, that he's not here tonight. Minister, I can well swear it was not Norton. 'Twas some lively buck, who chose to put himself in masquerade and enter for a whim. I'll tell our host. Meantime the absurdity of his report is more than manifested. How knows he the plans of Bonaparte by lightning flight, before another man in England knows? Lady, something uncanny in it all, if true. Good Lord, the thought gives me a sudden sweat, that fairly makes my linen stick to me. Minister, ha ha. 'Tis excellent. But we'll find out who this impostor was. They disperse, look furtively for the stranger, and speak of the incident to others of the crowded company. Spirit of the years, now let us vision onward, till we sight famed Milan's Isles of Marble, sun alight, and there behold, unbid, the coronation rite. The confused tongues of the assembly waste away into distance, till they are heard but as the babblings of the sea from a high cliff, the scene becoming small and indistinct therewith. This passes into silence, and the whole disappears. Scene 6, Milan. The cathedral, the interior of the building on a sunny May day. The walls, arched, and columns are draped in silk fringed with gold. A gilded throne stands in front of the high altar. A closely packed assemblage, attired in every variety of rich fabric and fashion, waits in breathless expectation. Dumb show from a private corridor leading to a door in the aisle. The Empress Josephine enters, in a shining costume, and diamonds that collect rainbow colors from the sunlight piercing the clear story windows. She is preceded by Princess Eliza, and surrounded by her ladies. A pause follows, and then comes the procession of the Emperor, consisting of hussars, heralds, pages, aides de camp, presidents of institutions, officers of the state bearing the insignia of the empire and of Italy, and 7 ladies with offerings. The emperor himself in royal robes, wearing the imperial crown, and carrying the scepter. He is followed by ministers and officials of the household. His gait is rather defiant than dignified, and a bluish pallor overspreads his face. He is met by the Cardinal Archbishop of Caprera and the clergy, who burn incense before him as he proceeds towards the throne. Rolling notes of music burn forth, and loud applause from the congregation. Spirit of the pities, what is the creed that these rich rites disclose? Spirit of the years, a local cult, called Christianity, which the wild dramas of the wheeling spheres include, with divers other such, in dim pathetical and brief parentheses, beyond whose span, uninfluenced, unconcerned, the systems of the suns go sweeping on with all their many-mortaled planet train in mathematic roll unceasingly. Spirit of the pities, I did not recognize it here, forsooth, though in its early, loving kindly days of gracious purpose it was much to me. Archbishop, addressing Bonaparte, Sire, with that clemency and right goodwill which beautify imperial majesty, you deigned acceptance of the homages that we the clergy and the Milanese were proud to offer when your entrance here streamed radiance on our ancient capital. Please, then, to consummate the boon today beneath this holy roof, so soon to thrill with solemn strains and lifting harmonies befitting such a coronation hour, and bend a tender fatherly regard on this assembly, now at one with me to supplicate the author of all good that he endow your most imperial person with every heavenly gift. The procession advances, and the emperor seats himself on the throne, with the banners and regalia of the empire on his right, and those of Italy on his left hand. Shouts and triumphal music accompany the proceedings, after which divine service commences. Spirit of the pities, thus are the self-styled servants of the highest constrained by earthly duress to embrace mighty imperiousness as it were choice, and hand the Italian scepter unto one who, with a saturnine, sour-humored grin, professed at first to flout antiquity, scorn limp conventions, smile at mouldy thrones, and level dynasts down to journeymen, yet he, advancing swiftly on that track whereby his active soul, fair freedom's child, makes strange decline, now labors to achieve the thing it overthrew. Spirit of the years, thou reasonest ever thuswise, even if a self-formed force had urged his loud career. Spirit sinister, do not the prelate's accents falter thin, his lips with inhaled laughter grow deformed, while blessing one whose aim is but to win the golden seats that other B.s have warmed. Spirit of the years soft, jester, scorn not puppetry so skilled, even made to feel by one men call the dame. Shade of the earth yet, that they feel, and puppetry remain, is an owned flaw in her consistency men love to dub Dame Nature, that lay shape they use to hang phenomena upon, whose deftest mothering in fairest sphere is girt about by terms inexorable. Spirit sinister, the lady's remark is apposite, and reminds me that I may as well hold my tongue as desired. For if my casual scorn, farther years, should set thee trying to prove that there is any right or reason in the universe, thou wilt not accomplish it by doomsday. Small blame to her, however, she must cut her coat according to her cloth, as they would say below there. Spirit of the years, oh would that I could move it to enchain thee, and shut thee up 1,000 years, to cite a grim terrestrial tale of one thy like, thou ego of the incorporeal world, as they would say below there. Spirit of the pities, would thou couldst but move that scoped above percipience, sire, it cannot be. Shade of the earth, the spectacle proceeds. Spirit sinister, and we may as well give all attention thereto, for the evils at work in other continents are not worth eyesight by comparison. The ceremonial in the cathedral continues. Napoleon goes to the front of the altar, ascends the steps, and, taking up the crown of Lombardy, places it on his head. Napoleon tease, God has given it to me. So be it. Let any who shall touch it now beware. Reverberations of applause. The sacrament of the Mass. Napoleon reads the coronation oath in a loud voice. Heralds give ear. Napoleon, Emperor of the French and King of Italy, is crowned and throned. Congregation, long live the Emperor and King. Huzzah! Music. The Te Deum. Spirit of the pities, that vulgar stroke of vauntery he displayed in planting on his brow the Lombard crown, means sheer erasure of the Lunéville pacts, and lets confusion loose on Europe's peace for many an undawned year. From this rash hour Austria but waits her opportunity by secret swellings of her armaments to link her to his foes. I'll speak to him. He throws a whisper into Napoleon's ear. Lieutenant Bonaparte, would it not seemlier be to shut thy heart to these unhealthy splendors, helmet thee for her thou sworest to first, fair liberty? Napoleon, who spoke to me? Archbishop, not I, sire. Not a soul. Napoleon, dear Josephine, my queen, didst call my name? Josephine, I spoke not, sire. Napoleon, thou didst not, tender spouse, I know it. Such harsh utterance was not thine. It was aggressive fancy, working spells upon a mind errant. The service closes. The clergy advance with the canopy to the foot of the throne, and the procession forms to return to the palace. Spirit of the years, officious sprite, thou art young, and dost not heed the cause of things which some of us have inkled to thee here, else wouldst thou not have hailed the emperor, whose acts do but outshape its governing. Spirit of the pities, I feel, sire, as I must. This tale of will and life's impulsion by incognizance I cannot take. Spirit of the years, let me then once again show to thy skeptic eye the very streams and currents of this all-inhering power, and bring conclusion to thy unbelief. The scene assumes the preternatural transparency before mentioned, and there is again beheld as it were the interior of a brain which seems to manifest the volitions of a universal will, of whose tissues the personages of the action form portion. Spirit of the pities, enough. And yet for very sorriness I cannot own the weird phantasma real. Spirit of the years, affection ever was illogical. Spirit ironic, aside, how should the sprite own to such logic, a mere juvenile, who only came into being in what the earthlings call their tertiary age. The scene changes. The exterior of the cathedral takes the place of the interior, and the point of view recedes, the whole fabric smalling into distance and becoming like a rare, delicately carved alabaster ornament. The city itself sinks to miniature, the Alps show afar as a white corrugation, the Adriatic and the Gulf of Genoa appear on this and on that hand, with Italy between them, till clouds cover the panorama. Act 2, Scene I. The dockyard, Gibraltar. The rock is seen rising behind the town and the Alameda Gardens, and the English fleet rides at anchor in the bay, across which the Spanish shore from Algeciras to Carnero Point shuts in the west. Southward over the strait is the African coast. Spirit of the years. Our migratory Proskenion now presents an outlook on the storied Calpe Rock, as preface to the vision of the fleets Spanish and French, linked for fell purposings. Recording angel, reciting their motions and maneuvers, since the fame of Bonaparte's enthronement at Milan swept swift through Europe's dumbed communities, have stretched the English mind to wide surmise. Many well-based alarms, which strange report much aggravates, as to the pondered blow, flutter the public pulse, all points in turn, Malta, Brazil, Wales, Ireland, British Ind, being held as feasible for force like theirs, of lavish numbers and unrecking aim. Where is Nelson? Questions every tongue. How views he so unparalleled a scheme? Their slow uncertain apprehensions ask. When Villeneuve puts to sea with all his force, what may he not achieve, if swift his course? Spirit of the years. I'll call in Nelson, who has stepped ashore for the first time these thrice 12 months and more, and with him one whose insight has alone pierced the real project of Napoleon. Enter Nelson and Collingwood, who pace up and down. Spirit of the pities. Note Nelson's worn-out features. Much has he suffered from ghoulish ghast anxiety. Nelson. In short, dear Col, the letter which you wrote me had so much pith that I was fain to see you, for I am sure that you indeed divine the true intent and compass of a plot which I have spelled in vain. Collingwood. I weighed it thus, their flight to the Indies being to draw us off, that and no more, and clear these coasts of us, the standing obstacle to his device, he cared not what was done at Martinique, or where, provided that the general end should not be jeopardized, that is to say, the full united squadron's quick return. Gravina and Villeneuve, once back to Europe, can straight make Ferrol, raise there the blockade, then haste to Brest, there to relieve Gantieum, and next with 4 or 55 sail bear down upon our coast as they see fit. I read they aim to strike at Ireland still, as formerly, and as I wrote to you. Nelson. So far your thoughtful and sagacious words have hit the facts. But 'tis no Irish bay the villains aim to drop their anchors in, my word for it, they make the Wessex shore, and this vast squadron handled by Villeneuve is meant to cloak the passage of their strength, massed on those transports, we being kept elsewhere by feigning forces. Good God, Collingwood, I must be gone. Yet 2 more days remain ere I can get away. I must be gone. Collingwood. Wherever you may go to, my dear lord, you carry victory with you. Let them launch, your name will blow them back, as sue-west gales the gulls that beat against them from the shore. Nelson good Collingwood, I know you trust in me, but ships are ships, and do not kindly come out of the slow docks of the Admiralty like wharf-side pigeons when they are whistled for, and there's a damned disparity of force, which means tough work a while for you and me. The spirit of the years whispers to Nelson. And I have warnings, Collingwood, that my effective hours are shortening here, strange warnings now and then, as 'twere within me, which, though I fear them not, I recognize. However, by God's help, I'll live to meet these foreign boasters, I'll finish them, and then, well, gunner death may finish me. Collingwood, view not your life so gloomily, my lord, one charmed, a needed purpose to fulfill. Nelson. Col. Lead bullets are not all that wound. I have a feeling here of dying fires, a sense of strong and deep unworded censure, which, compassing about my private life, makes all my public service lustreless in my own eyes. I fear I am much condemned for those dear Naples and Palermo days, and her who was the sunshine of them all. He who is with himself dissatisfied, though all the world find satisfaction in him, is like a rainbow-colored bird gone blind, that gives delight it shares not. Happiness. It's the philosopher's stone, no alchemy shall light on this world I am weary of. Smiling I'd pass to my long home tomorrow could I with honor, and my country's gain. But let's adjourn. I waste your hours ashore by such ill-timed confessions. They pass out of sight, and the scene closes. Scene 2 off Ferrol, the French and Spanish combined squadrons. On board the French admiral's flagship. Villeneuve is discovered in his cabin, writing a letter. Spirit of the pities he pens in fits, with pallid restlessness, like one who sees misfortune walk the wave, and can nor face nor flee it. Spirit of the years he indites to his long friend the minister Dicker's words that go heavily. Villeneuve, writing, I am made the arbiter in vast designs whereof I see black outcomes. Do I this or do I that? Success, that loves to jilt her anxious wooer for some careless blade, will not reward me. For, if I must pen it, demoralized past prayer in the marine, bad masts, bad sails, bad officers, bad men, we cling to naval techniques long outworn, and time and opportunity do not avail me to take up new. I have long suspected such, but till I saw my helps, the Spanish ships, I hoped somewhat. Brest is my nominal port, yet if so, Calder will again attack, now reinforced by Nelson or Cornwallis, and shatter my whole fleet. Shall I admit that my true inclination and desire is to make Cadiz straightway, and not Brest? Alas! Thereby I fail the Emperor, but shame the navy less. Your friend, Villeneuve, General Lauriston enters. Lauriston Admiral, my missive to the Emperor, which I shall speed by special courier from Ferrol this near eve, runs thus and thus. Gravina's ships, in Ferrol here at hand, embayed but by a temporary wind, are all we now await. Combined with these we sail free from to Brest, there promptly give Cornwallis battle, and release Gantiaume, thence, all united, bearing Channelwards, a step that sets in motion the first wheel in the proud project of your Majesty now to be engined to the very close, to wit, that a French fleet shall enter in and hold the Channel 24 hours. Such clear assurance to the Emperor that our intent is modelled on his will I hasten to dispatch to him forthwith. For Villeneuve, yes, Lauriston. I sign to every word. Lauriston goes out. Villeneuve remains at his table in reverie. Spirit of the years, we may impress him under visible shapes that seem to shed a silent circling doom. He's such an one as can be so impressed, and this much is among our privileges, well bounded as they be. Let us draw near him. The spirits of years and of the pities take the form of sea-birds, which alight on the stern balcony of Villeneuve's ship, immediately outside his cabin window. Villeneuve after a while looks up and sees the birds watching him with large piercing eyes. Villeneuve, my apprehensions even outstep their cause, as though some influence smote through yonder pane. He gazes listlessly, and resumes his broodings. Why dared I not disclose to him my thought, as nightly worded by the whistling shrouds, that Brest will never see our battled hulls helming to north in pomp of cannonry to take the front in this red pilgrimage? If so it were, now, that I'd screen my skin from risks of bloody business in the brunt, my acts could scarcely wear a difference. Yet I would die tomorrow, not ungladly, so far removed is carcass care from me. For no self do these apprehensions spring, but for the cause. Yes, rotten is our marine, which, while I know, the Emperor knows not, and the pale secret chills. Though some there be would beard contingencies and buffet all, I'll not command a course so conscienceless. Rather I'll stand, and face Napoleon's rage when he shall learn what mean the ambiguous lines that facts have forced from me. Spirit of the pities, to the spirit of years, O eldest born of the unconscious cause, if such thou beest, as I can fancy thee, why dost thou rack him thus? Consistency might be preserved, and yet his doom remain. His olden courage is without reproach, albeit his temper trends toward gaingiving. Spirit of the years, I say, as I have said long heretofore, I know but narrow freedom. Feelest thou not we are in its hand, as he, here, as elsewhere, we do but as we may, no further dare. The birds disappear, and the scene is lost behind sea mist. Scene 3: the camp and harbour of Boulogne, the English coast in the distance. Near the Tour d'Ordre stands a hut, with sentinels and aides outside. It is Napoleon's temporary lodging when not at his headquarters at the chateau of Pont de Brix, 2 miles inland. Dumb show a courier arrives with dispatches, and enters the Emperor's quarters, whence he emerges and goes on with other dispatches to the hut of Decazes, lower down. Immediately after, Napoleon comes out from his hut with a paper in his hand, and musingly proceeds towards an eminence commanding the Channel. Along the shore below are forming in a far-reaching line more than 100,000 infantry. On the downs in the rear of the camps 15,000 cavalry are maneuvering, their accoutrements flashing in the sun like a school of mackerel. The flotilla lies in and around the port, alive with moving figures. With his head forward and his hands behind him, the Emperor surveys these animated proceedings in detail, but more frequently turns his face toward the telegraph on the cliff to the southwest, erected to signal when Villeneuve and the combined squadrons shall be visible on the west horizon. He summons one of the aides, who descends to the hut of Dynasts. Dynasts comes out from his hut, and hastens to join the Emperor. Dumb show ends. Napoleon and Dynasts advance to the foreground of the scene. Napoleon Dynasts, this action with Sir Robert Calder 3 weeks ago, whereof we dimly heard, and clear details of which I have just unsealed, is on the whole auspicious for our plan. It seems that 20 of our ships and Spain's, none over 80 gunned, and some far less, engaged the English off Cape Finisterre with 15 vessels of 100 each. We coolly fought and orderly as they, and, but for mist, we had closed with victory. 2 English were much mauled, some Spanish damaged, and Calder then drew off with his 2 wrecks and Spain's in tow, we giving chase forthwith. Not overtaking him, our admiral, having the coast clear for his purposes, entered Corunna, and found order there to open the port of Brest and come on hither. Thus hastes the moment when the double fleet of Villeneuve and of Gantillon should appear. He looks again towards the telegraph. Dynasts, with hesitation, and should they not appear, Your Majesty? Napoleon, not. But they will, and do it early, too. There's nothing hinders them. My God, they must, for I have much before me when this stroke at England's dealt. I learn from Talleyrand that Austrian preparations threaten hot, while Russia's hostile schemes are ripening, and shortly must be met. My plan is fixed, I am prepared for each alternative. If Villeneuve come, I brave the British coast, convulse the land with fear, tease even now so far distraught, that generals cast about to find new modes of warfare, yet design carriages to transport their infantry. Once on the English soil I hold it firm, descend on London, and the while my men salute the dome of Paul's I cut the knot of all Pitt's coalitions, setting free from bondage to a cold manorial caste a people who await it. They stand and regard the chalky cliffs of England, till Napoleon resumes. Should it be even that my admirals fail to keep the tryst, a thing scarce thinkable, when all's reviewed, I strike this seaside camp, cross Germany, with these 200,000 seasoned men, and pause not till within Vienna's walls I cry checkmate. Next, Venice, too, being taken, and Austria's other holdings down that way, the Bourbons also driven from Italy, I strike at Russia, each in turn, you note, ere they can act conjoined. Report to me what has been scanned today upon the main, and on your passage down request them there to send Deru this way. Dynasts, as he withdraws, the Emperor can be sanguine. Scarce can I. His letters are more promising than mine. Alas, alas, Villeneuve, my dear old friend, why do you pen me this at such a time? He retires reading Villeneuve's letter. The emperor walks up and down till Deru, his private secretary, joins him. Napoleon, come quick, Deru, sit down upon the grass, and write whilst I am in mind. First to Villeneuve, I trust, Vice-Admiral, that before this date your fleet has opened Brest, and gone. If not, these lines will greet you there. But pause not, pray, waste not a moment dallying. Sail away, once bring my coupled squadrons Channelwards, and England's soil is ours. All's ready here, the troops alert, and every store embarked. Hold the nigh sea but 24 hours, and our vast end is gained. Now to Antietam, my telegraphs will have made known to you my object and desire to be but this, that you forbid Villeneuve to lose an hour in getting fit and putting forth to sea, to profit by the 51st-rate craft wherewith I now am bettered. Quickly weigh, and steer you for the Channel with all your strength. I count upon your well-known character, your enterprise, your vigor, to do this. Sail hither, then, and we will be avenged for centuries of despite and contumely. Deru, shall a fair transcript, sire, be made forthwith? Napoleon, this moment. And the courier will depart and travel without pause. Deru goes to his office a little lower down, and the emperor lingers on the cliffs looking through his glass. The point of view shifts across the Channel, the Bolan cliffs sinking behind the waterline. Scene 4, South Wessex. A ridge-like down near the coast. The down commands a wide view over the English Channel in front of it, including the popular Royal Watering Place, with the Isle of Slingers and its roadstead, where men of war and frigates are anchored. The hour is 10 in the morning, and the July sun glows upon a large military encampment round about the foreground, and warms the stone field walls that take the place of hedges here. Artillery, cavalry, and infantry, English and Hanoverian, are drawn up for review under the Duke of Cumberland and officers of the staff, forming a vast military array, which extends 3 miles, and as far as the Downs are visible. In the centre by the royal standard appears King George on horseback, and his suite. In a coach drawn by 6 cream-coloured Hanoverian horses, Queen Charlotte sits with 3 princesses. In another carriage with 4 horses are 2 more princesses. There are also present with the royal party the Lord Chancellor, Lord Mulgrave, Count Munster, and many other luminaries of fashion and influence. The review proceeds in dumb show, and the din of many bands mingles with the cheers. The turf behind the saluting point is crowded with carriages and spectators on foot. A spectator and you've come to the sight, like the king and myself. Well, one fool makes many. What a mampus o' folk it is here today. And what a time we do live in, between wars and wassailings, the goblin o' Boney, and King George in flesh and blood. Second spectator, yes. I wonder King George is let venture down on this coast, where he might be snapped up in a moment like a minnie by a hen, so near as we be to the field of Boney's vagaries. Begad, he's as like to land here as anywhere. Gloucester Lodge could be surrounded, and George and Charlotte carried off before he could put on his hat, or she her red cloak and pattens. Third spectator, 'twould be so such joke to kidnap 'em as you think. Look at the frigates down there. Every night they are drawn up in a line across the mouth of the bay, almost touching each other, and ashore a double line of sentinels, well primed with beer and ammunition, one at the water's edge and the other on the esplanade, stretch along the whole front. Then close to the lodge a guard is mounted after 8 o'clock, there be pickets on all the hills, at the harbour mouth is a battery of 24-pounders, and over right a dozen 6-pounders, and several howitzers. And next look at the size of the camp of horse and foot up here. First spectator, everybody however was fairly galled this week when the king went out yachting, meaning to be back for the theatre, and the 8 or 9 o'clock came, and never a sign of him. I don't know when a did land, but 'twas said by all that it was a foolhardy pleasure to take. Fourth spectator, he's a very obstinate and comical old gentleman, and by all account wouldn't make port when asked to. Second spectator, lad, if were nabbed, it wouldn't make a deal of difference. We should have nobody to zing, and play singlistic to, and grin at through horse collars, that's true. And nobody to sign our few documents. But we should rub along some way, good no. First spectator, step up on this barrow, you can see better. The troopers now passing are the York Hussars, foreigners to a man, except the officers, the same regiment the 2 young Germans belonged to who were shot 4 years ago. Now come the light dragoons, what a time they take to get all past. Well, well. This day will be recorded in history. Second spectator, or another soon to follow it. He gazes over the channel. There's not a speck of an enemy upon that shiny water yet, but the Brest fleet is Zaid to have put to sea, to act in concert with the army crossing from Boulogne, and if so the French will soon be here, when God save us all. I've took to drinking neat, for, say I, one may as well have innards burnt out as shot out, and tea's a good deal pleasanter for the man that owns 'em. They say that a cannonball knocked poor Jim Popples more right up into the futtock shrouds at the Nile, where a hung like a nightcap out to dry. Much good to him his obeying his old mother's wish and refusing his allowance o' rum. The bands play and the review continues till past 11 o'clock. Then follows a sham fight. At noon precisely the royal carriages draw off the ground into the highway that leads down to the town and Gloucester Lodge, followed by other equipages in such numbers that the road is blocked. A multitude comes after on foot. Presently the vehicles manage to proceed to the watering place, and the troops march away to the various camps as a sea mist cloaks the perspective. Scene v. the same. Rainborough's Beacon, Egdon Heath, night in mid-August of the same summer. A lofty ridge of heathland reveals itself dimly, terminating in an abrupt slope, at the summit of which are 3 tumuli. On the sheltered side of the most prominent of these stands a hut of turfs with a brick chimney. In front are 2 ricks of fuel, one of heather and furze for quick ignition, the other of wood, for slow burning. Something in the feel of the darkness and in the personality of the spot imparts a sense of uninterrupted space around, the view by day extending from the cliffs of the Isle of Wight eastward to Blackden Hill by Dead Man's Bay westward, and south across the valley of the Froom to the ridge that screens the channel. 2 men with pikes loom up, on duty as beacon keepers beside the ricks. Old man now, Gems purchase, once more mark my words. Black on is the point we've to watch, and not Kingsp, and I'll tell ye for why. If he do land anywhere hereabout 'twill be inside Dead Man's Bay, and the signal will straightway come from Black on. But there thou stand, glowering and staring with all thy eyes at Kingsp. I tell ye what 'tis, Gem purchase, your brain is softening, and you be getting too old for business of state like ours. Young man, you've let your tongue rack your few rams of good breeding, John. Old man, the words of my Lord Lieutenant was, whenever you see King's Hill beacon fired to the eastward, or Black on to the westward, light up, and keep your second fire burning for 2 hours. Was that our documents or was it not? Young man, I don't gainsay it. And so I keep my eye on Kingsp because that's most likely o' the two, says I. Old man, that shows the curious depths of your ignorance. However, I'll have patience, and say on. Didst ever learn geography? Young man, no. Nor no other corrupt practices. Old man, tcht, well, I'll have patience, and put it to him in another form. Dost know the world is round, eh? I warrant doesn't he? Young man, I warrant I do. Old man, how do ye make that out, when thst never been to school? Young man, I learned it at church, thank God. Old man, church. What have God Almighty got to do with profane knowledge? Beware that you bain't blaspheming, Gems purchase. Young man, I say I did, whether or no. 'Twas the zingers up in gallery that I had it from. They busted out that strong with the round world, and they that dwell therein that we common folks down under could do no less than believe 'em. Old man, canst be sharp enough in the wrong place as usual, I warrant canst. However, I'll have patience with en and say on. Suppose, now, my hat is the world, and there, as might be, stands the camp of Belong, where Boney is. The world goes round, so, and Belong goes round too. 12 hours pass, round goes the world still, so. Where's Belong now? A pause. 2 other figures, a man's and a woman's, rise against the sky out of the gloom. Old man, shouldering his pike, who goes there? Friend or foe, in the king's name? Woman, peace o' trumpery. Who goes yourself? What do ye talk o', John Whiting? Can't your eyes earn their living any longer, then, that you don't know your own neighbours? 'Tis Private Cantle of the locals and his wife Kezia, down at Bloom's End, who else should it be? Old man, lowering his pike, a form o' words, Miss S. Cantle, no more, ordained by His Majesty's government to be spoke by all we on sworn duty for the defence o' the country. Strict rank and file rules is our only horn of salvation in these times. But, my dear woman, why ever have ye come lumpering up to Rainbows at this time o' night? Woman, we've been troubled with bad dreams, owing to the firing out at sea yesterday, and at last I could sleep no more, feeling sure that Somat boded of his coming. And I said to Cantle, I'll ray myself, and go up to Beacon, and ask if anything have been heard or seen tonight. And here we be. Old man, not a sign or sound, all's as still as a churchyard. And how is your good man? Private, advancing, CLK. I be all right. I was in the ranks, helping to keep the ground at the review by the king this week. We was a wonderful sight, wonderful. The king said so again and again. Yes, there was he, and there was I, though not daring to move an eyebrow in the presence of majesty. I have come home on a night's leave, off there again tomorrow. Bonies expected every day, the Lord be praised. Yes, our hopes are to be fulfilled soon, as we say in the army. Old man, there, Cantle, don't ye speak quite so large, and stand so over upright. Your back is as holler as a fire dog's. Do ye suppose that we on active service here don't know war news? Mind you don't go taking to your heels when the next alarm comes, as you did at last year's. Private, that had nothing to do with fighting, for I'm as bold as a lion when I'm up, and shoulder forelocks, sounds as common as my own name to me. 'Twas, lowering his voice. Have ye heard? Old man, to be sure we have. Private, ghastly, isn't it? Old man, ghastly. Frightful. Young man, to Private, he don't know what it is. That's his pride and puffery. What is it that's so ghastly, hey? Private, well, there, I can't tell it. 'Twas that made the whole 80 of our company run away, though we be the bravest of the brave in natural jeopardies, or the little boys wouldn't run after us and call us the bang-up locals. Woman, in undertones, I can tell you a word or two on tea. It is about his victuals. They say that he lives upon human flesh, and has rashers o' baby every morning for breakfast, for all the world like the Cernal giant in old ancient times. Young man, ye can't believe all ye hear. Private, I only believe half. And I only own, such is my challengeful character, that perhaps he do eat pagan infants when he's in the desert. But not Christian ones at home. Oh no, 'tis too much. Woman, whether or no, I sometimes, God forgive me, laugh wi' horror at the queerness o' tea, till I am that weak I can hardly go round the house. He should have the washing of 'em a few times, I warrant I wouldn't want to eat babies any more. A silence, during which they gaze around at the dark dome of the starless sky. Young man, there'll be a change in the weather soon, by the look o' tea. I can hear the cows moo in Froome Valley as if I were close to 'em, and the lantern at Max Turnpike is shining quite plain. Old man, well, come in and taste a drop o' somat we've got here, that will warm the cockles of your heart as ye wamble home elong. We housed 80 tons last night for them that shan't be named, landed at Lulwind Cove the night afore, though they had a narrow shave with the riding officers this run. They make toward the hut, when a light on the west horizon becomes visible, and quickly enlarges. Young man, he's come. Old man, come he is, though you do say it. This, then, is the beginning of what England's waited for. They stand and watch the light a while. Young man, just what you was praising the Lord for by now, Private Cantle. Private, my meaning was, woman, simpering, oh that I hadn't married a fiery soldier, to make me bring fatherless children into the world, all through his dreadful calling. Why didn't a man of no sprawl content me? Old man, shouldering his pike, we can't heed your innocent pratings any longer, good neighbors, being in the king's service, and a hot invasion on. Fall in, mate. Straight to the tinder box. Quick march. The two men hasten to the hut, and are heard striking a flint and steel. Returning with a lit lantern, they ignite a blaze. The private of the locals and his wife hastily retreat by the light of the flaming beacon, under which the purple rotundities of the heath show like bronze, and the pits like the eye sockets of a skull. Spirit sinister, this is good, and spells blood. To the chorus of the years. I assume that it means to let us carry out this invasion with pleasing slaughter, so as not to disappoint my hope. Semichorus, eye of the years, aerial music, we carry out. Nay, but should we ordain what bloodshed is to be it? Semichorus to the imminent, that urgeth all, rules what may or may not befall. Semichorus, ere systemed suns were globed and lit, the slaughters of the race were writ. Semichorus to and wasting wars, by land and sea, fixed, like all else, immutably. Spirit sinister, well, be it so. My argument is that war makes rattling good history, but peace is poor reading. So I back Bonaparte for the reason that he will give pleasure to posterity. Spirit of the pities, gross hypocrite. Chorus of the years, we comprehend him not. The day breaks over the heathery upland, on which the beacon is still burning. The morning reveals the white surface of a highway which, coming from the royal watering place beyond the hills, stretched towards the outskirts of the heath and passes away eastward. Dumb show moving figures and vehicles dot the surface of the road, all progressing in one direction, away from the coast. In the foreground the shapes appear as those of civilians, mostly on foot, but many in gigs and tradesmen's carts and on horseback. When they reach an intermediate hill, some pause and look back, others enter on the next decline landwards without turning their heads. From the opposite horizon numerous companies of volunteers, in the local uniform of red with green facings 5, are moving coastwards in companies, as are also irregular bodies of pikesmen without uniform, while on the upper slopes of the downs towards the shore regiments of the line are visible, with cavalry and artillery, all passing over to the coast. At a signal from the chief intelligences, 2 phantoms of rumour enter on the highway in the garb of countrymen. First phantom, to pedestrians, whither so fast, good neighbours, and before breakfast, to empty bellies be bad to vampiron. First pedestrian, he's landed westward, out by Abbott's Beach. and if you have property you'll save it and yourselves, as we are doing. Second pedestrian. All yesterday the firing at Bolan was like the 7 thunders heard in heaven when the fierce angel spoke. So did he draw full manned, flat-bottomed for the shallowest shore, dropped down to west, and crossed our frontage here. Seen from above they specked the water shine as will a flight of swallows toward Demeve, descending on a smooth and loitering stream to seek some its sedge. Second phantom. We are sent to enlighten you and ease your soul. Even now a courier canters to the port to check the baseless scare. First pedestrian. These be inland men who, I warrant ye, don't know a lariat from a lighter. Let's take no heed of such, comrade, and hurry on. First phantom. Will you not hear that what was seen behind the midnight mist, their oar blades tossing twinkles to the moon, was but a fleet of fishing craft belated by reason of the vastness of their haul? First pedestrian. Hey! And do ye know it? Now I look back to the top o' Rudgeway the folk seem as come to a pause there. Be this true, never again do I stir my stumps for any alarm short of the day of judgment. 9 times has my rheumatical rest been broke in these last 3 years by hues and cries of Boney upon us. O.D. rot the fella, now he's made a fool of me once more, till my inside is like a wash-tub, what we being so gawlied, and running so leery. But how if you be one of the enemy, sent to sow these tares, so to speak it, these false tidings, and coax us into a fancied safety? Hey, neighbors! I don't, after all, care for this story. Second pedestrian. Onwards again. If Boney's come, 'tis best to be away, and if he's not, why, we've a holiday. Exeunt pedestrians. The spirits of rumour vanish, while the scene seems to become involved in the smoke from the beacon, and slowly disappears. 6. Act 3rd. Scene I. Bolan. The Château at Pont de Brix, a room in the château, which is used as the imperial quarters. The Emperor Napoleon, and M. Gaspard Munch, the mathematician and philosopher, are seated at breakfast. Officer Monsieur the Admiral Decazes awaits a moment's audience with your Majesty, or now, or later. Napoleon bid him in at once. At last Villeneuve has raised the Brest blockade. Enter Decazes. What of the squadron's movements, good Decazes? Brest opened, and all sailing channelwards, like swans into a creek at feeding time. Decazes. Such news was what I'd hoped, your Majesty, to send across this daybreak. But events have proved intractable, it seems, of late, and hence I haste in person to report the featless facts that just have dashed my Napoleon, darkening, well. Decazes. Sire, at the very juncture when the fleets sailed out from Ferrol, fever raged aboard El Elachil and El Algeciras. Later on, mischief assailed our Spanish comrades' ships, several ran foul of neighbors, whose new hurts, being added to their innate clumsiness, gave Hap the upper hand, and in quick course demoralized the whole, until Villeneuve, judging that Calder now with Nelson rode, and prescient of unparalleled disaster if he pushed on in so disjoint a trim, bowed to the inevitable, and thus, perforce, leaving to other opportunity Brest and the Channel scheme, with vast regret steered southward into Cadiz. Napoleon, having risen from the table, what is, then, my scheme of years to be disdained and dashed by this man's like, a wretched moral coward, whom you must needs foist on me as one fit for full command in pregnant enterprise? Munch, aside, I'm one too many here. Let me step out till this black squall blows over. Poor Dickers! Would that this precious project, disinterred from naval archives of King Louis' reign, had ever lingered fasting where 'twas found. 7. Exit Munch. Napoleon to help a friend you foul a country's fame. Dickers, not only chose you this Villeneuve, but you have nourished secret sour opinions akin to his, and thereby helped to scathe as stably based a project as this age has sunned to ripeness. Ever the French marine have you decried, ever contrived to bring despair into the fleet. Why, this Villeneuve, your man, this rank incompetent, this traitor, of whom I asked no more than fight and lose, provided he detain the enemy, a frigate is too great for his command. What shall be said of one who, at a breath, when a few casual sailors find them sick, when falls a broken boom or slitten sail, when rumour hints that Calder's Tubbs and Nelsons may join, and bob about in company, is straightway paralysed, and doubles back on all his ripened plans? Bring him, bodily, hale him out from Cadiz, compel him up the channel by main force, and, having doffed him his supreme command, give the united squadrons to Gantiaume. Dickers, your Majesty, while umbraged, righteously, by an event my tongue dragged dry to tell, makes my hard situation over hard by your ascription to the actors in tea of motives such and such. 'Tis not for me to answer these reproaches, sire, and ask why years-long mindfulness of France's fame in things marine should win no confidence. I speak, but am unable to convince. True is it that this man has been my friend since boyhood made us schoolmates, and I say that he would yield the heel drops of his heart with joyful readiness this day, this hour, to do his country service. Yet no less is it his drawback that he sees too far. And there are times, sire, when a shorter sight charms fortune more. A certain sort of bravery some people have, to wit, this same Lord Nelson, which is but fatuous faith in one's own star swole to the very verge of childishness, smugly disguised as putting trust in God, a habit with these English folk, whereby a headstrong blindness to contingencies carries the actor on, and serves him well in some nice issues clearer sight would mar. Such eyeless bravery Villeneuve has not, but, sire, he is no coward. Napoleon, well, have it so, what are we going to do? My brain has only one wish, to succeed. Dickers, my voice wanes weaker with you, sire, is naught. Yet these few words, as Minister of Marine, I'll venture now. My process would be thus: our projects for a junction of the fleets being well discerned and read by every eye through long postponement, England is prepared. I would recast them. Later in the year form sundry squadrons of this massive one, harass the English till the winter time, then rendezvous at Cadiz, where leave half to catch the enemy's eye and call their cruisers, while rounding Scotland with the other half, you make the channel by the Eastern Strait, cover the passage of our army boats, and plant the blow. Napoleon, and what if they perceive our Scottish route, and meet us eastwardly? Because I have thought of it, and planned a counter-move, I'll write the scheme more clearly and at length, and send it hither to your Majesty. Napoleon do so forthwith, and send me in Deru. Exit Dickers. Re-enter Munch. Our breakfast, Munch, today has been cut short, and these discussions on the ancient tongues wherein you shine, must yield to modern wiles. Nay, hasten not away, though feeble wills, incompetence, imbecility, in some who feign to serve the cause of France, do make me other than myself just now. Here's Deru. Deru enters. Munch takes his leave. Deru, sit down and write. Yes, here, at once, this room will serve me now. What think you, Villeneuve has just turned tail and run to Cadiz. So quite postponed, perhaps even overthrown, my long-conned project against yonder shore as 'twere a juvenile snow-built device but made for melting. Think of it, Deru, my God, how can I talk thereon? A plan well judged, well charted, well upreared, to end in nothing. Sit you down and write. Napoleon walks up and down, and resumes after a silence. Write this. A volte-face tease indeed. Write. Deru, holding pen to paper, I wait, your Majesty. Napoleon first. Bernadotte, yes. Bernadotte moves out from Hanover through Hesse upon Verburg and the Danube. Marmont from Holland bears along the Rhine, and joins at Mainz and Verburg. Bernadotte. While these prepare their routes, the army here will turn its back on Britain's tedious shore, and, closing up with Augurio at Brest, set out full force due eastward. By the Black Forest feign a straight attack, the while our purpose is to skirt its left, meet in Frankenia Bernadotte and Marmont, traverse the Danube somewhat down from Ulm, entrap the Austrian column by their rear, surround them, cleave them, roll upon Vienna, where, Austria settled, I engage the Tsar, while Massena detains in Italy the Archduke Charles. Foreseeing such might shape, each high and byway to the Danube, hence I have of late had measured, mapped, and judged, such spots as suit for depots chosen and marked, each regiment's daily pace and bivouac writ table-wise for ready reference, all which itineraries are sent herewith. So shall I crush the two gigantic sets upon the empire, now grown imminent. Let me reflect. First Bernadotte, but nay, the courier to Marmont must go first. Well. The order of our march from hence I will advise. My knock at George's door with bland inquiries why his royal hand withheld due answer to my friendly lines, and tossed the irksome business to his clerks, is thus perforce delayed. But not for long. Instead of crossing, thitherward I tour by roundabout contrivance not less sure. Deru, I'll bring the writing to your Majesty. Napoleon and Deru go out severally. Chorus of the Years, aerial music, recording angel, Trace this bold campaign his thought has spun apace, one that bids fair for immortality among the earthlings, if immortal deeds may be ascribed to so extempore and transient a race. It will be called, in rhetoric and rhyme, as son to sire succeeds, a model for the tactics of all time, the great campaign of that so famed year 5 by millions of mankind not yet alive. Seen to the frontiers of Upper Austria and Bavaria, a view of the country from midair, at a point south of the river Inn, which is seen as a silver thread, winding northward between its junction with the Salza and the Danube, and forming the boundaries of the two countries. The Danube shows itself as a crinkled satin riband, stretching from left to right in the far background of the picture, the Inn discharging its waters into the larger river. Dumb show a vast Austrian army creeps dully along the mid-distance, in the detached masses and columns of a whitish cast. The columns insensibly draw nearer to each other, and are seen to be converging from the east upon the banks of the Inn aforesaid. A recording angel, in recitative, this movement as of mollusks on a leaf, which from our vantage here we scan afar, is one maneuvered by the famous Mac to countercheck Napoleon, still believed to be intent on England from Boulogne, and heedless of such rallies in his rear. Mac's enterprise is now to cross Bavaria, beneath us stretched in ripening summer peace as field unwanted for these ugly jaws, outraged Bavaria, simmering in disquiet at Munich down behind us, Isar fringed, and torn between his fair wife's hate of France and his own itch to gird at Austrian bluff for riding roughshod through his territory, wavers from this to that. The while time hastes the eastward streaming of Napoleon's host, as soon we see the silent insect creep of the Austrian columns towards the banks of the Inn continues to be seen till the view fades to nebulousness and dissolves. Scene 3 Boulogne. The St. Omer Road. It is morning at the end of August, and the road stretches out of the town eastward. The divisions of the army for England are making preparations to march. Some portions are in marching order. Bands strike up, and the regiments start on their journey towards the Rhine and Danube. Bonaparte and his officers watch the movements from an eminence. The soldiers, as they pace along under their eagles with beaming eyes, sing Le Chant du Départ and other martial songs, shout Vive l'Empereur, and babble of repeating the days of Italy, Egypt, Marengo, and Hohenlinden. Napoleon anon to England. Chorus of intelligences, aerial music, if time's weird threads so weave. The scene as it lingers exhibits the gradual diminishing of the troops along the roads through the undulating August landscape, till each column is seen but as a train of dust, and the disappearance of each marching mass over the eastern horizon. Act 4th Scene I King George's Watering Place, South Wessex, a sunny day in autumn. A room in the red brick royal residence known as Gloucester Lodge. 8 At a front triple lighted window stands a telescope on a tripod. Through the open middle sash is visible the crescent curved expanse of the bay as a sheet of brilliant translucent green, on which ride vessels of war at anchor. On the left hand white cliffs stretch away till they terminate in St. Aldhelm's Head, and form a background to the level waterline on that side. In the center are the open sea and blue sky. A near headland rises on the right, surmounted by a battery, over which appears the remoter bald grey brow of the Isle of Slingers. In the foreground yellow sands spread smoothly, whereon there are sundry temporary erections for athletic sports, and closer at hand runs an esplanade on which a fashionable crowd is promenading. Immediately outside the lodge are companies of soldiers, groups of officers, and sentries. Within the room the king and Pitt are discovered. The king's eyes show traces of recent inflammation, and the minister has a wasted look. King: yes, yes, I grasp your reasons, Mr. Pitt, and grant you audience gladly. More than that, your visit to this shore is apt and timely, and if it do but yield you needful rest from fierce debate, and other strains of office which you and I in common have to bear, 'twill be well earned. The bathing is unmatched elsewhere in Europe, see its mark on me, the air like liquid life. But of this matter, what argue these late movements seen abroad? What of the country now the session's past, what of the country, and of the war? Pitt: the thoughts I have laid before your Majesty would make for this, in sum, that Mr. Fox, Lord Grenville, and their friends, be straightway asked to join. With Melville gone, with Sidmouth, and with Buckinghamshire too, the steerage of affairs has stood of late somewhat provisional, as you, sir, know, with stop-gap functions thrust on offices which common weal can tolerate but a while. So, for the weighty reasons I have urged, I do repeat my most respectful hope to win your Majesty's ungrudged assent to what I have proposed. King: but nothing, sure, has been more plain to all, dear Mr. Pitt, than that your own proved energy and scope is ample, without aid, to carry on our just crusade against the Corsican. Why, then, go calling Fox and Grenville in. Such helps we need not. Pray you think upon tea, and speak to me again. We've had alarms making us skip like crackers at our heels, that Bonaparte had landed close hereby. Pitt: such rumors come as regularly as harvest. King: and now he has left Boulogne with all his host. Was it his object to invade at all, or was his vast assemblage there a blind? Pitt: undoubtedly he meant invasion, sir, had fortune favored. He may try it yet. And, as I said, could we but close with Fox, King, but, I ask, what is his object now? Lord Nelson's captain, Hardy, whose old home stands in a peaceful vale hard by us here, who came 2 weeks ago to see his friends, I talked to in this room a lengthy while. He says our navy still is in thick night as to the aims by sea of Bonaparte now the Boulogne attempt has fizzled out, and what he schemes afloat with Spain combined. The victory lay that fortnight at Spithead, and Nelson since has gone aboard and sailed, yes, sailed again. The royal sovereign follows, and others her. Nelson was hailed and cheered to huskiness while leaving South Sea shore, gentle and simple wildly thronging round. Pitt: sir. Young women hung upon his arm, and old ones blessed, and stroked him with their hands. King: you have heard, of course. God speed him, Pitt. Pitt: amen, Amen. King, I read it as a thing of signal augury, and one which bodes heaven's confidence in me and in my line, that I should rule as king in such an age. Well, well. So this new march of Bonaparte's was unexpected, forced perchance on him. Pitt, it may be so, your Majesty, it may. Last noon the Austrian ambassador, whom I consulted ere I posted down, assured me that his latest papers word how General Mack and 80,000 men have made good speed across Bavaria to wait the French and give them check at Ulm, that fortress frontier town, entrenched and walled, a place long chosen as a vantage point whereon to encounter them as they outwind from the blind shades and baffling green defiles of the Black Forest, worn with wayfaring. Here Mack will intercept his agile foe hasting to meet the Russians in Bohemia, and cripple him, if not annihilate. Thus now, sir, opens out this great alliance of Russia, Austria, England, whereto I have lent my earnest efforts through long months, and the realm gives her money, ships, and men. It claps a muffler round the cock's steel spurs, and leaves me sanguine on his overthrow. But, then, this coalition of resources demands a strong and active cabinet to aid your Majesty's directive hand, and thus I urge again the said additions, these brilliant intellects of the other side who stand by Fox. With us conjoined, they, King, what, again, in face of my sound reasons. Believe me, Pitt, you underrate yourself, you do not need such aid. The splendid feat of banding Europe in a righteous cause that you have achieved, so soon to put to shame this wicked bombardier of dynasties that rule by right divine, goes straight to prove we had best continue as we have begun, and call no partners to our management. To fear dilemmas horning up ahead is not your wont. Nay, now, Mr. Pitt, I must be firm. And if you love your king you'll go at him not so rashly to embrace this Fox-Grenville faction and its friends. Rather than Fox, why, give me civil war. Hey, what? But what besides? Pitt, I say besides, sir, nothing. A silence. King, cheerfully, the Chancellor's here, and many friends of mine, Lady Winchelsea, Lord and Lady Chesterfield, Lady Bulkeley, General Garth, and Mr. Phipps the oculist, not the least important to me. He is a worthy and a skillful man. My eyes, he says, are as marvelously improved in durability as I know them to be in power. I have arranged to go tomorrow with the princesses, and the Dukes of Cumberland, Sussex, and Cambridge, who are also here, for a ride on the Ridgeway, and through the camp on the Downs. You'll accompany us there. Pitt, I am honoured by your Majesty's commands. Pitt looks resignedly out of the window. What curious structure do I see outside, sir? King, it's but a stage, a type of all the world. The Burgesses have arranged it in my honour. At 6 o'clock this evening there are to be combats at single-stick to amuse the folk, 4 guineas the prize for the man who breaks most heads. Afterward there is to be a grinning match through horse collars, a very humorous sport which I must stay here and witness, for I am interested in whatever entertains my subjects. Pitt not one in all the land but knows it, sir. King now, Mr. Pitt, you must require repose. Consult your own convenience then, I beg, on when you leave. Pitt, I thank your Majesty. He departs as one whose purpose has failed, and the scene shuts. Scene 2. Before the city of Ulm, a prospect of the city from the east, showing in the foreground a low-lying marshy country bounded in mid-distance by the banks of the Danube, which, bordered by poplars and willows, flows across the picture from the left to the Elchingen Bridge near the right of the scene, and is backed by irregular heights and terraces of espaliered vines. Between these and the river stands the city, crowded with old gabled houses and surrounded by walls, bastions, and a ditch, all the edifices being dominated by the nave and tower of the huge Gothic Munster. On the most prominent of the heights at the back, the Mikkelsberg, to the upper right of the view, is encamped the mass of the Austrian army, amid half-finished entrenchments. Advanced posts of the same are seen southeast of the city, not far from the advanced corps of the French Grand Army under Soult, Marmont, Lance, Ney, and Dupont, which occupy in a semicircle the whole breadth of the flat landscape in front, and extend across the river to higher ground on the right hand of the panorama. Heavy mixed drifts of rain and snow are descending impartially on the French and on the Austrians, the downfall nearly blotting out the latter on the hills. A chill October wind wails across the country, and the poplars yield slantingly to the gusts. Dumb show-drenched peasants are busily at work, fortifying the heights of the Austrian position in the face of the enemy. Vague companies of Austrians above, and of the French below, hazy and indistinct in the thick atmosphere, come and go without apparent purpose near their respective lines. Closer at hand Napoleon, in his familiar blue-grey overcoat, rides hither and thither with his marshals, haranguing familiarly the bodies of soldiery as he passes them, and observing and pointing out the disposition of the Austrians to his companions. Thicker sheets of rain fly across as the murk of evening increases, which at length entirely obscures the prospect, and cloaks its bleared lights and fires. Scene 3. Ulm. Within the city, the interior of the Austrian headquarters on the following morning. A tempest raging without. General Mack, haggard and anxious, the Archduke Ferdinand, Prince Schwarzenberg, General Jelakic, Generals Riesk, Biberbach, and other field officers discovered, seated at a table with a map spread out before them. A wood fire blazes between tall andirons in a yawning fireplace. At every more than usually boisterous gust of wind the smoke flaps into the room. Mac, the accursed cunning of our adversary confounds all codes of honorable war, which ever have held as granted that the track of armies bearing hither from the Rhine, whether in peace or strenuous invasion, should pierce the Schwarwald, and through Memmingen, and meet us in our front. But he must wind and corkscrew meanly round, where foot of man can scarce find pathway, stealing up to us thief-wise, by out-back door. Nevertheless, if English war fleets be abreast Boulogne, as these deserters tell, and ripe to land there, it destines Bonaparte to pack him back across the Rhine again. We've but to wait, and see him go. Archduke, but who shall say if these bright tales be true? Mac, even then, small matter, your Imperial Highness, the Russians near us daily, and must soon, far within the 8 days I have named, be operating to untie this knot, if we hold on. Archduke conjectures these, no more, I stomach not such waiting. Neither hope has Colonel in it. I and my cavalry with caution, when the shadow fall tonight, can bore some hole in this engirdlement, outpass the gate northeast, join General Werneck, and somehow cut our way Bohemia wards, well worth the hazard, in our straitened case. Mac, firmly, the body of our force stays here with me. And I am much surprised, Your Highness, much, you mark not how destructive 'tis to part. If we wait on, for certain we should wait in our full strength, compacted, undispersed by such partition as Your Highness plans. Schwarzenberg, there's truth in urging we should not divide, but weld more closely. Yet why stay at all? Methinks there's but one sure salvation left, to wit, that we conjunctly march free from, and with much circumspection, towards the Tyrol. The subtle often rack their wits in vain, assay whole magazines of strategy, to shun ill loomings deemed insuperable, when simple souls by stumbling up to them find the grim shapes but air. But let use grant that the investing French so ring us in as to leave not a span for such exploit, then go we, throw ourselves upon their steel, and batter through, or die. What say you, generals? Speak your minds, I pray. Jelakich, I favor marching out, the Tyrol way. Risk Bohemia best. The route thereto is open. Archduke, my course is chosen. Oh, this black campaign, which Pitt's alarmed dispatches pricked us to, all unforeseeing. Any risk for me rather than court humiliation here. Mac has risen during the latter remarks, walked to the window, and looked out at the rain. He returns with an air of embarrassment. Mac, to Archduke, it is my privilege firmly to submit that your Imperial Highness undertake no venturous vaulting into risks unknown. Assume that you, sire, as you have proposed, with your light regiments and the cavalry, detach yourself from us, to scoop away by circuits northwards through the Rauch Alps and Herdenheim, into Bohemia. Reports all point that you will be attacked, enveloped, borne on to capitulate. What worse can happen here? Remember, sire, the Emperor deputes me, should such a clash arise as has arisen, to exercise supreme authority. The honor of our arms, our race, demands that none of your Imperial Highness line be pounded prisoner by this vulgar foe, who is not France, but an adventurer, imposing on that country for his gain. Archduke, but it seems clear to me that loitering here is full as like to compass our surrender as moving hence. And ill it therefore suits the mood of one of my high temperature to pause inactive while await me means of desperate cure for these so desperate ills. The Archduke Ferdinand goes out. A troubled silence follows, during which the gusts call into the chimney, and raindrops spit on the fire. Schwarzenberg, the Archduke bears him shrewdly in this course. We may as well look matters in the face, and that we are cooped and cornered is most clear. Clear it is, too, that but a miracle can work to loose us. I have stoutly held that this man's 3 years' ostentatious scheme to fling his army on the tempting shores of our allies the English was scarce other than a trick of Thimblerig to still us into false security. Jelakich, I know nothing. None needs list to me, but, on the whole, to southward seems the course for lunging, all in force, immediately. Another pause. Spirit sinister the will throws Mac again into agitation. Ho ho, what he'll do now. Spirit of the pit is nay, hard won, nay, the clouds weep for him. Spirit sinister if he must, and it's good antic at a vacant time. Mac goes restlessly to the door, and is heard pacing about the vestibule, and questioning the aides and other officers gathered there. A general he wavers like this smoke wreath that inclines or north, or south, as the storm currents rule. Mac, returning, bring that deserter hither once again. A French soldier is brought in, blindfolded and guarded. The bandage is removed. Well, tell us what he says. An officer, after speaking to the prisoner in French, he still repeats that the whole body of the British strength is even now descending on Boulogne, and that self-preservation must, if need, clear us from Bonaparte ere many days, who momently is moving. Mac still retain him. He walks to the fire, and stands looking into it. The soldier is taken out. Jelakich, bending over the map in argument with Risk, I much prefer our self-won information, and if we have Marshal Soult at Landsberg here, which seems to be truth, despite this man, and Dupont hard upon us at Albeck, with Ney not far from Gunsberg, somewhere here, or further down the river, lurking lands, our game's to draw off southward, if we can. Mac, turning, I have it. This we'll do. You Jelakich, unite with Spangen's troops at Memmingen, to fend off mischief there. And you, Risk, will make your utmost haste to occupy the bridge and upper ground at Elchingen, and all along the left bank of the stream, till you observe whereon to concentrate and sever their connections. I couch here, and hold the city till the Russians come. A general, in a low voice, disjunction seems of all expedients worst, if any stay, then stay should every man, gather, inless, and close up hip to hip, and perk and bristle hedgehog-like with spines. Mac, the conference is ended, friends, I say, and orders will be issued here forthwith. Guns heard. An officer surely that's from the Mikkelsberg above us. Mac never care. Here we stay. In 5 more days the Russians hail, and we regain our base. Exeunt severally. Scene 4 before ULM. The same day, a high wind prevails, and rain falls in torrents. An elevated terrace near Elchingen forms the foreground. Dumb show from the terrace Bonaparte surveys and dictates operations against the entrenched heights of the Mikkelsberg that rise in the middle distance on the right above the city. Through the gauze of descending waters the French soldiery can be discerned climbing to the attack under Ney. They slowly advance, recede, re-advance, halt. A time of suspense follows. Then they are seen in a state of irregular movement, even confusion, but in the end they carry the heights with the bayonet. Below the spot whereon Napoleon and his staff are gathered, glistening wet and plastered with mud, obtrudes on the left the village of Elchingen, now in the hands of the French. Its white-walled monastery, its bridge over the Danube, recently broken by the irresistible Ney, wear a desolate look, and the stream, which is swollen by the rainfall and rasped by the storm, seems wanly to sympathize. Anon shells are dropped by the French from the summits they have gained into the city below. A bomb from an Austrian battery falls near Napoleon, and in bursting raises a fountain of mud. The emperor retreats with his officers to a less conspicuous station. Meanwhile Lantz advances from a position near Napoleon till his columns reach the top of the Frauenberg hard by. The united corps of Lantz and Ney descend on the inner slope of the heights towards the city walls, in the rear of the retreating Austrians. One of the French columns scales a bastion, but Napoleon orders the assault to be discontinued, and with the wane of day the spectacle disappears. Scene V the same. The Mikkelsberg, a chilly but rainless noon 3 days later. At the back of the scene, northward, rise the Mikkelsberg heights. Below stretches the panorama of the city and the Danube. On a secondary eminence forming a spur of the upper hill, a fire of logs is burning, the foremost group beside it being Napoleon and his staff, the former in his shabby greatcoat and plain turned-up hat, walking to and fro with his hands behind him, and occasionally stopping to warm himself. The French infantry are drawn up in a dense array at the back of these. The whole Austrian garrison of Ulm marches out of the city gate opposite Napoleon. General Mack is at the head, followed by Gaiule, Gotteschem, Klenor, Liechtenstein, and many other officers, who advance to Bonaparte and deliver their swords. Mack, behold me, sire. Mack the unfortunate. Napoleon War, General, ever has its ups and downs, and you must take the better and the worse as impish chance or destiny ordains. Come near and warm you here. A glowing fire is life on the depressing, mired, moist days of smitten leaves down dropping clammily, and toadstools like the putrid lungs of men. To his lieutenants. Cause them so stand to right and left of me. The Austrian officers arrange themselves as directed, and the body of the Austrians now file past their conqueror, laying down their arms as they approach, some with angry gestures and words, others in moody silence. Listen, I pray you, generals gathered her. I tell you frankly that I know not why your master wages this wild war with me. I know not what he seeks by such injustice, unless to give me practice in my trade, that of a soldier, whereto I was bred, deemed he my craft might slip from me, unplied. Let him now own me still a dab therein. Mac, permit me, your imperial majesty, to speak one word in answer, which is this: no war was wished for by my emperor, Russia constrained him to it. Napoleon, if that be, you are no more a European power. I would point out to him that my resources are not confined to these my musters here, My prisoners of war, en route for France, will see some marks of my resources there. 200,000 volunteers, right fit, will join my standards at a single nod, and in 6 weeks prove soldiers to the bone, whilst you recruits, compulsions scavengings, scarce weld to warriors after toilsome years. But I want nothing on this continent, the English only are my enemies. Ships, colonies, and commerce I desire, yet, therewith to advantage you as me. Let me then charge your emperor, my brother, to turn his feet the shortest way to peace. All states must have an end, the weak, the strong, even may fall the dynasty of Lorraine. The filing past and laying down of arms by the Austrian army continues with monotonous regularity, as if it would never end. Napoleon, in a murmur, after a while, well, what cares England? She has won her game, I have unlearned to threaten her from Bolan. Her gold it is that forms the weft of this fair tapestry of armies marshalled here. Likewise of Russia's drawing steadily nigh. But they may see what these see, by and by. Spirit of the years, so let him speak, the while we clearly sight him moved like a figure on a lantern slide. Which, much amazing uninitiate eyes, the all-compelling crystal pane but drags whither the showman wills. Spirit ironic, and yet, my friend, the will itself might smile at this collapse of Austria's men-at-arms, so drolly done, even as, in your phantasmagoric show, the deft manipulator of the slide might smile at his own art. Chorus of the years, aerial music, no. It is impassable as glacial snow. Within the great unshaken these painted shapes awaken a lesser thrill than doth the gentle lave of yonder bank by Danube's wandering wave within the shore-walled heights that give it flow. Spirit of the pities, but oh, the intolerable antilogy of making figments feel. Spirit ironic logics in that it does not, I must own, quite play the game. Chorus of ironic spirits, aerial music, and this day wins for Ulm a dingy fame, which centuries shall not bleach from her name. The procession of Austrians continues till the scene is hidden by haze. Scene 6, London. Spring Gardens, before Lord Malmesbury's house, on a Sunday morning in the same autumn. Idlers pause and gather in the background. Pitt enters, and meets Lord Mulgrave. Mulgrave, good day, Pitt. These leaves that skim the ground with withered voices, hint that sunshine time is well nigh past. And so the game's begun between him and the Austro-Russian force, as second movement in the face about from Bolan shore, with which he has hocused us, what has been heard on T. Have they clashed as yet? Pitt, the Emperor Francis, partly at my instance, has thrown the chief command on General Mack, a man most capable and far of sight. He centers by the Danube bank at Ulm, a town well walled, and firm for leaning on to intercept the French in their advance from the Black Forest toward the Russian troops approaching from the east. If Bonaparte sustain his marches at the breakneck speed that all report, they must have met ere now. There is a rumor, quite impossible. Mulgrave, you still have faith in Mack as strategist. There have been doubts of his farsightedness. Pitt, hastily, I know. I am calling here at Malmesbury's at somewhat an unceremonious time to ask his help to translate this Dutch print the post has brought. Malmesbury is great at Dutch, learning it long at Leiden, years ago. He draws a newspaper from his pocket, unfolds it, and glances it down. There's news here unintelligible to me upon the very matter. You'll come in. They call at Lord Malmesbury's. He meets them in the hall, and welcomes them with an apprehensive look of folk knowledge. Pitt, pardon this early call. The packet's in, and wings me this unreadable Dutch paper, so, as the offices are closed today, I have brought it round to you. Handling the paper. What does it say? For God's sake, read it out. You know the tongue. Malmesbury, with hesitation, I have glanced it through already, more than once, a copy having reached me, too, by now. We are in the presence of a great disaster. See here. It says that Mac, enjailed in Ulm by Bonaparte, from four sides shutting round, capitulated, and with all his force laid down his arms before his conqueror. Pitt's face changes. A silence. Mulgrave outrageous. Ignominy unparalleled. Pitt, by God, my lord, these statement must be false. These foreign prints are trustless as cheap jack dumbfounding yokels at a country fair. I heed no word of it. Impossible. What? 80,000 Austrians, nigh in touch with Russia's levies that Kuchers off leads, to lay down arms before the war's begun. 'Tis too much, Malmesbury, but I fear it is too true. Note the assevered source of the report, one beyond thought of minters of mock tales. The writer adds that military wits cry that the little corporal now makes war in a new way, using his soldiers' legs and not their arms, to bring him victory. Ha ha! The quip must sting the corporal's foes. Pitt, after a pause, O vacillating Prussia! Had she moved, had she but planted one foot firmly down, all this had been averted. I must go. 'Tis sure, I labour but in vain. Malmesbury accompanies him to the door, and Pitt walks away disquietedly towards Whitehall, the other two regarding him as he goes. Mulgrave too swiftly he declines to feebleness, and these things well might shake a stouter frame. Malmesbury, of late the burden of all Europe's cares, of hiring and maintaining half her troops, his single pair of shoulders has upborne, thanks to the obstinacy of the king. His thin, strained face, his ready irritation, are ominous signs. He may not be for long. Mulgrave he alters fast, indeed, as do events. Malmesbury his labours lost, and all our money gone. It looks as if this doughty coalition on which we have lavished so much pay and pains would end in wreck. Mulgrave, all is not over yet, the gathering Russian forces are unbroke. Malmesbury, well, we shall see. Should Boney vanquish these, and silence all resistance on that side, his move will then be backward to Boulogne, and so upon us. Mulgrave, Nelson to our defence. Malmesbury, where is Nelson? faith. By this time he may be sodden, churned in by ski swirls, or blown to polar bears by boreal gales, or sleeping amorously in some calm cave on the Canaries or Atlantis shore upon the bosom of his Dido dear, for all that we know. Never a sound of him since passing Portland one September day, to make for Cadiz, so 'twas then believed. Mulgrave he's stanch. He's watching, or I am much deceived. Mulgrave departs. Malmesbury goes within. The scene shuts. Act 5th Scene I off Cape Trafalgar, a bird's eye view of the sea discloses itself. It is daybreak, and the broad face of the ocean is fringed on its eastern edge by the Cape and the Spanish shore. On the rolling surface immediately beneath the eye, ranged more or less in two parallel lines running north and south, one group from the twain standing off somewhat, are the vessels of the combined French and Spanish navies, whose canvases, as the sun edges upward, shine in its rays like satin. On the western horizon two columns of ships appear in full sail, small as moths to the aerial vision. They are bearing down towards the combined squadrons. Recording Angel I, intoning from his book, at last Villeneuve accepts the sea and fate, despite the Cadiz council called of late, whereat his stoutest captains, men the first to do all mortals durst, willing to sail, and bleed, and bear the worst, short of cold suicide, did yet opine that plunging mid those teeth of treble line in jaws of oaken wood held open by the English navarchy with suasive breadth and artful modesty, would smack of purposeless foolhardihood. Recording Angel II. But word came, writ in mandatory mood, to put from Cadiz, gain Toulon, and straight at a said sign on Italy operate. Moreover that Villeneuve, arrived as planned, would find Rosalie in supreme command. Gloomy Villeneuve grows rash, and, darkly brave, leaps to meet war, storm, Nelson, even the grave. Semichorus eye of the years, aerial music, ere the concussion hurtle, draw abreast of the sea. Semichorus II. Where Nelson's hulls are rising from the west, silently. Semichorus I. Each linen wing outspread, each man and lad sworn to be Semichorus II. Amid the vanmost, or for death, or glad victory. The point of sight descends till it is near the deck of the Bucentaur, the flagship of Villeneuve. Present thereupon are the Admiral, his flag captain Migandai, Lieutenant Dordignan, other naval officers and seamen. Migandai all night we have read their signals in the air, whereby the peering frigates of their van have told them of our trend. Villeneuve the enemy makes threat as though to throw him on our stern, signal the fleet to wear. Bid Gravina to come in from manoeuvring with his 12, and range himself in line. Officers murmur. I say again bid Gravina draw hither with his 12, and signal all to wear, and come upon the larboard tack with every bow anorth, so we make Cadiz in the worst event. And patch our rags up there. As we head now our only practicable thoroughfare is through Gibraltar Strait, a fatal door. Signal to close the line and leave no gaps. Remember, too, what I have already told, remind them of it now. They must not pause for signalings from me amid a strife whose chaos may prevent my clear discernment, or may forbid my signaling at all. The voice of honor then becomes the chief's, listen they thereto, and set every stitch to heave them on into the fiercest fight. Now I will sum up all, heed well the charge, each captain, petty officer, and man is only at his post when under fire. The ships of the whole fleet turn their bows from south to north as directed, and close up in two parallel curved columns, the concave side of each column being towards the enemy, and the interspaces of the first column being, in general, opposite the hulls of the second. An officer, straining his eyes towards the English fleet, how they skip on. Their overcrowded sail bulge like blown bladders in a tripeman's shop the market morning after slaughter day. Petty officer, it's morning before slaughter day with us, I make so bold to bode. The English admiral is seen to be signalling to his fleet. The signal is, England expects every man to do his duty. A loud cheering from all the English ships comes undulating on the wind when the signal is read. Villeneuve they are signaling to, well, business soon begins. You will reserve your fire. And be it known that we display no admiral's flags at all until the action's past. 'Twill puzzle them, and work to our advantage when we close. Yes, they are double-ranked, I think, like us, but we shall see anon. Migandi the foremost one makes for the Santa Ana. In such case the forego might assist her. Villeneuve, be it so, there's time enough. Our ships will be in place, and ready to speak back in iron words when there's cry hail. In the same sort of voice, they prepare to receive the northernmost column of the enemy's ships headed by the Victory, trying the distance by an occasional single shot. During their suspense a discharge is heard southward, and turning they behold Collingwood at the head of his column in the Royal Sovereign just engaging with the Spanish Santa Ana. Meanwhile the Victory's mizzen-topmast, with spars and a quantity of rigging, is seen to have fallen, her wheel to be shot away, and her deck encumbered with dead and wounded men. Villeneuve tees well. But see, their course is undelayed, and still they near in clenched audacity. D'Ordignan which aim deft Lucas o the redoubtable most gallantly bestirs him to Alshem. See, how he strains, that on his timbers fall blows that were destined for his admiral. During this the French ship Redoutable is moving forward to interpose itself between the approaching Victory and the Bucentaur. Villeneuve now comes it. The Santissima Trinidad, the old Redoutable's hard sides, and ours, will take the toose of this bombastic blow. Your grapnels and your boarding hatchets, ready. We'll dash our eagle on the English deck, and swear to fetch it. Crew, we swear. Huzza, long live the Emperor. But the Victory suddenly swerves to the rear of the Bucentaur and crossing her stern waters, discharges a broadside into her and the Redoutable endwise, wrapping the scene in folds of smoke. The point of view changes. Scene 2 the same. The quarter-deck of the Victory, the van of each division of the English fleet has drawn to the windward side of the combined fleets of the enemy, and broken their order, the Victory being now parallel to and alongside the Redoutable, the Temeraire taking up a station on the other side of that ship. The Bucentaur and the Santissima Trinidad become jammed together a little way ahead. A smoke and din of cannonading prevail, amid which the studding sail booms are shot away. Nelson, Hardy, Blackwood, Secretary Scott, Lieutenant Pascoe, Burke the purser, Captain Adair of the Marines, and other officers are on or near the quarterdeck. Nelson see, there, that noble fellow Collingwood, how straight he helms his ship into the fire. Now you'll haste back to yours, to Blackwood. We must henceforth trust to the great disposer of events, and justice of our cause. Blackwood leaves. The battle grows hotter. A double-headed shot cuts down 7 or 8 Marines on the Victory's poop. Captain Adair, part those Marines of yours, and hasten to disperse them round the ship. Your place is down below, Burke, not up here. Ah, yes, like David you would see the battle. A heavy discharge of musket shot comes from the tops of the Santissima Trinidad. Adair and Pascoe fall. Another swathe of Marines is mowed down by chain shot. Scott, my lord, I use to you the utmost prayers that I have privilege to shape in words. Remove your stars and orders, I would beg. That shot was aimed at you. Nelson, they were awarded to me as an honor, and shall I do despite to those who prize me, and slight their gifts? No, I will die with them, if die I must. He walks up and down with Hardy. Hardy, at least let's put you on your old great coat, my lord, the air is keen. 'Twill cover all. So while you still retain your dignities, you balk these deadly aims. Nelson, thank ye, good friend. But no, I haven't time, I do assure you, not a trice to spare, as you well will see. A few minutes later Scott falls dead, a bullet having pierced his skull. Immediately after, a shot passes between the admiral and the captain, tearing the instep of Hardy's shoe, and striking away the buckle. They shake off the dust and splinters it has scattered over them. Nelson glances round, and perceives what has happened to his secretary. Nelson, poor Scott, too, carried off. Warm work this, Hardy, too warm to go on long. Hardy, I think so, too. Their lower ports are blocked against our hull, and our charge now is less. Each knock so near sets their old wood on fire. Nelson, rotten as peat. What's that? I think she has struck, or pretty nigh. A cracking of musketry. Hardy, not yet. Those small arm men there, in her tops, thin our crew fearfully. Now, too, our guns have dipped full down, or they would rake the Temeraire there on the other side. Nelson, true. While you deal good measure out to these, keep slapping at those giants over here, the Trinidad I mean, and the Bucentaur to windward, swelling up so pompously. Hardy, I'll see no slackness shall be shown that way. They part and go in their respective directions. Gunners, naked to the waist and reeking with sweat, are now in swift action on the several decks, and firemen carry buckets of water hither and thither. The killed and wounded thicken around, and are being lifted and examined by the surgeons. Nelson and Hardy meet again. Nelson bids still the firemen bring more bucketfuls, and dash the water into each new hole our guns have gouged in the Redoutable, or we shall all be set ablaze together. Hardy, let me once more advise, entreat, my lord, that you do not expose yourself so clearly. Those fellows in the mizzen top up there are peppering round you quite perceptibly. Nelson, now, Hardy, don't offend me. They can't aim, they only set their own rent sails on fire. But if they could, I would not hide a button to save 10 lives like mine. I have no cause to prize it, I assure ye. Ah, look there, one of the women hit, and badly, too. Poor wench. Let someone shift her quickly down. Hardy, my lord, each humblest sojourner on the seas, dock labourer, lame longshoreman, bowed bargee, sees it as policy to shield his life for those dependent on him. Much more, then, should one upon whose priceless presence here such issues hang, so many strivers lean, use average circumspection at an hour so critical for us all. Nelson, Yes, yes, I know your meaning, Hardy, and I know that you disguise as frigid policy what really is your honest love of me. But, faith, I have had my day. My work's nigh done. I serve all interests best by chancing it here with the commonest. Ah, their heavy guns are silenced every one. Thank God for that. Hardy teased so. They only use their small arms now. He goes to larboard to see what is progressing on that side between his ship and the Santissima Trinidad. Officer, to seaman, swab down these stairs. The mess of blood about makes 'em so slippery that one's like to fall in carrying the wounded men below. While Captain Hardy is still a little way off, Lord Nelson turns to walk aft, when a ball from one of the muskets in the mizzen top of the Redoutable enters his left shoulder. He falls upon his face on the deck. Hardy looks round, and sees what has happened. Hardy, hastily, what I feared, and strove to hide I feared. He goes towards Nelson, who in the meantime has been lifted by Sergeant Major Secker and 2 seamen. Nelson, Hardy, I think they've done for me at last. Hardy, I hope not. Nelson, yes. My backbone is shot through. I have not long to live. The men proceed to carry him below. Those tiller ropes they've torn away, get instantly repaired. At sight of him borne along wounded there is great agitation among the crew. Cover my face. There will be no good be done by drawing their attention off to me. Bear me along, good fellows, I am but one among the many darkened here today. He is carried on to the cockpit over the crowd of dead and wounded. Doctor, I'm gone. I am waste o' time to you. Hardy, remaining behind, Hills, go to Collingwood and let him know that we've no admiral here. He passes on. A lieutenant, now quick and pick him off who did the deed, that white-bloused man there in the mizzen top. Pollard, a midshipman, shooting, no sooner said than done. A pretty aim. The Frenchman falls dead upon the poop. The spectacle seems now to become enveloped in smoke, and the point of view changes. Scene 3 the same. On board the Bucentaur, the bowsprit of the French admiral's ship is stuck fast in the stern gallery of the Santissima Trinidad, the starboard side of the Bucentaur being shattered by shots from 2 English 3-deckers which are pounding her on that hand. The poop is also reduced to ruin by 2 other English ships that are attacking her from behind. On the quarterdeck are Admiral Villeneuve, the flag captain Migandai, Lieutenants Dordignan, Fournier, and others, anxiously occupied. The whole crew is in desperate action of battle and stumbling among the dead and dying, who have fallen too rapidly to be carried below. Villeneuve, we shall be crushed if matters go on thus. Direct the Trinidad to let her drive, that this foul tangle may be loosened clear. Dordignan, it has been tried, sir, but she cannot move. Villeneuve, then signal to the hero that she strive once more to drop this way. Migandai, we may make signs, but in the thickened air what signals marked, 'tis done, however. Villeneuve, the redoubtable, and victory there, they grip in dying throes. Something's amiss on board the English ship. Surely the admiral's fallen. A petty officer, sir, they say that he was shot some hour, or half, ago. With dandyism raised to godlike pitch he stalked the deck in all his jewelry, and so was hit. Migandai, then fortune shows her face. We have scotched England in dispatching him. He watches. Yes. He commands no more, and Lucas, joying, has taken steps to board. Look, spars are laid, and his best men are mounting at his heels. Villeneuve, ah, God, he is too late. Whence came the hurl of heavy grape? The smoke prevents my seeing but at brief whiles. The boarding band has fallen almost to a man. 'Twas well assayed. Migandai, that's from their Temeraire, whose vicious broadside has cleared poor Lucas' decks. Villeneuve and Lucas, too. I see him no more there. His red planks show 300 dead if one. Now for ourselves. 4 of the English 3-deckers have gradually closed round the Bucentaur, whose bowsprit still sticks fast in the gallery of the Santissima Trinidad. A broadside comes from one of the English, resulting in worse havoc on the Bucentaur. The main and mizzen masts of the latter fall, and the boats are beaten to pieces. A raking fire of musketry follows from the attacking ships, to which the Bucentaur heroically continues still to keep up a reply. Captain Migandai falls wounded. His place is taken by Lieutenant Dordignan. Villeneuve, now that the fume has lessened, code my biddance upon our only mast, and tell the van at once to wear, and come into the fire. Aside, if it be true that, as he sneers, success demands of me but cool audacity, today shall leave him nothing to desire. Musketry continues. Dordignan falls. He is removed, his post being taken by Lieutenant Fournier. Another crash comes, and the deck is suddenly encumbered with rigging. Fournier, there goes our foremast. How for signalling now? Villeneuve to try that longer, Fournier, is in vain upon this haggard, scorched, and ravaged hulk, her decks all reeking with such gory shows, her starboard side in rents, her stern nigh gone. How does she keep afloat, Bucentaur, O lucky good old ship? My part in you is played. I must go, I must tempt fate elsewhere, if but a boat can bear me through this wreckage to the van. Fournier, our boats are stove in, or as full of holes as the cook's skimmer, from their cursed balls. Musketry. Villeneuve's head of staff, de Prigny, falls wounded, and many additional men. Villeneuve glances troublessly from ship to ship of his fleet. Villeneuve, how hideous are the waves, so pure this dawn, red-frothed, and friends and foes all mixed therein. Can we in some way hail the Trinidad and get a boat from her? They attempt to distract the attention of the Santissima Trinidad by shouting. Impossible, amid the loud combustion of this strife, as well try hollowing to the Antipodes. So here I am. The bliss of Nelson's end will not be mine, his full refulgent eve becomes my midnight. Well, the fleets shall see that I can yield my cause with dignity. The Bucentaur strikes her flag. A boat then puts off from the English ship Conqueror, and Villeneuve, having surrendered his sword, is taken out from the Bucentaur. But being unable to regain her own ship, the boat is picked up by the Mars, and the French admiral is received aboard her. Point of view changes. Scene 4 the same. The cockpit of the Victory, a din of trampling and dragging overhead, which is accompanied by a continuous ground bass roar from the guns of the warring fleets, culminating at times in loud concussions. The wounded are lying around in rows for treatment, some groaning, some silently dying, some dead. The gloomy atmosphere of the low-beamed deck is pervaded by a thick haze of smoke, powdered wood, and other dust, and is heavy with the fumes of gunpowder and candle grease, the odor of drugs and cordials, and the smell from abdominal wounds. Nelson, his face now pinched and wan with suffering, is lying undressed in a midshipman's berth, dimly lit by a lantern. Dr. Beatty, Dr. Magrath, the Reverend Dr. Scott the chaplain, Burke the purser, the steward, and a few others stand around. Magrath, in a low voice, poor Ram, and poor Tom Whipple, have just gone. Beatty, there was no hope for them. Nelson, brokenly, who have just died. Beatty, two who were badly hit by now, my lord, Lieutenant Ram and Mr. Whipple. Nelson, so many lives, in such a glorious cause. I join them soon, soon, soon. Oh, where is Hardy? Will nobody bring Hardy to me? None. He must be killed, too. Surely Hardy's dead. A midshipman, he's coming soon, my lord. The constant call on his full heed of this most mortal fight keeps him from hastening hither as he would. Nelson, I'll wait, I'll wait. I should have thought of it. Presently Hardy comes down. Nelson and he grasp hands. Hardy, how goes the day with us and England? Hardy, well, very well, thank God 40, my dear lord. Villeneuve their admiral has this moment struck, and put himself aboard the Conqueror. Some 14 of their first rates, or about, thus far we've got. The said Bucentaur chief, the Santa Ana the Redoutable the Forgo the Santissima Trinidad San Augustino, San Francisco Eagle, and our old Swift Soar too, we've grappled back, to every seaman's joy. But now their van has tacked to bear round on the Victory and crush her by sheer weight of wood and brass. 3 of our best I am therefore calling up, and make no doubt of worsting theirs, and France. Nelson, that's well. I swore for 20. But it's well. Hardy, we'll have 'em yet. But without you, my lord, we have to make slow plodding do the deeds that sprung by inspiration ere you fell, and on this ship the more particularly. Nelson, no, Hardy. Ever 'twas your settled fault so modestly to whittle down your worth. But I saw stuff in you which admirals need when, taking thought, I chose the Victory's keel to do my business with these braggarts in. A business finished now, for me, good friend, slow shades are creeping me. I scarce see you. Hardy, the smoke from ships upon our windward side, and the dust raised by their worm-eaten hulks, when our balls touch 'em, blind the eyes, in truth. Nelson, no, it is not that dust, 'tis dust of death that darkens me. A shock overhead. Hardy goes up. On or 2 other officers go up, and by return. What was that extra noise? Officer the Formidable passed us by, my lord, and thumped a stunning broadside into us. But, on their side, the hero's captain's fallen, the Algeciras has been boarded, too, by Captain Tyler, and the captain shot. Admiral Gravina desperately holds out, they say he's lost an arm. Nelson, and we, ourselves, who have we lost on board here? Nay, but tell me. BT besides poor Scott, my lord, and Charles Adair, Lieutenant Ram, and Whipple, Captain's clerk, there's Smith, and Palmer, midshipmen, just killed. And 50-odd of seamen and marines. Nelson, poor youngsters. Scarred old Nelson joins you soon. BT, and wounded, Bligh, Lieutenant, Pascoe, too, and Reeves, and Peake, lieutenants of marines, and Rivers, Westphal, Bulkeley, midshipmen, with, of the crew, 100-odd just now, unreckoning those late fallen not brought below. Burke, that fellow in the mizzen top, my lord, who made it his affair to wing you thus, we took good care to settle, and he fell like an old rook, smack from his perch, stone dead. Nelson, 'twas not worth while, he was, no doubt, a man who in simplicity and sheer good faith strove but to serve his country. Rest be to him. And may his wife, his friends, his little ones, if such be had, be tied through their loss, and soothed amid the sorrow brought by me. Hardy re-enters. Who's that? Ah, here you come. How, Hardy, now? Hardy, the Spanish admiral's rumoured to be wounded, we know not with what truth. But, be as 'twill, he sheers away with all he could call round, and some few frigates, straight to Cadiz port. A violent explosion is heard above the confused noises on deck. A midshipman goes above and returns. Midshipman, in the background, it is the enemy's first rate, the Achille blown to 1,000 atoms, while on fire, before she burst. The captain's woman there, desperate for life, climbed from the gunroom port upon the rudder chains, stripped herself stark, and swam for the Pickles boat. Our men in charge, seeing her great breasts bulging on the brine, sang out, "A mermaid tease, by God!" Then rowed and hauled her in. Burke, such unbid sights obtrude on death's dyed stage. Midshipman, meantime the Achille fought on, even while the ship was blazing, knowing well the fire must reach their powder, which it did. The spot is covered now with floating men, some whole, the main in parts, arms, legs, trunks, heads, bobbing with tons of timber on the waves, and splinter-looped with entrails of the crew. Nelson, rousing, our course will be to anchor. Let me know. Hardy, but let me ask, my lord, as needs I must, seeing your state, and that our work's not done, shall I, from you, bid Admiral Collingwood take full on him the conduct of affairs? Nelson, trying to raise himself, not while I live, I hope. No, Hardy, no. Give Collingwood my order. Anchor all. Hardy, hesitating, you mean the signals to be made forthwith? Nelson, I do, by God, if but our carpenter could rig me up a jury backbone now, to last 1 hour, until the battle's done, I'd see to it. But here I am, stove in, broken, all logged and done for. Done, done. Beatty, returning from the other wounded, my lord, I must implore you to lie calm. You shorten what at best may not be long. Nelson, exhausted, I know, good Beatty. Thank you well, Hardy, I was impatient. Now I am still. Sit here a moment, if you have time to spare. Beatty and others retire, and the two abide in silence, except for the trampling overhead and the moans from adjoining berths. Nelson is apparently in less pain, seeming to doze. Nelson, suddenly, what are you thinking, that you speak no word? Hardy, waking from a short reverie, thoughts all confused, my lord, there needs on deck, your own sad state, and your unrivaled past, mixed up with flashes of old things afar, old childish things at home, down Wessex way. In the snug village under Blackden Hill where I was born. The tumbling stream, the garden, the placid look of the grey dial there, marking unconsciously this bloody hour, and the red apples on my father's trees, just now full ripe. Nelson, thus do little things steal into my mind, too. But my heart knows not your calm philosophy, there's one, come nearer to me, Hardy. One of all, as you well guess, pervades my memory now, she, and my daughter, I speak freely to you. 'Twas good I made that codicil this morning that you and Blackwood witnessed. Now she rests safe on the nation's honor. Let her have my hair, and the small treasured things I owned, and take care of her, as you care for me. Hardy promises. Nelson, resuming in a murmur, Does love die with our frame's decease, I wonder, or does it live on ever? A silence. BT approaches. Hardy, now I'll leave, see if your order's gone, and then return. Nelson, symptoms of death beginning to change his face. Yes, Hardy, yes, I know it. You must go. Here we shall meet no more, since heaven forfend that care for me should keep you idle now, when all the ship demands you. BT, 2. Go to the others who lie bleeding there, them can you aid? Me you can render none. My time here is the briefest. If I live but long enough I'll anchor. But, too late, my anchoring's elsewhere ordered. Kiss me, Hardy. Hardy bends over him. I'm satisfied. Thank God, I have done my duty. Hardy brushes his eyes with his hand, and withdraws to go above, pausing to look back before he finally disappears. BT, watching Nelson, hush around. He's sinking. It is but a trifle now of minutes with him. Stand you, please, aside, and give him air. BT, the chaplain, Magrath, the steward, and attendants continue to regard Nelson. BT looks at his watch. BT 2 hours and 50 minutes since he fell, and now he's going. They wait. Nelson dies. Chaplain, yes. He has homed to where there's no more sea. BT, we'll let the captain know, who will confer with Collingwood at once. I must now turn to these. He goes to another part of the cockpit, a midshipman ascends to the deck, and the scene overclouds. Chorus of the Pities, aerial music, his thread was cut too slowly. When he fell, and bade his fame farewell, he might have passed, and shunned his long-drawn pain, endured in vain, in vain. Spirit of the years, young spirits, be not critical of that which was before, and shall be after you. Spirit of the Pities, but out of tune the mode and meritless that quickens sense in shapes whom, thou hast said, necessitation sways. A life there was among these self-same frail ones, Sophocles, who visioned it too clearly, even while he dubbed the will the gods. Truly said he, such gross injustice to their own creation burdens the time with mournfulness for us, and for themselves with shame. 9. Things mechanized by coils and pivots set to four-framed codes would, in a thorough-sphered melodic rule, and governance of sweet consistency, beseest no pain, whose burnings would abide with that which holds responsibility, or inexist. Spirit of the Pities, yet. Thus would the mover pay the score each puppet owes, the reaper reap what his contrivance sows. Why make life debtor when it did not buy? Why wound so keenly right that it would die? Spirit of the years, nay, blame not. For what judgment can ye blame, in that immense unweeting mind is shown one far above forethinking, processive, yet superconscious, a clairvoyancy that knows not what it knows, yet works therewith. The cognizance ye mourn, life's doom to feel, if I report it meetly, came unmeant, emerging with blind gropes from impercipience by listless sequence, luckless, tragic chance, in your more human tongue. spirit of the pit is and hence unneeded in the economy of vitality, which might have ever kept a sealed cognition as doth the will itself. Chorus of the years, aerial music, nay, 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 your hasty judgments stay, until the topmost come have crowned the last entablature of time. O heap not blame on that inbrooding will, O pause, till all things all their days fulfill. Scene v. London. The Guildhall. A crowd of citizens has gathered outside to watch the carriages as they drive up and deposit guests invited to the Lord Mayor's banquet, for which event the hall is brilliantly lit within. A cheer rises when the equipage of any popular personage arrives at the door. First citizen. Well, well. Nelson is the man who ought to have been banquet tonight. But he is coming to town in a coach different from these. Second citizen. Will they bring his poor splintered body home? First citizen. Yes. They say he's to be tombed in marble, at St. Paul's or Westminster. We shall see him if he lays in state. It will make a patriotic spectacle for a fine day. Boy, how can you see a dead man, father, after so long? First citizen. They'll embalm him, my boy, as they did all the great Egyptian admirals. Boy, his lady will be handy for that, won't she? First citizen. Don't ye ask awkward questions. Second citizen. Here's another coming. First citizen. That's my Lord Chancellor Eldon. What he'll say, and what he'll look. Mr. Pitt will be here soon. Boy, I don't like Billy. He killed Uncle John's parrot. Second citizen. How may ye make that out, youngster? Boy, Mr. Pitt made the war, and the war made us want sailors. And Uncle John went for a walk down Wapping High Street to talk to the pretty ladies one evening, and there was a press all along the river that night, a regular hot one, and Uncle John was carried on board a man of war to fight under Nelson, and nobody minded Uncle John's parrot, and it talked itself to death. So Mr. Pitt killed Uncle John's parrot. See it, sir. Second citizen. You had better have a care of this boy, friend. His brain is too precious for the common risks of Cheapside. Not but what he might as well have said Boney killed the parrot when he was about it. And as for Nelson, who's now sailing shinier seas than ours, if they've rubbed her off his slate where he's gone to, the French papers say that our loss in him is greater than our gain in ships, so that logically the victory is theirs. Gad, sir, it's almost true. A hurrahing is heard from Cheapside, and the crowd in that direction begins to hustle and show excitement. First citizen. He's coming, he's coming. Here, let me lift you up, my boy. Why, they have taken out the horses, as I am man alive. Second citizen. Pitt forever. Why, here's a blade opening and shutting his mouth like the rest, but never a sound does he raise. Third citizen. I've not too much breath to carry me through my day's work, so I can't afford to waste it in such luxuries as crying hurrah to aristocrats. If ye was 10 yards off, why d'ye think I was shouting as loud as any? Second citizen. It's a very mean practice of ye to husband yourself at such a time, and gape in dumb show like a frog in Plaistow marshes. Third citizen. No, sir, it's economy, a very necessary instinct in these days of ghastly taxations to pay half the armies in Europe. In short, in the word of the ancients, it is scarcely compos mentis to do otherwise. Somebody must save something, or the country will be as bankrupt as Mr. Pitt himself is, by all account, though he don't look it just now. Pitt's coach passes, drawn by a troop of running men and boy. The Prime Minister is seen within, a thin, erect, up-nosed figure, with a flush of excitement on his usually pale face. The vehicle reached the doorway to the Guildhall and halts with a jolt. Pitt gets out shakily, and amid cheers enters the building. Fourth citizen. Quite a triumphal entry. Such is power, now worshipped, now accursed. The overthrow of all Pitt's European policy when his hired army and his chosen general surrendered them at Ulm a month ago, is now forgotten. This Trafalgar will botch up many a ragged old repute, make Nelson figure as domestic saint no less than country's saviour, Pitt exalt as zenith star of England's firmament, and uncurse all the bogglers of her wheel at this adventurous time. Third citizen. Talk of Pitt being ill. He looks hearty as a buck. First citizen. It's the news, no more. His spirits are up like a rocket for the moment. Boy, is it because Trafalgar is near Portugal that he loves port wine. Second citizen. As I said, friend, this boy must go home and be carefully put to bed. First citizen. Well, whatever William's faults, it is a triumph for his virtues tonight. Pitt having disappeared, the Guildhall doors are closed, and the crowd slowly disperses, till in the course of an hour the street shows itself empty and dark, only a few oil lamps burning. The scene opens, revealing the interior of the Guildhall, and the brilliant assembly of city magnates, lords, and ministers seated there, Mr. Pitt occupying a chair of honour by the Lord Mayor. His health has been proposed as that of the Saviour of England, and drunk with acclamations. Pitt, standing up after repeated calls, my lords and gentlemen, you have toasted me as one who has saved England and her cause. I thank you, gentlemen, unfeignedly. But, no man has saved England, let me say, England has saved herself. By her exertions, she will, I trust, save Europe by her example. Loud applause, during which he sits down, rises, and sits down again. The scene then shuts, and the night without has place. Spirit of the years. Those words of this man Pitt, his last large words, as I may prophesy, that ring tonight in their first mintage to the feasters here, will spread with aging, lodge, and crystallize, and stand embedded in the English tongue till it grow thin, outworn, and cease to be. So is 't ordained by that which all ordains, for words were never winged with apter grace, or blent with happier choice of time and place, to hold the imagination of this strenuous race. Scene 6. An inn at Rennes, night. A sleeping chamber. 2 candles are burning near a bed in an alcove, and writing materials are on the table. The French Admiral, Villeneuve, partly undressed, is pacing up and down the room. Villeneuve, these hauntings have at last nigh proved to me that this thing must be done. Illustrious foe and teacher, Nelson, blessed and over-blessed in thy outgoing at the noon of strife when glory clasped thee round, while wayward death refused my coaxings for the like-timed call. Yet I did press where thickest missiles fell, and both by precept and example showed where lay the line of duty, patriotism, and honor, in that combat of despair. He see himself in the glass as he passes. Unfortunate Villeneuve, whom fate has marked to suffer for too firm a faithfulness. An emperor's chide is a command to die. By him accursed, forsaken by my friend, a while stern England's prisoner, then unloosed like some poor dolt unworth captivity, time serves me now for ceasing. Why not cease? When, as shades whisper in the chasmal night, better, far better, no percipience here. O happy lack, that I should have no child to come into my hideous heritage, and groan beneath the burden of my name. 11 Spirit of the years I'll speak. His mood is ripe for such a pile. Sending a voice into Villeneuve's ear. Thou dost divine the hour, Villeneuve, but those stern nays, that heretofore were audible to me at each unhappy time I strove to pass, Spirit of the years, have been annulled. The will grants exit freely, yea, it says now. Therefore make now thy time. Spirit of the pities, may his sad sunken soul merge into naught meekly and gently as a breeze at eve. Villeneuve, from skies above me and the air around, those callings which so long have circled me at last do whisper now. Now it shall be. He seals a letter, and addresses it to his wife, then takes a dagger from his accoutrements that are hanging alongside, and, lying down upon his back on the bed, stabs himself determinedly in many places, leaving the weapon in the last wound. Ungrateful master, generous foes, farewell. Villeneuve dies, and the scene darkens. Scene 7, King George's watering place, South Wessex, the interior of the Old Rooms Inn. Boatmen and burghers are sitting on settles round the fire, smoking and drinking. First burgher, so they've brought him home at last, hey? And he's to be solemnized with a roaring funeral. First boatman, yes, thank God. 'Tis better to lie dry than wet, if canst do it without stinking on the road. Gravewoods. And they took care that he shouldn't. Second boatman, 'tis to be at Paul's, so they say that no. And the crew of the Victory have to walk in front, and Captain Hardy is to carry his stars and garters on a great velvet pincushion. First burgher, where's the captain now? Second boatman, nodding in the direction of Captain Hardy's house, down at home here, biding with his own folk a bit. IZDN walking with them on the esplanade yesterday. He looks 10 years older than he did when he went. He brought the gallant hero home. Second burgher, now how did they bring him home so that he could lie in state afterwards to the naked eye? First boatman, well, as they always do, in a cask of spirits. Second burgher, really, now? First boatman, lowering his voice, but what happened was this. They were a long time coming, owing to contrary winds, and the victory being little more than a wreck. And grog ran short, because they'd used near all they had to peckle his body in. So, they broached the ADML. Second burger how? First boatman well, the plain calendar of it is, that when he came to be unhooped, it was found that the crew had drunk him dry. What was the men to do? Broke down by the battle, and hardly able to keep afloat. 'Twas a most defendable thing, and it fairly saved their lives. So he was their salvation after death as he had been in the fight. If he could have knowed it, 'twould have pleased him down to the ground. How would have laughed through the spigot hole, draw on, my hearties. Better I shrivel that you famish. Ha ha. Second burger it may be defendable afloat, but it seems queer ashore. First boatman well, that's as I had it from one that knows, Bob Loveday of Overcome, one of the Victory men that's going to walk in the funeral. However, let's touch a livelier string. Peter Green, strike up that new ballet that they've lately had printed here, and were hawking about town last market day. Song the night of Trafalgar in the wild October night time, when the wind raved round the land, and the back sea 12 met the front sea, and our doors were blocked with sand, and we heard the drub of Dead Man's Bay, where bones of thousands are. We knew not what the day had done for us at Trafalgar. All had done for us at Trafalgar. To pull hard, and make the nuth, or down we go, one says he. We pulled, and bedtime brought the storm, but snug at home slept we. Yet all the while our gallants after fighting through the day, were beating up and down the dark, sou-west of Cadiz Bay. The dark, sou-west of Cadiz Bay. 3 the victors and the vanquished then the storm it tossed and tore, as hard they strove, those worn-out men, upon that surly shore, dead Nelson and his half-dead crew, his foes from near and far, were rolled together on the deep that night at Trafalgar. The deep, that night at Trafalgar. The cloud curtain draws. Chorus of the years meanwhile the month moves on to counter deeds vast as the vainest needs, and fiercely the predestined plot proceeds. Act 6th Scene I the field of Austerlitz. The French position. The night is the 1st of December following, and the eve of the battle. The view is from the elevated position of the Emperor's bivouac. The air cuts keen and the sky glistens with stars, but the lower levels are covered with a white fog stretching like a sea, from which the heights protrude as dusky rocks. To the left are discernible high and wooded hills. In the front mid-distance the plateau of Pratzen outstands, declining suddenly on the right to a low flat country covered with marshes and pools now mostly obscured. On the plateau itself are seen innumerable and varying lights, marking the bivouac of the center divisions of the Austro-Russian army. Close to the foreground the fires of the French are burning, surrounded by soldiery. The invisible presence of the countless thousand of massed humanity that compose the two armies makes itself felt indefinably. The tent of Napoleon rises nearest at hand, with sentinel and other military figures looming around, and saddled horses held by attendants. The accents of the emperor are audible through the canvas from inside, dictating a proclamation. Voice of Napoleon soldiers, the hordes of Muscovy now face you, to mend the Austrian overthrow at Ulm. But how so? Are not these the self-same bands you met and swept aside at Hollabrunn, and whose retreating forms, dismayed to flight, your feet pursued along the trackways here? Our own position, massed and menacing, is rich in chance for opportune attack, for, say they march to cross and turn our right, a course almost at their need, their stretching flank will offer us, from points now prearranged. Voice of a marshal shows it, your majesty, the wariness that marks your usual far-eye policy, to openly announce your tactics thus some 12 hours ere their form can actualize. The voice of Napoleon, the zest such knowledge will impart to all is worth the risk of leakages. To Secretary, write on. Dictation resumed. Soldiers, your sections I myself shall lead, but ease your minds who would expostulate against my undue rashness. If your zeal sow hot confusion in the hostile files as your old manner is, and in our rush we mingle with our foes, I'll use fit care. Nevertheless, should issues stand at pause but for a wink while, that time you will eye your emperor the foremost in the shock, taking his risk with every ranksman here. For victory, men, must be no thing surmised, as that which may or may not beam on us, like noontide sunshine on a dubious morn. It must be sure, the honor and the fame of France's gay and gallant infantry, so dear, so cherished all the empire through, binds us to compass it. Maintain the ranks, let none be thinned by impulse or excuse of bearing back the wounded, and, in fine, be every one in this conviction firm, that 'tis our sacred bond to overthrow these hirelings of a country not their own, yea, England's hirelings, they, a realm stiff-steeled in deathless hatred of our land and lives. The campaign closes with this victory, and we return to find our standards joined by vast young armies forming now in France. Forthwith resistless, peace establish we, worthy of you, the nation, and of me. Napoleon. To his marshals, so shall we prostrate these paid slaves of hers, England's, I mean, the root of all the war. Voice of Murat, the further details sent of Trafalgar are not assuring. Voice of Lance, what may the details be? Voice of Napoleon, moodily, we learn that 26 ships of war, during the fight and after, struck their flags, and that the tigerish gale throughout the night gave fearful finish to the English rage. By luck their Nelson's gone, but gone withal are 20,000 prisoners, taken off to gnaw their fingernails in British hulks. Of our vast squadrons of the summertime but rags and splintered remnants now remain. Thus wise Villeneuve, poor craven, quitted him. And England puffed to yet more bombastry. Well, well, I can't be everywhere. No matter, a victory's brewing here as counterpoise. These water rats may paddle in their salt slush, and welcome. 'Tis not long they'll have the lead. Ships can be wrecked by land. Another voice, and how by land, your majesty, if one may query such? Voice of Napoleon, sardonically, I'll bid all states of Europe shut their ports to England's arrogant bottoms, slowly starve her bloated revenues and monstrous trade, till all her hulls lie sodden in their docks, and her grey island eyes in vain shall seek one jack of hers upon the ocean plains. Voice of Soult, a few more master strokes, your Majesty, must be dealt hereabout to compass such. Voice of Napoleon, God, yes, even here Pitt's guineas are the foes, 'tis all a duel twixt this Pitt and me, and, more than Russia's host, and Austria's flower, I everywhere tonight around me feel as from an unseen monster haunting nigh his country's hostile breath, but come, to choke it by our tomorrow's feats, which now, in brief, I recapitulate. First, Soult will move to forward the grand project of the day, namely, ascend in echelon, right to front, with Vandame's men, and those of St. Hilaire, Legrand's division somewhere further back, nearly whereat I place my finger here, to be there reinforced by tirailleurs, Lance to the left here, on the Olmutz road, supported by Murat's whole cavalry. While in reserve, here, are the grenadiers of Oudinot, the corps of Bernadotte, Rivaud, Drouet, and the Imperial Guard. Marshals' voices even as we understood, sire, and have ordered. Naught lags but day, to light our victory. Voice of Napoleon, now let us up and ride the bivouacs round, and note positions ere the soldiers sleep. Omit not from tomorrow's home dispatch direction that this blow of Trafalgar be hushed in all the news sheets sold in France, or, if reported, let it be portrayed as a rash fight whereat we came not worst, but were so broken by the boisterous eve that England claims to be the conqueror. There emerge from the tent Napoleon and the marshals, who all mount the horses that are led up, and proceed through the frost and time towards the bivouacs. At the Emperor's approach to the nearest soldiery they spring up. Soldiers, the Emperor. He's here. The Emperor's here. An old grenadier, approaching Napoleon familiarly, we'll bring thee Russian guns and flags galore, to celebrate thy coronation day. They gather into wisps the straw, hay, and other litter on which they have been lying, and kindling these at the dying fires, wave them as torches. This is repeated as each fire is reached, till the whole French position is one wide illumination. The most enthusiastic of the soldiers follow the Emperor in a throng as he progresses, and his whereabouts in the vast field is denoted by their cries. Chorus of pities, aerial music, strange suasive pool of personality. Chorus of ironic spirits, his projects they unknow, his grin unsee. Chorus of the pities their luckless hearts say blindly, he. The night shades close over. Scene 2 the same. The Russian position, midnight at the quarters of Field Marshal Prince Kutuzov at Krasnowitz. An inner apartment is discovered, roughly adapted as a council room. On a table with candles is unfolded a large map of Austerlitz and its environs. The generals are assembled in consultation round the table, Weerother pointing to the map, Langren, Buxhoeften, and Miloradovic standing by, Doktorov bending over the map, Poshpasuski 13 indifferently walking up and down. Kutuzov, old and weary, with a scarred face and only one eye, is seated in a chair at the head of the table, nodding, waking, and nodding again. Some officers of lower grade are in the background, and horses in waiting are heard hoofing and champing outside. Weerother speaks, referring to memoranda, snuffing the nearest candle, and moving it from place to place on the map as he proceeds importantly. Weerother now here, our right, along the Omuts road will march and oust our counterfacers there, dislodge them from the Sinton Hill, and thence advance direct to Brune. You heed me, sirs. The cavalry will occupy the plain, our center and main strength. You follow me, Count Langren, Dr. Off, with Pashpasuski and Kolorath, now on the Pratzen Heights, will down and cross the Goldback rivulet, seize Tilnitz, Kabelnitz, and hamlets nigh, turn the French right, move onward in their rear. Cross Schwarzer, hold the great Vienna road, so, with the nightfall, center, right, and left, we'll rendezvous beneath the walls of Brune. Langren, taking a pinch of snuff, good, General, very good, if Bonaparte will kindly stand and let you have your way. But what if he do not, if he forestall these sound slow movements, mount the Pratzen hills when we descend, fall on our rear forthwith, while we go crying for his rear in vain? Kutuzov, waking up, Weerother, that's the question, Weerother, impatiently, if Bonaparte had meant to climb up there, being one so spry and so determinate, he would have set about it ere this eve. He has not troops to do so, sirs, I say, his utmost strength is 40,000 men. Langren then, if so weak, how can so wise a brain court ruin by abiding calmly here the impact of a force so large as ours? He may be mounting up this very hour. What think you, General Miloradovic? Miloradovic, what's the use of thinking, when tomorrow will tell us, with no need to think at all? Weerother pa. At this moment he retires a pace. His fires are dark, all sounds have ceased that way save voice of owl or mongrel wintering there. But, were he nigh, these movements I detail would knock the bottom from his enterprise. Kutuzov, rising, well, well. Now this being ordered, set it going. One here shall make fair copies of the notes, and send them round. Colonel Van Tol I ask to translate part. Generals, it grows full late, and half a dozen hours of needed sleep will aid us more than maps. We now disperse, and luck attend us all. Good night. Good night. The generals and other officers go out severally. Such plans are paper. Only tomorrow's light reveals the true maneuver to my sight. He flaps out with his hand all the candles but one or two, slowly walks outside the house, and listens. On the high ground in the direction of the French lines are heard shouts, and a wide illumination grows and strengthens, but the hollows are still mantled in fog. Are these the signs of regiments out of heart, and beating backward from an enemy? He remains pondering. On the Pratzen Heights immediately in front there begins a movement among the Russians, signifying that the plan which involves desertion of that vantage ground is about to be put in force. Noises of drunken singing arise from the Russian lines at various points elsewhere. The night shades involve the whole. Scene 3 the same. The French position, shortly before dawn on the morning of the 2nd of December. A white frost and fog still prevail in the low-lying areas, but overhead the sky is clear. A dead silence reigns. Napoleon, on a grey horse, closely attended by Berthier, and surrounded by Marshals Soult, Lance, Murat, and their aides-de-camp, all cloaked, is discernible in the gloom riding down from the high ground before Belowitz, on which they have bivouacked, to the village of Puntowitz on the Goldback stream, quite near the front of the Russian position of the day before on the Pratzen crest. The Emperor and his companions come to a pause, look around and upward to the hills, and listen. Napoleon, their bivouac fires, that lit the top last night, are all extinct. Lance, and hark you, sire, I catch a sound which, if I err not, means the thing we have hoped, and hoping, feared fate would not yield. Napoleon, my God, it surely is the tramp of horse and jolt of cannon downward from the hill toward our right here, by the swampy lakes that face Davout. Thus, as I sketched, they work. Murat, yes. They already move upon Dynasts. Napoleon, leave them alone. Nor stick nor stone wheel stir to interrupt them. Naught that we can scheme will help us like their own stark sightlessness. Let them get down to those white lowlands there, and so far plunge in the level that no skill, when sudden vision flashes on their fault, can help them, though despair stung, to regain the key to mastery held at Yestev. Meantime move onward these divisions here under the fog's kind shroud, descend the slope, and cross the stream below the Russian lines, their hold concealed, till I send down the word. Napoleon and his staff retire to the hill southeast of Belowitz, and the day dawns pallidly. T's good to get above that rimy cloak and into cleaner air. It chilled me through. When they reach the summit they are over the fog, and suddenly the sun breaks forth to the left of Pratzen, illuminating the ash-hued face of Napoleon and the faces of those around him. All eyes are turned first to the sun, and thence to look for the dense masses of men that had occupied the upland the night before. Murat, I see them not. The plateau seems deserted. Napoleon gone, verily. How much will you bid, an hour hence, for the Koign abandoned now? The battle's ours. It was, then, their rash march downwards to Dynasts and the Goldback swamps before dawn, that we heard. No hurry, Lance. Enjoy this sun, that rests its chubby jowl upon the plain, and thrusts its bristling beard across the lowland's fleecy counterpane, peering beneath our broadest hat-brim's shade. Soult, how long hence to win the Pratzen top? Soult, some 20 minutes or less, your Majesty. Our troops down there, still mantled by the mist, are half upon the way. Napoleon, good. Set forth with Vandamme and Saint Hilaire to mount the slopes. Firing begins in the marsh to the right by Dynasts and the pools, though the thick air yet hides the operations. Oh, there you are, blind boozy books Hoofden. Achieve your worst. Davut will hold you firm. The head of an aide-de-camp rises through the fog on that side, and he hastens up to Napoleon and his companions, to whom the officer announces what has happened. Davut rides off, disappearing legs first into the white stratum that covers the attack. Lance and Murat, you have concern enough here on the left, with Prince Bagration and all the Austro-Russian cavalry. Haste off. The victory promising today will, like a thunderclap, conclude the war. The marshals with their aides gallop away towards their respective divisions. Soon the two divisions under Soult are seen ascending in close column the inclines of the Pratzen height. Thereupon the heads of the Russian center columns disclose themselves, breaking the skyline of the summit from the other side, in a desperate attempt to regain the position vacated by the Russian left. A fierce struggle develops there between Soult's divisions and these, who, despite their tardy attempt to recover the lost post of dominance, are pressed by the French off the slopes into the lowland. Semichorus, eye of the pities, aerial music, O great necessitator, heed us now. If it indeed must be that this day Austria smoke with slaughter, quicken the issue as thou knowest how, and dull their logment in a flesh that galls. Semichorus too, if it be in the future human story to lift this man to yet intenser glory, let the exploit be done with the least sting, or none, to those, his kind, at whose expense such pitch is won. Spirit of the years, again ye deprecate the world soul's way that I so long have told. Then note anew, since ye forget, the ordered potencies, nerves, sinews, trajects, eddies, ducts of it, the eternal urger, pressing change on change. At once, as earlier, a preternatural clearness possesses the atmosphere of the battlefield, in which the scene becomes anatomized and the living masses of humanity transparent. The controlling immanent will appears therein, as a brain-like network of currents and ejections, twitching, interpenetrating, entangling, and thrusting hither and thither the human forms. Semichorus, eye of ironic spirits, aerial music, O innocents, can ye forget that things to be were shaped and set ere mortals and this planet met? Semichorus too, stand ye apostrophizing that which, working all, works but thereat like some sublime fermenting vat. Semichorus, eye heaving throughout its vast content with strenuously transmutive bent, though of its aim insentient. Semichorus too, could ye have seen its early deeds ye would not cry, as one who pleads for quarter, when a Europe bleeds. Semichorus, eye, ere ye, young pities, had upgrown from out the deeps where mortals moan against a ruling not their own. Semichorus too he of the years beheld, and we, creation's prentice artistry express in forms that now Semichorus, I tentative dreams from day to day, mangle its types, re-knead the clay in some more palpitating way. Semichorus too beheld the rarest wrecked amain, whole nigh perfected species slain by those that scarce could boast a brain. Semichorus I saw ravage, growth, diminish, add, here peoples sane, their peoples mad, in choiceless throes of good and bad. Semichorus too heard laughters at the ruthless dooms which tortured to the eternal glooms quick, quivering hearts in hecatombs. Chorus us ancients, then, it ill befits to quake when slaughter's spectre flits athwart this field of Austerlitz. Shade of the earth, pain not their young compassions by such law, but hold you mute, and read the battle yonder, the moment marks the day's catastrophe. Scene 4 the same. The Russian position, it is about noon, and the vital spectacle is now near the village of Dynasts. The fog has dispersed, and the sun shines clearly, though without warmth, the ice on the pools gleaming under its radiance. General Buxhoeften and his aides-de-camp have reined up, and remain at pause on a hillock. The general watches through a glass his battalions, which are still disputing the village. Suddenly approach down the track from the upland of Pratzen large companies of Russian infantry helter-skelter. Count Langren is beheld to be retreating with them, and soon, pale and agitated, he hastens up to General Buxhoeften, whose face is flushed. Langren, while they are upon us you stay idle here. Pushbasiewski's column is distraught and rent, and more than half my own made captive. Yet, Krasnoit's carried, and Sokonit's hemmed, the enemy's whole strength will stound you soon. Buxhoeften, you seem to see the enemy everywhere. Langren, you cannot see them, be they here or no. Buxhoeften, I only wait Pushbasiewski's nearing corps to join Doktorov's to them. Here they come. Soult, supported by Bernadotte and Oudinot, having cleared and secured the Pratzen height, his battalions are perceived descending from it on this side, behind Doktorov's division, so placing the latter between themselves and the pools. Langren, you cannot tell the Frenchmen from ourselves. These are the victors. Doktorov, lost. Doktorov's troops are seen to be retreating towards the water. The watchers stand in painful tenseness. Buxhoeften, Doktorov tell to save him as he may. We, Count, must gather up our shaken flesh and hurry them by the road through Austerlitz. Buxhoeften's regiments and the remains of Langren's are rallied and collected, and they retreat by way of the hamlet of Orgist. As they go over the summit of a hill, Buxhoeften looks back. Langren's columns, which were behind his own, have been cut off by Vandame's division coming down from the Pratzen plateau. This and some detachments from Doktorov's column rush towards the Satchan Lake and endeavor to cross it on the ice. It cracks beneath their weight. At the same moment Napoleon and his brilliant staff appear on the top of the Pratzen. The Emperor watches the scene with a vulpine smile, and directs a battery near at hand to fire down upon the ice on which the Russians are crossing. A ghastly crash and splashing follows the discharge, the shining surface breaking into pieces like a mirror, which fly in all directions. 2,000 fugitives are engulfed, and their groans of despair reach the ears of the watchers like ironical huzzas. A general flight of the Russian army from wing to wing is now disclosed, involving in its current the Emperor Alexander and the Emperor Francis, with the reserve, who are seen towards Austerlitz endeavoring to rally their troops in vain. They are swept along by the disordered soldiery. Scene V the same. Near the windmill of Palany, The mill is about 7 miles to the southward, between French advanced posts and the Austrians. A bivouac fire is burning. Napoleon, in grey overcoat and beaver hat turned up front to back, rides to the spot with Berthier, Savary, and his aides, and alights. He walks to and fro complacently, meditating or talking to Berthier. 2 groups of officers, one from each army, stand in the background on their respective sides. Napoleon, what's this of Alexander? Weep, did he, like his old namesake, but for meaner cause? Ha, ha. Berthier, word goes, your Majesty, that Colonel Toll, one of Field Marshal Price Kutuzov's staff, in the retreating swirl of overthrow, found Alexander seated on a stone, beneath a leafless roadside apple tree, out here by Godding on the Holwich Way, his coal-black uniform and snowy plume unmarked, his face disconsolate, his grey eyes mourning in tears the fate of his brave array, all flying southward, save the steadfast slain. Napoleon, poor devil, but he'll soon get over it, sooner than his employers oversee. Ha! This will make friend Pitt and England writhe, and cloud somewhat their lustrous Trafalgar. An open carriage approaches from the direction of Holwich, accompanied by a small escort of Hungarian guards. Napoleon walks forward to meet it as it draws up, and welcomes the Austrian Emperor, who alights. He is wearing a grey cloak over a white uniform, carries a light walking cane, and is attended by Prince John of Liechtenstein, Schwarzenberg, and others. His fresh-colored face contrasts strangely with the bluish pallor of Napoleon's, but it is now thin and anxious. They formally embrace. Berthier, Prince John, and the rest retire, and the 2 emperors are left by themselves before the fire. Napoleon, here on the roofless ground do I receive you, my only mansion for these 2 months past. Francis, your tenancy thereof has brought such fame that it must needs be one which charms you, sire. Napoleon, good. Now this war. It has been forced on me just at a crisis most inopportune, when all my energies and arms were bent on teaching England that her watery walls are no defence against the wrath of France aroused by breach of solemn covenants. Francis, I had no zeal for violating peace till ominous events in Italy revealed the gloomy truth that France aspires to conquest there, and undue sovereignty. Since when mine eyes have seen no sign outhilled to signify a change of purposings. Napoleon, yet there were terms distinctly specified to General Gaiule in November past, whereon I'd gladly fling the sword aside. To wit, that hot our migrant jealousy stir us no further on Transalpine rule, I'd take the Isonzo River as our bounds. Francis, roundly, that I cede all, and how may stand your views as to the Russian forces here? Napoleon, you have all to lose by that alliance, sire. Leave Russia. Let the Emperor Alexander make his own terms, whereof the first must be that he retire from Austrian territory. I'll grant an armistice therefore. Anon I'll treat with him to weld a lasting peace, based on some simple undertakings, chief, that Russian armies keep to the ports of his domain. Meanwhile to you I'll tender this good word, keep Austria to herself. To Russia bound, you pay your own costs with your provinces, Alexander's likewise therewithal. Francis, I see as much, and long have seen it, sire, and standing here the vanquished, let me own what happier issues might have left unsaid. Long, long I have lost the wish to bind myself to Russia's purposings and Russia's risks. Little do I count these alliances with powers that have no substance seizable. As they converse they walk away. An Austrian officer, O strangest scene of an eventful life, this junction that I witness here today. An emperor, in whose majestic veins Aeneas and the proud Caesarian line claim yet to live, and, though scarce less renowned, the dauntless hawks hold counts, of gallantry so great in fame 1,000 years ago, to bend with deference and manners mild in talk with this adventuring campaigner, raised but by pikes above the common herd. Another Austrian officer, A. There be sad chance swamps and Pratzen heights in royal lines, as here at Austerlitz. The emperors again draw near. Francis then, to this armistice, which shall be called immediately at all points, I agree, and pledge my word that my august ally accept it likewise, and withdraw his force by daily measured march to his own realm. Napoleon, for him I take your word. And pray believe that rank ambitions are your own, not mine, that though I have postured as your enemy, and likewise Alexander's, we are one in interests, have in all things common cause. One country sows these mischiefs Europe through by her insidious chink of alluring or false-featured England, who, to aggrandize her name, her influence, and her revenues, schemes to impropriate the whole world's trade, and starves and bleeds the folk of other lands. Her rock-rimmed situation walls her off like a slim selfish mollusk in its shell from the wide views and fair fraternities which on the mainland we reciprocate, and quicks her quest for profit in our woes. Francis, I am not competent, your Majesty, to estimate that country's conscience now, nor engage on my allies' behalf that English ships be shut from Russian trade. But joyful am I that in all things else my promise can be made, and that this day our conference ends in friendship and esteem. Napoleon, I will send Savary at tomorrow's blink and make all lucid to the Emperor. For us, I wholly can avow as mine the cordial spirit of your Majesty. They retire towards the carriage of Francis. Berthier, Savary, Liechtenstein, and the suite of officers advance from the background, and with mutual gestures of courtesy and amicable leave-takings the two emperors part company. Chorus of the Pities, aerial music, each for himself, his family, his heirs, for the one weltering nations who concerns, who cares. Chorus of ironic spirits, a pertinent query, in truth, but spoil not the sport by your ruth. 'Tis enough to make half yonder zodiac laugh when rulers begin to allude to their lack of ambition, and strong opposition to all but the general good. Spirit of the years, hush levities. Events press, turn ye westward. A nebulous curtain draws slowly across. Scene 6, Shokerwick House, near Bath, the interior of the picture gallery. Enter Wiltshire, the owner, and Pitt, who looks emaciated and walks feebly. Wiltshire, pointing to a portrait. Now here you have the lady we discussed, a fine example of his manner, sir. Pitt. It is a fine example, sir, indeed, with that transparency amid the shades, and those thin blue-green greyish leafages behind the pillar in the background there, which seem the leaves themselves. Ah, this is Quin. Moving to another picture. Wiltshire. Yes, Quin. A man of varied parts, the rough and choleric at times. Yet, at his best, as Falstaff, never matched, they say. But I had not the fate to see him in the flesh. Pitt. Churchill well carves him in his character: his eyes, in gloomy socket taught to roll, proclaimed the sullen habit of his soul. In fancied scenes, as in life's real plan, he could not for a moment sink the man. Nature, in spite of all his skill, crept in. Horatio, Dorax, Falstaff, style 'twas Quin. He was at Bath when Gainsborough settled there in that house in the circus which we know. I like the portrait much. The brilliancy of Gainsborough lies in this his double sway, sovereign of landscape he, of portraiture joined monarch with Sir Joshua. Ah, that's, hark! Is that the patter of horses' hoofs along the road? Wiltshire. I notice nothing, sir. Pitt. It is a gallop, growing quite distinct. And, can it be a messenger for me? Wiltshire. I hope no ugly European news to stop the honor of this visit, sir. They listen. The gallop of the horse grows louder, and is checked at the door of the house. There is a hasty knocking, and a courier, splashed with mud from hard riding, is shown into the gallery. He presents a dispatch to Pitt, who sits down and hurriedly opens it. Pitt, to himself, oh heavy news indeed! Disastrous, dire. He appears overcome as he sits, and covers his forehead with his hand. Wiltshire. I trust you are not ill, sir. Pitt. After some moments, could I have a little brandy, sir, quick brought to me? Wiltshire. In one brief minute. Brandy is brought in, and Pitt takes it. Pitt. Now leave me, please, alone. I'll call anon. Is there a map of Europe handy here? Wiltshire fetches a map from the library, and spreads it before the minister. Wiltshire, courier, and servant go out. Oh God, that I should live to see this day! He remains a while in a profound reverie, then resumes the reading of the dispatch. Defeated, the Allies, quite overthrown at Austerlitz, last week. Where's Austerlitz? But what avails it where the place is now? What corpse is curious on the longitude and situation of his cemetery? The Austrians and the Russians overcome, that vast adventuring army is set free to bend unhindered strength against our strand. So do my plans through all these plodding years announce them built in vain. His heel on Europe, monarchies in chains to France, I am as though I had never been. He gloomily ponders the dispatch and the map some minutes longer. At last he rises with difficulty, and rings the bell. A servant enters. Call up my carriage, please you, now at once, and tell your master I return to Bath this moment. I may want a little help in getting to the door here. Servant, sir, I will, and summon you my master instantly. He goes out and re-enters with Wiltshire. Pitt is assisted from the room. Pitt, roll up that map. 'Twill not be needed now these 10 years. Realms, laws, peoples, dynasties, are churning to a pulp within the maw of empire-making lust and personal gain. Exeunt Pitt, Wiltshire, and the servant, and in a few minutes the carriage is heard driving off, and the scene closes. Scene 7, Paris. A street leading to the Tuileries. It is night, and the dim oil lamps reveal a vast concourse of citizens of both sexes around the palace gates and in the neighboring thoroughfares. Spirit of the years, to the spirit of rumor, thou mayest descend and join this crowd a while, and speak what things shall come into thy mouth. Spirit sinister, I'll hearken. I wouldn't miss it for the groans on another Austerlitz. The spirit of rumor enters on the scene in the disguise of a young foreigner. Spirit, to a street woman, lady, a late hour this to be afoot. Woman, poor prophet, then, to me from my true trade, wherein hot competition is so rife already, since these victories brought to town so many foreign jobbers in my line, that I'd best hold my tongue from praise of fame. However, one is caught by popular zeal, and though 5 midnights have not brought a sou, I, too, chant jubilate like the rest. In courtesies have haughty monarchs vied towards the conqueror, who, with men at arms 1/4 theirs, has vanquished by his nerve vast mustering 400,000 strong, and given new tactics to the art of war unparalleled in Europe's history. Spirit, what man is this, whose might thou blazonest so, who makes the earth to tremble, shakes old thrones, and turns the plains to wilderness? Woman, dost ask as ignorant, yet asking can define. What mean you, traveler? Spirit, I am a stranger here, a wandering wight, whose life has not been spent this side the globe, though I can speak the tongue. Woman, your air has truth in tea, but your state is strange. Had I a husband he should tackle thee. Spirit, dozens thou'st had, batches more than she Samaria knew, if now thou'st not one. Woman, wilt take the situation from this hour. Spirit, thou knowest not what thy frailty asks, good dame. Woman, well, learn in small the Emperor's chronicle, as gleaned from what my soldier husbands say. Some 45 standards of his foes are brought to Paris, borne triumphantly in proud procession through the surging streets, ever as brands of fame to shine aloft in dim-lit senate halls and city aisles. Spirit, fair Munich sparkled with festivity as there while he tarried, and was met by the gay Josephine your empress here. There, too, Eugene, woman Napoleon's stepson he, Spirit, received for gift the hand of fair Princess Augusta, daughter of Bavaria's crown, forced from her plighted troth to Baden's heir, and, to complete his honoring, was hailed successor to the throne of Italy. Woman, how know you, ere this news has got abroad? Spirit, channels have I the common people lack. There, on the nonce, the for-renamed Baden prince was joined to Stephanie Bohonais, her who stands as daughter to the man we wait, some say as more. Women they do. Then such not I. Can revolution's dregs so soil thy soul that thou shouldst doubt the eldest son thereof? 'Tis dangerous to insinuate nowadays. Spirit right. Lady many espoused, more charity upbrims in thee than in some loftier ones who would not name thee with their whitewashed tongues. Enough. I am one whom, didst thou know my name, thou wouldst not grudge a claim to speak his mind. Woman 1,000 pardons, sir. Spirit resume thy tale if so thou wishest. Woman nay, but you know best, Spirit, how laureled progress through applauding crowds have marked his journey home. How Strasbourg town, Stuttgart, Karlsruhe, acclaimed him like the rest, how pageantry would here have welcomed him, had not his speed outstripped intelligence. Now will a glimpse of him repay thee. Hark! Shouts arise and increase in the distance, announcing Bonaparte's approach. Well, Bonaparte has revived by land, but not by sea. On that thwart element never will he incorporate his dream, and float as master. Woman, what shall hinder him? Spirit, that which has Hereto England, so to say. Woman, but she's in straits. She lost her Nelson now, a worthy man, he loved a woman well. George drools and babbles in a darkened room, her heaven-born minister declines apace, all smooths the emperor's sway. Spirit, tales have two sides, sweet lady. Vamped-up versions reach thee here. That Austerlitz was lustrous none ignores, but would it shock thy garrulousness to know that the true measure of this Trafalgar, utter defeat, France's naval death, your emperor bade be hid? Woman, the seer's gift has never plenteously endowed me, sir, as in appearance you. But to plain sense things seem as stated. Spirit, we'll let seemings be. But no, these English take to liquid life right patly, nursed therefore in infancy by rhymes and rains which creep into their blood, till like seeks like. The sea is their dry land, and, as on cobbles they wayfare there. Woman, heaven prosper, then, their watery wayfarings if they'll leave us the land, the imperial carriage appears. The emperor, long live the emperor, he's the best by land. Bonaparte's carriage arrives, without an escort. The street lamps shine in, and reveal the Empress Josephine seated beside him. The plaudits of the people grow boisterous as they hail him victor of Austerlitz. The more active run after the carriage, which turns in from the Rue Saint-Honore to the Carrousel, and thence vanishes into the court of the Tuileries. Woman, may all success attend his next exploit. Spirit, namely, to put the knife in England's trade, and teach her treaty manners, if he can. Woman, I like not your queer knowledge, creepy man. There's weirdness in your air. I'd call you ghost had not the goddess Reason laid all such past Mother Church's cunning to restore. Adieu. I'll not be yours tonight. I'd starve first. She withdraws. The crowd wastes away, and the spirit vanishes. Scene 8, Putney. Bowling Green House, Pitt's bedchamber, from the landing without. It is afternoon. At the back of the room as seen through the doorway is a curtained bed, beside which a woman sits, the Lady Hester Stanhope. Bending over a table at the front of the room is Sir Walter Farquhar, the physician. Parslow the footman and another servant are near the door. Tom Lyne, the Bishop of Lincoln, enters. Farquhar, in a subdued voice, I grieve to call your lordship up again, but symptoms lately have disclosed themselves that mean the knell to the frail life in him. And whatsoever thing of gravity it may be needful to communicate, let them be spoken now. Time may not serve if they be much delayed. Tom Lyne stands it this. The name of his disease is Austerlitz. His brow's inscription has been Austerlitz from that dire morning in the month just past when tongues of rumour twanged the word across from its hid nook on the Moravian plains. Farquhar, and yet he might have borne it, had the weight of governmental shackles been unclasped, even partly, from his limbs last Lammersteed, when that despairing journey to the king at Gloucester Lodge by Wessex shore was made to beg such. But relief the king refused. Why want you Fox? What, Grenville and his friends? He harped. You are sufficient without these, rather than Fox, why, give me civil war. And fibre that would rather snap than shrink held out no longer. Now the upshot nears. Lady Hester Stanhope turns her head and comes forward. Lady Hester, I am grateful you are here again, good friend. He's sleeping some light seconds, but once more has asked for tidings of Lord Harrowby, and murmured of his mission to Berlin as Europe's haggard hope, if, sure, it be that any hope remain. Tom Lyne, there's no news yet. These several days while I have been sitting by him he has inquired the quarter of the wind, and where that moment beaked the stable cock. When I said east he answered that is well. Those are the breezes that will speed him home. So cling his heartstrings to his country's cause. Farquhar, I fear that Wellesley's visit here by now strung him to tensest strain. He quite broke down, and has fast faded since. Lady Hester, now he wakes. Please come and speak to him as you would wish, to Tom Lyne. Lady Hester, Tom Lyne and Farquhar retire behind the bed, where in a short time voices are heard in prayer. Afterwards the bishop goes to a writing table, and Lady Hester comes to the doorway. Steps are heard on the stairs, and Pitt's friend Rose, the president of the Board of Trade, appears on the landing and makes inquiries. Lady Hester, whispering, he wills the wardenry of his affairs to his old friend the bishop. But his words bespeak too much anxiety for me, and underrate his services so far that he has doubts if his high deeds deserve such size of recognition by the state as would award slim pensions to his kin. He had been fain to write down his intents, but the quill dropped from his unmuscled hand. Now his friend Tom Lyne pens what he dictates and gleans the lippings of his last desires. Rose and Lady Hester turn. They see the bishop bending over the bed with a sheet of paper on which he has previously been writing. A little later he dips a quill and holds it within the bed curtain, spreading the paper beneath. A thin white hand emerges from behind the curtain and signs the paper. The bishop beckons forward the two servants, who also sign. Farquhar on one side of the bed, and Tomline on the other, are spoken to by the dying man. The bishop afterwards withdraws from the bed and comes to the landing where the others are. Tomline, a list of his directions has been drawn, and feeling somewhat more at mental ease he asks Sir Walter if he has long to live. Farquhar just answered, in a soothing tone, that hope still frailly breathed recovery. At this my dear friend smiled and shook his head, as if to say, I can translate your words, but I reproach not friendship's lullabies. Rose rest he required, and rest was not for him. Farquhar comes forward as they wait. Farquhar, his spell of concentration on these things, determined now, that long have wasted him, have left him in a numbing lethargy, from which I fear he may not rouse to strength for speech with earth again. Rose, but hark! He does. The listen. Pitt, my country. How I leave my country. Tomline, immense the matter those poor words contain. Rose, still does his soul stay wrestling with that theme, and still it will, even semi-consciously, until the drama's done. They continue to converse by the doorway in whispers. Pitt sinks slowly into a stupor, from which he never awakens. Spirit of the pities, to spirit of the years, do you intend to speak to him ere the close? Spirit of the years, nay, I have spoke too often. Time and time, when all earth's light has lain on the nether side, and yapping midnight winds have leapt on the roofs, and raised for him an evil harlequinade of national disasters in long train, that tortured him with harrowing grimace, now I would leave him to pass out in peace, and seek the silence unperturbedly. Spirit sinister, even its official spirit can show ruth at man's fag end, when his destruction's sure. Spirit of the years, it suits us ill to cavil each with each. I might retort. I only say to thee, its slaves we are, its slaves must ever be. Chorus, aerial music, yet, from the void we fetch, like these, and tarry till that please to null us by whose stress we emanate. Our incorporeal sense, our overseeings, our supernal state, our readings why and whence, are but the flower of man's intelligence, and that but an unreckoned incident of the all-urging will, raptly magnipotent. A gauze of shadow overdraws. Part second. Characters. I Phantom intelligence is the ancient spirit of the years / chorus of the years. The spirit of the pities / chorus of the pities. Spirits sinister and ironic / choruses of sinister and ironic spirits. The spirit of rumor / chorus of rumors. The shade of the earth. Spirit messengers. Recording angels. Two persons, the names in lower case are mute figures. Men George III. The Prince of Wales, afterwards Prince Regent. The Royal Dukes. Fox. Perceval. Castlereagh. An Under-Secretary of State. Sheridan. Two young lords. Lords Yarmouth and Keith. Another lord. Other peers, ambassadors, ministers, ex-ministers, members of Parliament, and persons of quality and office. Sir Arthur Wellesley, afterwards Lord Wellington. Sir John Moore. Sir John Hope. Sir David Bed. General Beresford. Colonel Anderson. Colonel Graham. Major Colborne, Principal Aide-de-camp to Moore. Captain Hardinge. Paget, Fraser, Hill, Napier. A captain of hussars and others. Other English generals, colonels, aides, couriers, and military officers. 2 spies. 2 army surgeons. An army chaplain. A sergeant of the 43rd. 2 soldiers of the 9th. English forces. Deserters and stragglers. Dr. Willis. Sir Henry Halford. Dr. Heberden. Dr. Bailey. The King's Apothecary. A gentleman. 2 attendants on the King. Members of a London club. An Englishman in Vienna. Trotter, secretary to Fox. Mr. Bagot. Mr. Forth, master of ceremonies. Servants. A beau, a constable, etc. Napoleon Bonaparte. Joseph Bonaparte. Louis and Jerome Bonaparte, and other members of Napoleon's family. Cambacérès, Arch-Chancellor. Talleyrand. President of the Senate. Caulaincourt. Lebrun, Duroc, Prince of Neufchâtel, Grand Duke of Berg. Eugene de Beauharnais. Champagny, Foreign Minister de Borset, Chamberlain. Murat. Soult. Masséna. Berthier. Junot. Foy. Loison. Ney, Lance, and other French marshals, general and regimental officers, aides, and couriers. 2 French subalterns. Another French officer. French forces. Grand Marshal, Grand Almoners, heralds, and other officials at Napoleon's marriage. Abbé de Prat, chapel master. Corvisart, first physician to Marie-Louise. Berdier, second physician to Marie-Louise. Dubois, a cowsure to Marie-Louise. Maskers at a ball. 2 servants at the Tuileries. A Parisian crowd. Gillet de Gevrilliers, a conspirator. Louis XVIII. Of France. French princes in England. The King of Prussia. Prince Henry of Prussia. Prince Royal of Bavaria. Prince Hohenlohe. Generals Ruchel, Toenzian, and attendant officers. Prussian forces. Prussian stragglers. Berlin citizens. Carlos IV, King of Spain. Fernando, Prince of Asturias, son to the King. Godoy, Prince of Peace, lover of the Queen. Count of Montijo. Viscount Materosa, Spanish deputy. Don Diego de la Vega, Spanish deputy. Godoy's guards and other soldiery. Spanish citizens. A servant to Godoy. Spanish forces. Camp followers. Francis, Emperor of Austria. Metternich. Another Austrian minister. Schwarzenberg. Dynasts, an equerry. Austrian officers. Aides de camp. Austrian forces. Couriers and secretaries. Viennese citizens. The Emperor Alexander. The Grand Duke Constantine. Prince Labanov. Count Leven. Generals Bennigsen, Alworov, and others. Officers in attendance on Alexander. Women Caroline, Princess of Wales. Duchess of York. Duchess of Rutland. Marchioness of Salisbury. Marchioness of Hertford. Other peeresses. Mrs. Fitzherbert. Ambassadors' wives, wives of minister and members of parliament, and other ladies of note. The Empress Josephine. Hortense, Queen of Holland. The mother of Napoleon. Princess Pauline, and others of Napoleon's family. Duchess of Montebello. Madame de Montesquieu. Madame Blaise, nurse to Marie-Louis. Wives of French ministers, and of other officials. Other ladies of the French court. Duchess of Angoulême. Louisa, Queen of Prussia. The Countess Voss, Lady-in-Waiting. Berlin ladies. Maria Louisa, Queen of Spain. Theresa of Bourbon, wife of Godoy. Dona Josefa Tudo, mistress of Godoy. Lady-in-waiting to the Queen. A servant. M. Louisa Beatrix, Empress of Austria. The Archduchess Marie-Louisa, afterwards the Empress Marie-Louise. Madame Metternich. Ladies of the Austrian court. The Empress Mother of Russia. Grand Duchess Anne of Russia. Act First Scene I London. Fox's Lodgings, Arlington Street, Fox, the Foreign Secretary in the new Ministry of All the Talents, sits at a table writing. He is a stout, swarthy man, with shaggy eyebrows, and his breathing is somewhat obstructed. His clothes look as though they had been slept in. Trotter, his private secretary, is writing at another table near. A servant enters. Servant, another stranger presses to see you, sir. Fox, without raising his eyes, oh, another. What's he like? Servant, a foreigner, sir, though not so out at elbows as might be thought from the denomination. He says he's from Gravesend, having lately left Paris, and that you sent him a passport. He comes with a police officer. Fox, to be sure. I remember. Bring him in, and tell the officer to wait outside. Servant goes out. Trotter, will you leave us for a few minutes? But be within hail. The secretary retires, and the servant shows in a man who calls himself Gillet de Gevrillier, a tall, thin figure of 30, with restless eyes. The door being shut behind him, he is left alone with the minister. Fox points to a seat, leans back, and surveys his visitor. Gevrillier thanks to you, sir, for this high privilege of hailing England, and of entering here. Without a fore-extended confidence like this of yours, my plans would not have sped. A pause. Europe, alas, sir, has her waiting foot upon the sill of further slaughter scenes. Fox, I fear it is so. In your lines you wrote, I think, that you are a true Frenchman born. Gevrillier, I did, sir. Fox, how contrived you, then, to cross? Gevrillier, it was from Emden that I shipped for Gravesend, in a small sailor called the Toby, sir, masked under Prussian colors. Emden I reached on foot, on horseback, and by sundry shifts, from Paris over Holland, secretly. Fox, and you are stored with tidings of much pith, whose tenor would be priceless to the state. Gevrillier, I am. It is, in brief, no more nor less than means to mitigate and even end these welfare-wasting wars, usher in a painless spell of peace. Fox, prithee speak on. No statesman can desire it more than I. Gevrillier, looking to see that the door is shut. No nation, sir, can live its natural life, or think its thoughts in these days unassailed. No crown-capped head enjoy tranquility. The fount of such high springtide of disorder, fevered disquietude, and forceful death, is one, a single man. He, need I name, the ruler is of France. Fox, well, in the past I fear that it has liked so. But we see good reason still to hope that broadening views, politer wisdom now is helping him to saner guidance of his arrogant car. Gevrillier, the generous hope will never be fulfilled. Ceasing to bluff, then ceases he to be. None sees that written largelier than himself. Fox, then what may be the valued revelation that you can unlock in such circumstance? Sir, I incline to spell you as a spy, and not the honest help for honest men you gave you out to be. Gevrillier, I beg, sir, to spare me that suspicion. Never a thought could be more groundless. Solemnly I vow that notwithstanding what his signals show the Emperor of France is as I say, yet bring I good assurance, and declare a medicine for all bruised Europe's sores. Fox, impatiently, well, parley to the point, for I confess no new negotiation do I note that you can open up to work such cure. Gevrillier, the sovereign remedy for an ill effect is the extinction of its evil cause. Safely and surely how to compass this I have the weighty honor to disclose, certain immunities being guaranteed by those your power can influence, and yourself. Fox, astonished, assassination. Gevrillier, I care not for names. A deed's true name is as its purpose is. The lexicon of liberty and peace defines not this deed as assassination, though maybe it is writ so in the tongue of courts and universal tyranny. Fox, why brought you this proposal here to me? Gevrillier, my knowledge of your love of things humane, things free, things fair, of truth, of tolerance, right, justice, national felicity, prompted belief and hope in such a man. The matter is by now well forwarded, a house at Plassey hired as pivot point from which the sanct intention can be worked, and soon made certain. To our good allies no risk attaches, merely to ourselves. Fox, touching a private bell, sir, your unconscienced hardihood confounds me. And your mind's measure of my character insults it sorely. By your late sent lines of specious import, by your bland address, I have been led to prattle hopefully with a cutthroat confessed. The head constable and the secretary enter at the same moment. Ere worse befall, sir, up and get you gone most dexterously. Conduct this man, lose never sight of him, to the officer, till hailed aboard some anchor-weighing craft bound to remotest coasts from us and France. Gevrillier, unmoved, how you may handle me concerns me little. The project will as roundly ripe itself without as with me. Trusty souls remain, though my far bones bleach white on austral shores, I thank you for the audience. Long ere this I might have reft your life. Notice here, he produces a dagger, which is snatched from him. They need not have done that. Even had you risen to wrestle with, insult, strike, pinion me, it would have lain unused. In hands like mine and my allies, the man of peace is safe, treat as he may our corporal tenement in his misreading of a moral code. Exeunt Gevrillier and the constable. Fox-trotter, indeed you well may stare at me. I look warm, and I am windless, too, I have sufficient reason to be so. That dignified and pensive gentleman was a bold bravo, waiting for his chance. He sketched a scheme for murdering Bonaparte, either, as in my haste I understood, by shooting from a window as he passed, or by some other wry and stealthy means that haunt sad brains which brood on despotism, but lack the tools to justly cope therewith. On later thoughts I feel not fully sure if, in my ferment, I did right in this. No, hail at once the man in charge of him, and give the word that he is to be detained. The secretary goes out. Fox walks to the window in deep reflection till the secretary returns. Secretary, I was in time, sir. He has been detained. Fox, now what does strict state honor ask of me? No less than that I bear this poppling plot to the French ruler and our fiercest foe. Maybe 'twas but a hoax to pocket pay, and yet it can mean more. The man's indifference to his own vague doom beamed out as one exalted trait in him, and showed the altitude of his rash dream. Well, now I'll get me on to Downing Street, there to draw up a note to Tauler and retailing him the facts. What signature subscribed this desperate fellow when he wrote? Secretary Gillet de la Gevrillier. Here it stands. Fox, doubtless it was a false one. Come along. Looking out the window. Ah, here's Sir Francis Vincent, he'll go with us. Ah, what a twinge. Time signals that he draws towards the 12th stroke of my working day. I fear old England soon must voice her speech with Europe through another mouth than mine. Secretary, I trust not, sir. Though you should rest a while. The very servants half are invalid from the unceasing labours of your post, and these cloaked visitors of every clime that market on your magnanimity to gain an audience morning, night, and noon, leaving you no respite. Fox, 'tis true. how I shall love my summer holiday at pleasant St. Anne's Hill. He leans on the secretary's arm, and they go out. Seen to the route between London and Paris, a view now nocturnal, now diurnal, from on high over the Straits of Dover, and stretching from city to city. By night Paris and London seem each as a little swarm of lights surrounded by a halo, by day as a confused glitter of white and grey. The channel between them is as a mirror reflecting the sky, brightly or faintly, as the hour may be. Spirit of the pities, what mean these couriers shooting shuttlewise to Paris and to London, turn and turn? Rumours, chanting in antiphons, I the aforesaid tidings fro the minister, spokesman in England's cause to states afar, to traverse the waters borne by one of such, and thereto Bonaparte's responses are, I the principles of honour and of truth whichever actuate the sender's mind to herein are written largely. Take our thanks. We read that this conjuncture undesigned unfolds felicitous means of showing you that still our eyes are set, as yours, on peace, to which great end the Treaty of Amiens must be the groundwork of our amities. I from London then, the path to amity the King of England studies to pursue, with Russia hand in hand he is yours to close the long convulsions thrilling Europe through. I still fare the shadowy missioners across, by Dover Road and Calais Channel track, from Thames side towers to Paris palace gates, from Paris leisurely to London back. I till thus speaks France, much grief it gives us that, being pledged to treat, one emperor with one king, you yet have struck a jarring counternote and tone that keys not with such promising. I in these last word, then, of this pregnant pile, I trust I may persuade your Excellency to that in no circumstance, on no pretence, a party to our pact can Russia be. Spirit sinister, fortunately for the manufacture of corpses by machinery, Napoleon sticks to this veto, and so wards off the awkward catastrophe of a general peace descending upon Europe. Now England. Rumours, continuing, I thereon speeds down through Kent and Picardy, evenly as some southing sky-bird's shade. We gather not from your imperial lines a reason why our words should be reward. We hold Russia not as our ally that is to be, she stands fully plighted so, thus trembles peace upon this balance point, will you that Russia be let in or no? Then France rolls out rough words across the strait, to treat with you confederate with the Tsar. Presumes us sunk in sloughs of shamefulness from which we yet stand gloriously afar. The English army must be Flanders fed, and entering Picardy with pompous prance, to warrant such. Enough. Our comfort is, the crime of further strife lies not with France. Spirit of the pities, alas! What prayer will save the struggling lands, whose lives are ninepins to these bowling hands? Chorus of rumours, France secretly with Russia plights her troth. Britain, that lonely isle, is slurred by both. Spirit sinister, it is as neat as an uncovered check at chess. You may now mark Fox's blank countenance at finding himself thus rewarded for the good turn done to Bonaparte, and at the extraordinary conduct of his chilly friend the Muscovite. Spirit of the pities, his hand so trembles it can scarce retain the quill wherewith he lets Lord Yarmouth know reserve is no more needed. Spirit ironic now enters another character of this remarkable little piece, Lord Lauderdale, and again the messengers fly. Spirit of the pities, but what strange figure, pale and noiseless, comes, by us perceived, unrecognized by those, into the very closet and retreat of England's minister. Spirit of the years, the tipstaff he of the will, the many masked, my good friend Death. The statesman's feeble form you may perceive now hustled into the invisible, and the unfinished game of dynasties left to proceed without him. Spirit of the pities, here, then, ends my hope for Europe's reason-wrought repose. He was the friend of peace, did his great best to shed her balms upon humanity, and now he's gone. No substitute remains. Spirit ironic, the remainder of the episode is frankly farcical. Negotiations are again effected, but finally you discern Lauderdale applying for passports, and the English Parliament declares to the nation that peace with France cannot be made. Rumours, concluding, the smouldering dudgeon of the Prussian king, meanwhile, upon the horizon's rim afar too bursts into running flame, that all his signs of friendliness were met by moves for war. I attend and hear, for hear ye faintly may, his manifesto made at a furt town, to that to arms only dares he now confide the safety and the honour of his crown. Spirit of the years, draw down the curtain, then, and overscreen this too protracted verbal fencing scene, and let us turn to clanging foot and horse, ordnance, and all the enginery of force. Clouds close over the perspective. Scene 3, the streets of Berlin. It is afternoon, and the thoroughfares are crowded with citizens in an excited and anxious mood. A central path is left open for some expected arrival. There enters on horseback a fair woman, whose rich brown curls stream flutteringly in the breeze, and whose long blue habit flaps against the flank of her curveting white mare. She is the renowned Louisa, Queen of Prussia, riding at the head of a regiment of hussars and wearing their uniform. As she prances along, the thronging citizens acclaim her enthusiastically. Spirit of the pities, who is this fragile fair, in fighting trim? Spirit of the years, she is the pride of Prussia, whose resolve gives ballast to the purpose of her spouse, and holds him to what men call governing. Spirit of the pities, queens have engaged in war, but war's loud trade rings with a roar unnatural, fitful, forced, practiced by women's hands. Spirit of the years, of her view the enterprise is that of scores of men, the strength but half a one's. Spirit of the pities, would fate had ruled, the valor had been his, hers but the charm. Spirit of rumor, but he has nothing on tea, and she has all. The shameless satires of the bulletins dispatched to Paris, thence the wide world through, disturb the dreams of her by those who love her, and thus her brave adventurers for the realm have blurred her picture, soiled her gentleness, and wrought her credit harm. First citizen, vociferously, yes, by God, send an ultimatum to Paris, by God, that's what we'll do, by God. The Confederation of the Rhine was the evil thought of an evil man bent on ruining us. Second citizen, this country double-faced and double-tongued, this France, or rather say, indeed, this man, peoples are honest dealers in the mass, this man, to sign a stealthy scroll with Russia that shuts us off from all indemnities, while swearing faithful friendship with our king, and, still professing our safe wardenry, to fatten other kingdoms at our cost, insults us grossly, and makes Europe clang with echoes of our wrongs. The little states of this antique and homely German land are severed from their blood allies and kin, heritto of one tradition, interest, hope, in calling Lord this rank adventurer, who'll thrust them as a sword against ourselves. Surely great Frederick sweats within his tomb. Third citizen, well, we awake, though we have slumbered long, and she is sent by heaven to kindle us. The Queen approaches to pass back again with her suite. The vociferous applause is repeated. They regard her as she nears. To cry her Amazon, a blusterer, a brazen comrade of the bold dragoons whose uniform she dons. Her, whose each act shows but a mettled modest woman's zeal, without a hazard of her dignity or moment's sacrifice of seemliness, to fend off ill from home. Fourth citizen, entering. The tidings fly that Russian Alexander declines with emphasis to ratify the pact of his ambassador with France, and that the offer made the English king to compensate the latter at our cost has not been taken. Third citizen, and it never will be. Thus evil does not always flourish, faith. Throw down the gage while God is fair to us. He may be foul anon. A pause. Fifth citizen, entering. Our ambassador Luchesini is already leaving Paris. He could stand the emperor no longer, so the emperor takes his place, has decided to order his snuff by the ounce and his candles by the pound, lest he should not be there long enough to use more. The Queen goes by, and they gaze at her and at the escort of soldiers. Haven't we soldiers? Haven't we the Duke of Brunswick to command 'em? Haven't we provisions, hey? Haven't we fortresses and an Elbe, to bar the bounce of an invader? The cavalcade passes out of sight and the crowd draws off. First citizen, by God, I must to beer and bacco, to soften my rage. Exeunt citizens. Spirit of the years, so doth the will objectify itself in likeness of a sturdy people's wrath, which takes no count of the new trends of time, trusting ebbed glory in a present need. What if their strength should equal not their fire, and their devotion dull their vigilance? Uncertainly, by fits, the will doth work in Brunswick's blood, their chief, as in themselves, it ramifies in streams that intermit and make their movement vague, old-fashioned, slow to foil the modern methods counterposed. Evening descends on the city, and it grows dusk. The soldiers being dismissed from duty, some young officers in a frolic of defiance halt, draw their swords and whet them on the steps of the French ambassador's residence as they pass. The noise of whetting is audible through the street. Chorus of the pities, aerial music, the soul of a nation distressed is aflame, and heaving with eager unrest in its aim to assert its old prowess, and stouten its chronicled fame. Semichorus it boils in a boisterous thrill through the mart, unconscious well nigh as the will of its part, would it wholly might be so, and feel not the forthcoming smart. Semicherus too in conclaves no voice of reflection is heard, king, counsellors, grudge circumspection a word, and victory is visioned, and seemings as facts are averred. Chorus yet, the soul of a nation distressed is aflame, and heaving with eager unrest in its aim at supreme desperations to blazon the national name. Midnight strikes, lights are extinguished one by one, and the scene disappears. Scene for the field of Jena, day has just dawned through a grey October haze. The French, with their backs to the nebulous light, loom out and show themselves to be already under arms, lance holding the centre, nay the right, Soult the extreme right, and Augurio the left. The Imperial Guard and Murat's cavalry are drawn up on the Landgrafenberg, behind the centre of the French position. In a valley stretching along to the rear of this height flows northward towards the Elbe the little river Saale, on which the town of Jena stands. On the irregular plateau in front of the French lines, and almost close to the latter, are the Prussians un Toensien, and away on their right rear towards Weimar the bulk of the army under Prince Hohenlohe. The Duke of Brunswick, father of the Princess of Wales, is 12 miles off with his force at Auerstadt, in the valley of the Ilm. Enter Napoleon, and men bearing torches who escort him. He moves along the front of his troops, and is lost to view behind the mist and surrounding objects. But his voice is audible. Napoleon, keep you good guard against their cavalry, in past repute the formidablest known, and such it may be now, so asks our heed. Receive it, then, in square, unflinchingly. Remember, men, last year you captured Ulm, so make no doubt that you will vanquish these. Soldiers, long live the Emperor! Advance, advance! Dumb show almost immediately glimpses reveal that Lance Corps is moving forward, and amid an unbroken clatter of firelocks spreads out further and wider upon the stretch of country in front of the Landgrafenberg. The Prussians, surprised at discerning in the fog such masses of the enemy close at hand, recede towards the Ilm. From Prince Hohenlohe, who is with the body of the Prussians on the Weimar road to the south, comes perspiring the bulk of the infantry to rally the retreating regiments of Toensien, and he hastens up himself with the cavalry and artillery. The action is renewed between him and Ney as the clocks of Jena strike 10. But Augurio is seen coming to Ney's assistance on one flank of the Prussians, Soult bearing down on the other, while Napoleon on the Landgrafenberg orders the Imperial Guard to advance. The doomed Prussians are driven back, this time more decisively, falling in great numbers and losing many as prisoners as they reel down the sloping land towards the banks of the Ilm behind them. General Ruchel, in a last despairing effort to rally, faces the French onset in person and alone. He receives a bullet through the chest and falls dead. The crisis of the struggle is reached, though the battle is not over. Napoleon, discerning from the Landgrafenberg that the decisive moment has come, directs Murat to sweep forward with all his cavalry. It engages the shattered Prussians, surrounds them, and cuts them down by thousands. From behind the horizon, a dozen miles off, between the din of guns in the visible battle, there can be heard an ominous roar, as of a second invisible battle in progress there. Generals and other officers look at each other and hazard conjectures between whiles, the French with exultation, the Prussians gloomily. Hohenlohe, that means the Duke of Brunswick, I conceive, impacting on the enemy's further force led by, they say, Davout and Bernadotte. God grant his star less lurid rays than ours, or this too pregnant, hoarsely groaning day shall, ere its loud delivery be done, have twinned disasters to the fatherland that 50 years will fail to sepulchre. Enter a straggler on horseback. Straggler prince, I have circuited by Oyerstadt, and bring ye dazzling tidings of the fight, which, if report by those who sought ye be true, has raged thereat from clammy day dawn on, and left us victors. Hohenlohe, thitherward go I, and patch the mischief wrought upon us here. Enter a second and then a third straggler. Well, wet-faced men, whence come ye? What do ye bring? Straggler, to your highness, I rode straight from Hassenhausen, across the stream of battle as it boiled betwixt that village and the banks of Saale, and such the turmoil that no man could speak on what the issue was. Hohenlohe, to straggler 3, can you add aught? Straggler 3, nothing, that's clear, your highness. Hohenlohe, man, your mien is that of one who knows, but will not say. Detain him here. Straggler 3, the blackness of my news, your highness, darks my sense. I saw this much, his charging grenadiers, received in the face a grape-shot stroke that gouged out half of it, proclaiming then and there his life fordone. Hohenlohe fallen. Brunswick. Reed in council, rock in fire. Ah, this he looked for. Many a time of late has he, by some strange gift of foreknowing, declared his fate was hovering in such wise. Straggler 3, his aged form being borne beyond the strife, the gallant Moellendorf, in flushed despair, swore he would not survive, and, pressing on, he, too, was slaughtered. Patriotic rage brimmed marshals' breasts and men's. The king himself fought like the commonest. But nothing served. His horse is slain, his own doom yet unknown. Prince William, too, is wounded. Brave Schmito is broke, himself disabled. All give way, and regiments crash like trees at felling time. Hohenlohe no more. We match it here. The yielding lines still sweep us backward. Backward we must go. Exeunt Hohenlohe, staff, stragglers, etc. The Prussian retreat from Jena quickens to a rout, many thousands taken prisoners by Murat, who pursues them to Weimar, where the inhabitants fly shrieking through the streets. The October day closes into evening. By this time the troops retiring with the King of Prussia from the second battlefield of Oyerstadt have intersected Ruchel's and Hohenlohe's flying battalions from Jena. The crossing streams of fugitives strike panic into each other, and the tumult increases with the thickening darkness till night renders the scene invisible, and nothing remains but a confused diminishing noise, and fitful lights here and there. Scene v. Berlin. A room overlooking a public place. A fluttering group of ladies is gathered at the window, gazing out and conversing anxiously. The time draws towards noon, when the clatter of a galloping horse's hoofs is heard echoing up the long Potsdamer Strasse, and presently turning into the Leipziger Strasse reaches the open space commanded by the ladies' outlook. It ceases before a government building opposite them, and the rider disappears into the courtyard. First Lady: yes, surely he is a courier from the field. Second Lady: shall we not hasten down, and take from him the doom his tongue may deal us? Third Lady: we shall catch as soon by watching here as hastening hence the tenor of his new. They wait. Ah, yes, see, the bulletin is straightway to be nailed. He was, then, from the field. They wait on while the bulletin is affixed. Second Lady: I cannot scan the words the scroll proclaims, peer as I will, these two quick thronging dreads bring water to the eyes. Grant us, good Heaven, that victory be where she is needed most to prove thy goodness. What do you make of it? Third Lady, reading, through a glass, the battle strains us sorely, but resolve may save us even now. Our last attack has failed, with fearful loss. Once more we strive. A long silence in the room. Another rider is heard approaching, above the murmur of the gathering citizens. The second lady looks out. Second lady: a straggler merely he. But they decide, at last, to post his news, wild-winged or no. Third lady, reading again through her glass, the Duke of Brunswick, leading on a charge, has met his death doom. Schmeto, too, is slain, Prince William wounded. But we stand as yet, engaging with the last of our reserves. The agitation in the street communicates itself to the room. Some of the ladies weep silently as they wait, much longer this time. Another horseman is at length heard clattering into the Platz, and they lean out again with painful eagerness. Second lady: an adjutant of Marshal Moellendorff's, if I define him rightly. Read, oh read, the reading draw them from their socket holes, use your eyes now. Third lady, glass up, as soon as 'tis affixed. Ah, this means much. The people's air and gait too well betray disaster. Reading. Berliners, the king has lost the battle. Bear it well. The foremost duty of a citizen is to maintain a brave tranquility. This is what I, the governor, demand of men and women now. The king lies still. They turn from the window and sit in a silence broken only by monosyllabic words, hearing abstractedly the dismay without that has followed the previous excitement and hope. The stagnation is ended by a cheering outside, of subdued emotional quality, mixed with sounds of grief. They again look forth. Queen Louisa is leaving the city with a very small escort, and the populace seem overcome. They strain their eyes after her as she disappears. Enter Fourth Lady. First Lady: how does she bear it? Whither does she go? Fourth Lady, she goes to join the king at Custrin, there to abide events, as we. Her heroism so schools her sense of her calamities as out of grief to carve new queenliness, and turn a mobile mean to statuesque, save for a sliding tear. The ladies leave the window severally. Spirit ironic, so the will plays at flux and reflux still. This monarchy, one half whose pedestal is built of Polish bones, has bones homemade. Let the fair woman bear it. Poland did. Spirit of the years, meanwhile the mighty emperor nears apace, and soon will glitter at the city gates with palpitating drums, and breathing brass, and rampant joyful jingling retinue. An evening mist cloaks the scene. Scene 6 the same, it is a brilliant morning, with a fresh breeze, and not a cloud. The open plats and the adjoining streets are filled with dense crowds of citizens, in whose upturned faces curiosity has mastered consternation and grief. Martial music is heard, at first faint, then louder, followed by a trampling of innumerable horses and a clanking of arms and accoutrements. Through a street on the right hand of the view from the windows come troops of French dragoons heralding the arrival of Bonaparte. Re-enter the room hurriedly and cross to the windows several ladies as before, some in tears. First Lady, the kingdom late of Prussia, can it be that thus it disappears, a patriot cry, a battle, bravery, ruin, and no more? Second Lady, thank God the Queen's gone. Third Lady, to what sanctuary? From earthquake shocks there is no sheltering cell. Is this what men call conquest? Must it close as history'd conquests do, or be annulled by modern reason and the urbaner sense? Such issue none would venture to predict, yet folly 'twere to nourish force-haped fears and suffer in conjecture and indeed. If verily our country be dislimned, then at the mercy of his domination the face of earth will lie, and vassal kings stand waiting on himself the overking, who ruling rules all, till desperateness sting and excite a bonded last resistance, and work its own release. Second Lady, he comes even now from sacrilege. I learn that, since the fight, in marching here by Potsdam yesterday, Sanssouci Palace drew his curious feet, where even great Frederick's tomb was bared to him. Fourth Lady, all objects on the palace, cared for, kept even as they were when our archmonarch died, the books, the chair, the inkhorn, and the pen he quizzed with flippant curiosity, and entering where our heroes' bones are urned he seized the sword and standards treasured there, and with a mixed effrontery and regard declared they should be all dispatched to Paris as gifts to the Hôtel des Invalides. Third Lady, such redomontade is cheap, what matters it? A galaxy of marshals, forming Napoleon's staff, now enters the Platz immediately before the windows. In the midst rides the Emperor himself. The ladies are silent. The procession passes along the front until it reaches the entrance to the royal palace. At the door Napoleon descends from his horse and goes into the building amid the resonant trumpetings of his soldiers and the silence of the crowd. Second Lady, impressed, oh why does such a man debase himself by countenancing loud scurrility against a queen who cannot make reprise? A power so ponderous needs no littleness, the last resort of feeble desperates. Enter Fifth Lady. Fifth Lady, breathlessly, humiliation grows acuter still. He placards rhetoric to his soldiery on their distress of us and our allies, declaring he'll not stack away his arms till he has choked the remaining foes of France in their own gainful glut. Whom means he, think you? First Lady us. Third Lady Russia. Austria. Fifth Lady neither, England. Yet, her he still holds the master mischief mind, and marrer of the country's quietude, by exercising untold tyranny over all the ports and seas. Second Lady then England's doomed. When he has overturned the Russian rule, England comes next for rack. They say that no. Look, he has entered by the royal doors and makes the palace his. Now let us go, our course, alas, is, whither? Exeunt ladies. The curtain drops temporarily. Semichorus eye of ironic spirits, aerial music, deeming himself omnipotent with the kings of the Christian continent, to warden the waves was his further bent. Semichorus too, but the weaving will from eternity, hemming them in by a circling sea, evolved the fleet of the Englishry. Semichorus I the wane of his armaments ill-advised, at Trafalgar, to a force despised, was a wound which never has cicatrized. Semichorus to this, oh this is the cramp that grips and freezes the emperor's fingertips from signing a peace with the land of ships. Chorus the universal empire plot demands the rule of that wave-walled spot, and peace with England cometh not. The scene reopens, a lurid gloom now envelops the Platz and city, and Bonaparte is heard as from the palace, voice of Napoleon, these monstrous violations being in train of law and national integrities by English arrogance in things marine, which dares to capture simple merchant craft, in honest quest of harmless merchandise, for crime of kinship to a hostile power, our vast, effectual, and majestic strokes in this unmatched campaign, enable me to bar from commerce with the continent all keels of English frame. Hence I decree, spirit of rumor this outlines his renowned Berlin decree. Maybe he meditates its scheme in sleep, or hints it to his suite, or syllables it while shaping, to his scribes. Voice of Napoleon, all England's ports to suffer strict blockade, all traffic with that land to cease forthwith, all natives of her isles, wherever met, to be detained as windfalls of the war. All chattels of her make, material, mold, to be good prize wherever pounced upon, and never a bottom hailing from her shores but shall be barred from every haven here. This for her monstrous harms to human rights, and shameless sauciness to neighbor powers. Spirit sinister I spell herein that our excellently high-colored drama is not played out yet. Spirit of the years, nor will it be for many a month of moans, and summer shocks, and winter-whitened bones. The night gets darker, and the palace outlines are lost. Scene 7 Tilsit and the River Niemen. The scene is viewed from the windows of Bonaparte's temporary quarters. Some sub-officers of his suite are looking out upon it. It is the day after midsummer, about 1 o'clock. A multitude of soldiery and spectators lines each bank of the broad river which, stealing slowly northwest, bears almost exactly in its midst a moored raft of bonded timber. On this as a floor stands a gorgeous pavilion of draped woodwork, having at each side, facing the respective banks of the stream, a round-headed doorway richly festooned. The cumbersome erection acquires from the current a rhythmical movement, as if it were breathing, and the breeze now and then produces a shiver on the face of the stream. Dumb show on the southwest or Prussian side rides the Emperor Napoleon in uniform, attended by the Grand Duke of Berg, the Prince of Neufchâtel, Marshal Bessières, Duroc Marshal of the Palace, and Caulaincourt Master of the Horse. The Emperor looks well, but is growing fat. They embark on an ornamental barge in front of them, which immediately puts off. It is now apparent to the watchers that a precisely similar enactment has simultaneously taken place on the opposite or Russian bank, the chief figure being the Emperor Alexander, a graceful, flexible man of 30, with a courteous manner and good-natured face. He has come out from an inn on that side accompanied by the Grand Duke Constantine, General Bennigsen, General Alworov, Prince Labanov, and Adjutant General Count Levin. The two barges draw towards the raft, reaching the opposite sides of it about the same time, amidst discharges of cannon. Each emperor enters the door that faces him, and meeting in the center of the pavilion they formally embrace each other. They retire together to the screened interior, the suite of each remaining in the outer half of the pavilion. More than an hour passes while they are thus invisible. The French officers who have observed the scene from the lodging of Napoleon walk about idly, and ever and anon go curiously to the windows, again to watch the raft. Chorus of the years, aerial music, the prelude to this smooth scene, mark well, were the shocks whereof the times gave token vaguely to us ere last year's snows shut over Lithuanian pine and pool, which we told at the fall of the faded leaf, when the pride of Prussia was bruised and broken, and the man of adventure sat in the seat of the man of method and rigid rule. Semicherus eye of the pity's snows incarnadined were thine, O Ilau, field of the wide white spaces, and frozen lakes, and frozen limbs, and blood iced hard as it left the veins, steel-cased squadrons swathed in cloud drift, plunging to doom through pathless places, and 40,000 dead and near dead, strewing the early-lighted plains. Friedland to these adds its tale of victims, its midnight marches and hot collisions, its plunge, at his word, on the enemy hooped by the bended river and famed mill stream, as he shatters the moves of the loose-knit nations to curb his exploitful soul's ambitions, and their great confederacy dissolves like the diorama of a dream. Dumb show continues. Napoleon and Alexander emerge from their seclusion, and each is beheld talking to the suite of his companion apparently in flattering compliment. An effusive parting, which signifies itself to be but temporary, is followed by their return to the river shores amid the cheers of the spectators. Napoleon and his marshals arrive at the door of his quarters and enter, and pass out of sight to other rooms than that of the foreground in which the observers are loitering. Dumb show ends. A murmured conversation grows audible, carried on by two persons in the crowd beneath the open windows. Their dress being the native one, and their tongue unfamiliar, they seem to the officers to be merely inhabitants gossiping, and their voices continue unheeded. First English spy 14, below, did you get much for me to send on? Second English spy much, and startling, too. Why are we at war, says Napoleon when they met. Why, said t'other. Well said Boney, I am fighting you only as an ally of the English, and you are simply serving them, and not yourself, in fighting me. In that case, says Alexander, we shall soon be friends, for I owe her as great a grudge as you. First spy dammy, go that length, did they? Second spy then they plunged into the old story about English selfishness, and greed, and duplicity. But the climax related to Spain, and it amounted to this: they agreed that the Bourbons of the Spanish throne should be made to abdicate, and Bonaparte's relations set up as sovereigns instead of them. First spy somebody must ride like hell to let our cabinet know. Second spy I have written it down in cipher, not to trust to memory, and to guard against accidents. They also agree that France should have the Pope's dominions, Malta, and Egypt, that Napoleon's brother Joseph should have Sicily as well as Naples, and that they would partition the Ottoman Empire between them. First spy cutting up Europe like a plum pudding. Par nobile fratrum. Second spy then they worthy pair came to poor Prussia, whom Alexander, they say, was anxious about, as he is under engagements to her. It seems that Napoleon agrees to restore to the king as many of his states as will cover Alexander's promise, so that the Tsar may feel free to strike out in this new line with his new friend. First spy surely this is but surmise. Second spy not at all. One of the suite overheard, and I got round him. There was much more, which I did not learn. But they are going to soothe and flatter the unfortunate king and queen by asking them to a banquet here. First spy such a spirited woman will never come. Second spy we shall see. Whom necessity compels needs must, and she has gone through an Iliad of woes. First spy it is this Spanish business that will stagger England, by God. And now to let her know it. French subaltern, looking out above, what are those townspeople talking about so earnestly, I wonder? The lingo of this place has an accent akin to English. Second subaltern no doubt because the races are both Teutonic. The spies observe that they are noticed, and disappear in the crowd. The curtain drops. Scene 8 the same, the midsummer sun is low, and a long table in the aforesaid apartment is laid out for a dinner, among the decorations being bunches of the season's roses. At the vacant end of the room, divided from the dining end by folding doors, now open, there are discovered the Emperor Napoleon, the Grand Duke Constantine, Prince Henry of Prussia, the Prince Royal of Bavaria, the Grand Duke of Berg, and attendant officers. Enter the Tsar Alexander. Napoleon welcomes him, and the twain move apart from the rest. Bonaparte placing a chair for his visitor and flinging himself down on another. Napoleon, the comforts I can offer are not great, nor is the accommodation more than scant that falls to me for hospitality, but, as it is, accept. Alexander, it serves well. And to unbrace the bandages of state is as clear air to incense stifled souls. What of the Queen? Napoleon, she's coming with the King. We have some quarter hour to spare or more before their Majesties are timed for us. Alexander, good. I would speak of them. That she should show here after the late events, betokens much abasement in so proud a woman's heart. His voice grows tremulous. Is not without a dash of painfulness. And I beseech you, sire, that you hold out some soothing hope for her. Napoleon, I have, already, now, sire, to those affairs we entered on, strong friendship, grown secure, bids me repeat that you have been much duped by your allies. Alexander shows mortification. Prussia's a shuffler, England a self-seeker, nobility has shone in you alone. Your error grew of over-generous dreams, and misbeliefs by dullard ministers. By treating personally we speed affairs more in an hour than they in blundering months. Between us two, henceforth, must stand no third. There's peril in it, while England's mean ambition still works to get us skewered by the ears, and in this view your chiefs of staff concur. Alexander, the judgment of my officers I share. Napoleon, to recapitulate. Nothing can greaten you like this alliance. Providence has flung my good friend Sultan Selim from his throne, leaving me free in dealings with the Porte, and I discern the hour as one to end a rule that time no longer lets cohere. If I abstain, its spoils will go to swell the power of this same England, our annoy, that country which enchains the trade of towns with such bold reach as to monopolize, among the rest, the whole of Petersburg's, through her purse, friend, as the lender there, shutting that purse, she may incite to, what? Muscovy's fall, its rulers murdering. Her fleet at any minute can incoup yours in the Baltic, in the Black Sea, too, and keep you snug as minnows in a glass. Hence we, fast fellowed by our mutual foes, seaward the British, Germany by land, and having compassed, for our common good, the Turkish Empire's due partitioning, as comrades can conjunctly rule the world to its own gain and our eternal fame. Alexander, stirred and flushed, I see vast prospects opened, yet, in truth, ere you, sire, broached these themes, their outlines loomed not seldom in my own imaginings, but with less clear a vision than endows so great a captain, statesman, philosopher, as centre in yourself, whom had I known sooner by some few years, months, even weeks, I had been spared full many a fault of rule. Now as to Austria. Should we call her in? Napoleon, too, in a bed I have slept, but never three. Alexander, ha ha. Delightful. And, then nextly, Spain. Napoleon, I lighted on some letters at Berlin, wherein King Carlos offered to attack me. A Bourbon, minded thus, so near as Spain, is dangerous stuff. He must be seen to soon. A draft, then, of our treaty being penned, we will peruse it later. If King George will not, upon the terms there offered him, conclude a ready peace, he can be forced. Trumpet yourself as France's firm ally, and Austria will feign to do the same. England, left nude to such joint harassment, must shiver, fall. Alexander, with naive enthusiasm, it is a great alliance. Napoleon would it were one in blood as well as brain, of family hopes, and sweet domestic bliss. Alexander, is it to my sister you refer? Napoleon, the launching of a lineal progeny has been much pressed upon me, much, of late, for reasons which I will not dwell on now. State councillors, my brother Joseph, too, urge that I lose the Empress by divorce, and rewive promptly for the country's good. Princesses even have been named for me, however this, today, is premature, and twixt ourselves alone. The Queen of Prussia must ere long be here, Berthier escorts her. And the King, too, comes. She's one whom you admire. Alexander, reddening ingenuously, yes. Formerly I did feel that some faint fascination vaguely adorned her form. And, to be plain, certain reports have been calumnious, and wronged an honest woman. Napoleon as I knew. But she is wearing thready, why, her years must be full 31, if she's one. Alexander, quickly, no, sire. She's 29. If traits teach more, it means that cruel memory gnaws at her as fair inciter to that fatal war which broke her to the dust. I do confess, since now we speak on tea, that this sacrifice Prussia is doomed to, still disquiets me. Unhappy king! When I recall the oaths sworn him upon great Frederick's sepulchre, and my promises to his sad queen, it pricks me that his realm and revenues should be stripped down to the mere half they were. Napoleon, coolly, believe me, 'tis but my regard for you which lets me leave him that. Far easier 'twere to leave him none at all. He rises and goes to the window. But here they are. No, it's the Queen alone, with Berthier as I directed. Then the King will follow. Alexander, let me, sire, urge your courtesy to bestow some gentle words on her. Napoleon, I will. Enter Queen Louisa of Prussia on the arm of Berthier. She appears in majestic garments and with a smile on her lips, so that her still great beauty is impressive. But her eyes bear traces of tears. She accepts Napoleon's attentions with the stormily sad air of a wounded beauty. Whilst she is being received, the king arrives. He is a plain, shy, honest-faced, awkward man, with a wrecked and solitary look. His manner to Napoleon is, nevertheless, dignified, and even stiff. The company move into the inner half of the room, where the tables are, and the folding doors being shut, they seat themselves at dinner, the Queen taking a place between Napoleon and Alexander. Napoleon, madam, I love magnificent attire, but in the present instance can but note that each bright knot and jewel less adorns the brighter wearer than the wearer it. Queen, with a sigh, you praise one, sire, whom now the wanton world has learnt to cease from praising. but such words from such a quarter are of worth no less. Napoleon of worth as candor, madam, not as gauge. Your reach in rarity outsoars my scope. Yet, do you know, a troop of my hussars, that last October day, nigh captured you. Queen, nay. Never a single Frenchman did I see. Napoleon, not less it was that you exposed yourself, and should have been protected. But at Weimar, had you but sought me, 'twould have bettered you. Queen, I had no zeal to meet you, sire, alas. Napoleon, after a silence, and how at Memel do you sport with time? Queen, sport. I pore on musty chronicles, and muse on usurpations long forgot, and other histried dramas of high wrong. Napoleon, why con not annals of your own rich age? They treasure acts well fit for pondering. Queen, I am reminded too much of my age by having had to live in it. May heaven defend me now, and my one ghost anon, from conning it again. Napoleon, alas, alas! Too grievous, this, for one who is yet a queen. Queen, no, I have cause for vials more of grief. Prussia was blind in blazoning her power against the midge of earth. The embers of great Frederick's deeds inflamed her, his glories swelled her to her ruining. Too well has she been punished. Emotion stops her. Alexander, in a low voice, looking anxiously at her, say not so. You speak as all were lost. Things are not thus. Such desperation has unreason in it, and bleeds the hearts that crave to comfort you. Napoleon, to the king, I trust the treaty, further pondered, sire, has consolations. King, curtly, I am a luckless man, and muster strength to bear my lucklessness without vain hope of consolations now. One thing, at least, I trust I have shown you, sire, that I provoked not this calamity. At Ansbach first my feud with you began, Ansbach, my Eden, violated and shamed by blushless tramplings of your legions there. Napoleon, it's rather late, methinks, to talk thus now. King, with more choler, never too late for truth and plain speaking. Napoleon, blandly, to your ally, the Tsar, I must refer you. He was it, and not I, who tempted you to push for war, when Ilau must have shown your every profit to have lain in peace. He can condemn, yes, much or small, and may. King, with a head shake, I would well make up, my mind to half my kingdom's loss, could in such limb but Magdeburg not lie. Dear Magdeburg, place of my heart hold, that I would retain. Napoleon, our words take not such pattern as is wont to grace occasions of festivity. He turns brusquely from the king. The banquet proceeds with a more general conversation. When finished, a toast is proposed, the freedom of the seas, and drunk with enthusiasm. Spirit sinister, another hit at England and her tubs. I hear harsh echoes from her chalky chines. Spirit of the pities, oh heed not England now. Still read the Queen. One grieves to see her spend her pretty spells upon the man who has so injured her. They rise from table, and the folding doors being opened they pass into the adjoining room. Here are now assembled Murat, Tolerant, Karakin, Kalkrayuth, Berthia, Bessiez, Kalinkut, Labanov, Benigzen, and others. Napoleon, having spoken a few words here and there, resumes his conversation with Queen Louisa, and parenthetically offers snuff to the Countess Voss, her lady-in-waiting. Tolerant, who has observed Napoleon's growing interest in the Queen, contrives to get near him. Tolerant, in a whisper, "Sire, is it possible that you can bend to let one woman's fairness filch from you all the resplendent fortune that attends the grandest victory of your grand career?" The Queen's quick eye observes and flashes at the whisper, and she obtains a word with the minister. Queen, sarcastically, "I should infer, dear Monsieur Tolerant, only 2 persons in the world regret my having come to Tilsit." Tolerant, "Madam, 2. Can any, who may such sad rascals be?" Queen, "You, and myself, Prince." Gravely. "Yes. Myself and you." Tolerant's face becomes impassive, and he does not reply. Soon the Queen prepares to leave, and Napoleon rejoins her. Napoleon, taking a rose from a vase, "Dear Queen, do pray accept this little token as souvenir of me before you go." He offers her the rose, with his hand on his heart. She hesitates, but accepts it. Queen, impulsively, with waiting tears, "Let Magdeburg come with it, sire." "Oh yes." Napoleon, with sudden frigidity, "It is for you to take what I can give. And I give this, no more. 15. She turns her head to hide her emotion, and withdraws. Napoleon steps up to her, and offers his arm. She takes it silently, and he perceives the tears on her cheeks. They cross towards the ante-room, away from the other guests. Napoleon, softly, still weeping, "Dearest lady." "Why is this?" Queen, seizing his hand and pressing it, "Your speeches darn the tearings of your sword, between us two, as man and woman now, is-'t even possible you question why? Oh, why did not the greatest of the age, of future ages, of the ages past, this one time win a woman's worship, yet, for all her little life?" Napoleon, gravely, "Know you, my fair, that I, in this deserve your pity. Some force within me, baffling mine intent, harries me onward, whether I will or no. My star is what's to blame, not I. It is unswervable. Queen, then now, alas! My duty's done as mother, wife, and queen. I'll say no more, but that my heart is broken." Exeunt Napoleon, Queen, and Lady-in-Waiting. Spirit of the years, he spoke thus at the bridge of Lodi. Strange, he's of the few in Europe who discern the working of the will. Spirit of the pities, if that be so, better for Europe lacked he such discerning. Napoleon returns to the room and joins Tolerant. Napoleon, aside to his minister, "My God, it was touch and go that time, Tolerant. She was within an ace of getting over me. As she stepped into the carriage she said in her pretty way, "Oh, I have been cruelly deceived by you." And when she sank down inside, not knowing I heard, she burst into sobs fit to move a statue. The devil take me if I hadn't a good mind to stop the horses, jump in, give her a good kissing, and agree to all she wanted. Ha ha, well, a miss is as good as a mile. Had she come sooner with those sweet, beseeching blue eyes of hers, who knows what might not have happened. But she didn't come sooner, and I have kept in my right mind. The Russian Emperor, the King of Prussia, and other guests advance to bid adieu. They depart severally. When they are gone, Napoleon turns to Talleyrand. Adhere, then, to the treaty as it stands, change not therein a single article, but write it fair forthwith. Exeunt Napoleon, Talleyrand, and other ministers and officers in waiting. Shade of the earth, some surly voice afar I heard now of an Enis-led Britannic quality, what's any of the cause? Spirit ironic perchance I do. Britain is roused, in her slow, stolid style, by Bonaparte's pronouncement at Berlin against her cargoes, commerce, life itself, and now from out her water citadel blows counterblasting orders. Rumors tell. Rumor I from havens of fierce France and her allies, with poor or precious freight of merchandise whoso adventures, England pounds as prize. Rumor too there ain't Napoleon names her, furiously, cursed oligarch, arch-pirate of the sea, who shall lack room to live while liveth he. Chorus of the pities, aerial music, and peoples are enmeshed in new calamity. Curtain of evening shades. Act second, scene I. The Pyrenees and valleys adjoining. The view is from upper air, immediately over the region that lies between Bayonne on the north, Pampeluna on the south, and San Sebastian on the west, including a portion of the Cantabrian Mountains. The month is February, and snow covers not only the peaks but the lower slopes. The roads over the passes are well beaten. Dumb show at various elevations multitudes of Napoleon's soldiery, to the number of about 30,000, are discerned in a creeping progress across the frontier from the French to the Spanish side. The thin long columns serpentine along the roads, but are sometimes broken, while at others they disappear altogether behind vertical rocks and overhanging woods. The heavy guns and the white-brown tilts of the baggage wagons seem the largest objects in the procession, which are dragged laboriously up the incline to the watershed, their lumbering being audible as high as the clouds. Simultaneously the river Bidasso, in a valley to the west, is being crossed by a train of artillery and another 30,000 men, all forming part of the same systematic advance. Along the great highway through Bysky the wondering native carters draw their sheepskinned ox teams aside, to let the regiments pass, and stray groups of peaceable field workers in Navarre look inquiringly at the marching and prancing progress. Time passes, and the various northern strongholds are approached by these legions. Their governors emerge at a summons, and when seeming explanations have been given, the unwelcome comers are doubtfully admitted. The chief places to which entrance is thus obtained are Pampeluna and San Sebastian at the front of the scene, and far away towards the shining horizon of the Mediterranean, Figueras, and Barcelona. Dumb show concludes as the mountain mists close over. Scene 2, Aranjuez, near Madrid. A room in the palace of Godoy, the Prince of Peace. A private chamber is disclosed, richly furnished with paintings, vases, mirrors, silk hangings, gilded lounges, and several lutes of rare workmanship. The hour is midnight, the room being lit by screened candelabra. In the center at the back of the scene is a large window heavily curtained. Godoy and the Queen Maria Luisa are dallying on a sofa. The Prince of Peace is a fine handsome man in middle life, with curled hair and a mien of easy good nature. The Queen is older, but looks younger in the dim light, from the lavish use of beautifying arts. She has pronounced features, dark eyes, low brows, black hair bound by a jeweled bandeau, and brought forward in curls over her forehead and temples, long heavy earrings, an open bodice, and sleeves puffed at the shoulders. A cloak and other mufflers lie on a chair beside her. Godoy, the lifeguards still insist, love, that the king shall not leave Aranjuez. Queen, let them insist. Whether we stay, or whether we depart, Napoleon soon draws hither with his host. Godoy, he says he comes pacifically. But no. Queen dearest, we must away to Andalusia, thence to America when time shall serve. Godoy, I hold 7,000 men to cover us, and ships in Cadiz port. But then, the prince flatly declines to go. He lauds the French as true deliverers. Queen, go Fernando must. O my sweet friend, that we, our sole two selves, could but escape and leave the rest to fate, and in a western bower dream out our days, for the king's glass can run but briefly now, shattered and shaken as his vigor is. But your love burns not in singleness. Why, dear, caress Josepha Tudo still. She does not solve her soul in yours as I. And why those others even more than her? How little own I in thee. Godoy, such must be. I cannot quite forsake them. Don't forget the same scope has been yours in former years. Queen, yes, love, I know. I yield. You cannot leave them, but if you ever would bethink yourself how long I have been yours, how truly all those other pleasures were my desperate shifts to soften sorrow at your absences, you would be faithful to me. Godoy, true, my dear. Yet I do passably keep troth with you, and fond you with fair regularity, a week beside you, and a week away. Such is not schemed without some risk and strain. And you agreed Josepha should be mine, and, too, there's a without jealousy. A noise is heard without. Ah, what means that? He jumps up from her side and crosses the room to a window, where he lifts the curtain cautiously. The Queen follows him with a scared look. Queen, a riot can it be? Godoy, let me put these out ere they notice them, they think me at the royal palace yonder. He hastily extinguishes the candles except one taper, which he places in a recess, so that the room is in shade. He then draws back the curtains, and she joins him at the window, where, enclosing her with his arm, he and she look out together. In front of the house a guard of hussars is stationed, beyond them spreading the plaza or square. On the other side rises in the lamplight the white front of the royal palace. On the flank of the palace is a wall enclosing gardens, bowered alleys, and orange groves, and in the wall a small door. A mixed multitude of soldiery and populace fills the space in front of the king's palace, and they shout and address each other vehemently. During a lull in their vociferations is heard the peaceful purl of the Tagus over a cascade in the palace grounds. Queen lingering, we've risked too long our chance of flight. The Paris terror will repeat it here. Not for myself I fear. No, no, for thee. She clings to him. If they should hurt you, it would murder me by heart bleedings and stabs intolerable. Godoy, kissing her, the first thought now is how to get you back within the palace walls. Why would you risk to come here on a night so critical? Queen, passionately, I could not help it, nay, I would not help. Rather than starve my soul I venture all. Our last love night, last, maybe, of long years, why do you chide me now? Godoy dear Queen, I do not, I shape these sharp regrets but for your sake. Hence you must go, somehow, and quickly too. They think not yet of you in threatening thus, but of me solely. Where does your lady wait? Queen below. One servant with her. They are true, and can be let know all. But you. Uproar continues. Godoy I can escape. Now call them. All three cloak and veil as when you came. They retreat into the room. Queen Maria Louisa's lady-in-waiting and servant are summoned. Enter both. All three then muffle themselves up, and Godoy prepares to conduct the Queen downstairs. Queen nay, now. I will not have it. We are safe, think of yourself. Can you get out behind? Godoy I judge so, when I have done what's needful here. The mob knows not the by-door, slip across, thence around sideways. All's clear there as yet. The Queen, her lady-in-waiting, and the servant go out hurriedly. Godoy looks again from the window. The mob is some way off, the immediate front being for the moment nearly free of loiterers, and the three muffled figures are visible, crossing without hindrance towards the door in the wall of the palace gardens. The instant they reach it a sentinel springs up, challenging them. Godoy now they are doomed. My God, why did she come? A parley takes place. Something, apparently a bribe, is handed to the sentinel, and the three are allowed to slip in, the Queen having obviously been unrecognized. He breathes his relief. Now for the others. Then heaven knows. He sounds a bell and a servant enters. Where is the Countess of Castillofiel? Servant she's looking for you, Prince. Godoy find her at once. Here she is. That's well. Go watch the plaza, to servant. Godoy's mistress, the Dynasts, enters. She is a young and beautiful woman, the vivacity of whose large dark eyes is now clouded. She is wrapped up for flight. The servant goes out. Joseph, breathlessly, I should have joined you sooner, but I knew the Queen was fondling with you. She must needs come hampering you this night of all the rest, as if not gorged with you at other times. Godoy, don't, pretty one. Needless it is in you, being so well aware who holds my love. I could not check her coming, since she would. You well know how the old thing is, and how I am compelled to let her have her mind. He kisses her repeatedly. Joseph, but look, the mob is swelling. Pouring in by thousands from Madrid, and all afoot. Will they not come on hither from the king's? Godoy, not just yet, maybe. You should have sooner fled. The coach is waiting and the baggage packed. He again peers out. Yes, there the coach is, and the clamorers near, led by Montajo, if I see aright. Yes, they cry Uncle Peter. That means him. There will be time yet. Now I'll take you down so far as I may venture. They leave the room. In a few minutes Godoy, having taken her down, re-enters and again looks out. Joseph's coach is moving off with a small escort of Godoy's guards of honor. A sudden yelling begins, and the crowd rushes up and stops the vehicle. An altercation ensues. Crowd, Uncle Peter, it is the favorite carrying off Prince Fernando. Stop him. Joseph, putting her head out of the coach, silence their uproar, please, Señor Count of Montajo. It is a lady only, the Countess of Castillofiel. Montajo, let her pass, friends. It is only that pretty wench of his, Pepartudo, who calls herself a countess. Our titles are put to comical uses these days. We shall catch the cock-bird presently. The Joseph's carriage is allowed to pass on, as a shout from some who have remained before the royal palace attracts the attention of the multitude, which surges back thither. Crowd, nearing the palace, call out the king and the prince. Long live the king! He shall not go. Hola! He is gone. Let us see him. He shall abandon Godoy. The clamor before the royal palace still increasing, a figure emerges upon a balcony, whom Godoy recognizes by the lamplight to be Fernando, Prince of Asturias. He can be seen waving his hand. The mob grows suddenly silent. Fernando, in a shaken voice, citizens. The king my father is in the palace with the queen. He has been much tried today. Crowd, promise, prince, that he shall not leave us. Promise. Fernando, I do. I promise in his name. He has mistaken you, thinking you wanted his head. He knows better now. Crowd, the villain Godoy misrepresented us to him. Throw out the Prince of Peace. Fernando, he is not here, my friends. Crowd, then the king shall announce to us that he has dismissed him. Let us see him. The king, the king. Fernando goes in. King Carlos comes out reluctantly, and bows to their cheering. He produces a paper with a trembling hand. King, reading, as it is the wish of the people, crowd speak up, Your Majesty. King, more loudly, as it is the wish of the people, I release Don Manuel Godoy, Prince of Peace, from the posts of Generalissimo of the Army and Grand Admiral of the Fleet, and give him leave to withdraw whither he pleases. Crowd huzzah. King, citizens, tomorrow the decree is to be posted in Madrid. Crowd huzzah. Long life to the king, and death to Godoy. King Carlos disappears from the balcony, and the populace, still increasing in numbers, look towards Godoy's mansion, as if deliberating how to attack it. Godoy retreats from the window into the room, and gazing round him starts. A pale, worn, but placid lady, in a sombre though elegant robe, stands here in the gloom. She is Theresa of Bourbon, the Princess of Peace. Princess, it is only your unhappy wife, Manuel. She will not hurt you. Godoy, shrugging his shoulders, nor would they hurt you. Why did you not stay in the royal palace? You would have been more comfortable there. Princess, I don't recognize why you should specially value my comfort. You have saved you real wives. How can it matter what happens to your titular one? Godoy, much, dear. I always play fair. But it being your blessed privilege not to need my saving, I was left free to practice it on those who did. Mob heard approaching. Would that I were in no more danger than you. Princess puff. He again peers out. His guard of hussars stands firmly in front of the mansion, but the life guards from the adjoining barracks, who have joined the people, endeavor to break the hussars of Godoy. A shot is fired, Godoy's guard yields, and the gate and door are battered in. Crowd, without, murder him. Murder him. Death to Manuel Godoy. They are heard rushing onto the court and house. Princess, go, I beseech you. You can do nothing for me, and I pray you to save yourself. The heap of mats in the lumber room will hide you. Godoy hastes to a jib door concealed by sham bookshelves, presses the spring of it, returns, kisses her, and then slips out. His wife sits down with her back against the jib door, and fans herself. She hears the crowd trampling up the stairs, but she does not move, and in a moment people burst in. The leaders are armed with stakes, daggers, and various improvised weapons, and some guards in undress appear with halberds. First citizen, peering into the dim light, where is he? Murder him. Noticing the princess. Come, where is he? Princess, the Prince of Peace is gone. I know not whither. Second citizen, who is this lady? Life guardsman Manuel Godoy's princess. Citizens, uncovering, Princess, 1,000 pardons grant us, you an injured wife, an injured people we. Common misfortune makes us more than kin. No single hair of yours shall suffer harm. The princess bows. First citizen, but this, Senora, is no place for you, for we mean mischief here. Yet first will grant safe conduct for you to the palace gates, or elsewhere, as you wish. Princess, my wish is naught. Do what you will with me. But he's not here. Several of them form an escort, and accompany her from the room and out of the house. Those remaining, now a great throng, begin searching the room, and in bands invade other parts of the mansion. Some citizens, returning, it is no use searching. She said he was not here, and she's a woman of honor. First citizen, dryly, she's his wife. They begin knocking the furniture to pieces, tearing down the hangings, trampling on the musical instruments, and kicking holes through the paintings they have unhung from the walls. These, with clocks, vases, carvings, and other movables, they throw out of the window, till the chamber is a scene of utter wreck and desolation. In the rout a musical box is swept off a table, and starts playing a serenade as it falls on the floor. Enter the Count of Montajo. Montajo, stop, friends, stop this. There is no sense in it, it shows but useless spite. I have much to say. The French ambassador, de Beauharnais, has come, and sought the king. And next Murat, with 30,000 men, half cavalry, is closing in upon our doomed Madrid. I know not what he means, this Bonaparte. He makes pretence to gain us Portugal, but what want we with her? 'Tis like as not his aims to noose us vassals all to him. The king will abdicate, and shortly too, as those will live to see who live not long. We have saved our nation from the favorite, but who is going to save us from our friend? The mob desists dubiously and goes out. The musical box upon the floor plays on. The taper burns to its socket, and the room becomes wrapped in the shades of night. Scene 3, London. The Marchioness of Salisbury's, a large reception room is disclosed, arranged for a conversation. It is an evening in summer following, and at present the chamber is empty and in gloom. At one end is an elaborate device, representing Britannia offering her assistance to Spain, and at the other a figure of Time crowning the Spanish patriot's flag with laurel. Spirit of the years, O clarionists of human welterings, relate how Europe's madding movement brings this easeful haunt into the path of palpitating things. Rumors, chanting, the Spanish king has bowed unto the fate which bade him abdicate. The sensual queen, whose passionate caprice has held her chambering with the Prince of Peace and wrought the Bourbons' fall, holds to her love in all, and Bonaparte has ruled that his and he henceforth displace the Bourbon dynasty. To the Spanish people, handled in such sort, as chattels of a court, dream dreams of England. Messengers are sent in secret to the assembled Parliament, in faith that England's hand will stouten them to stand, and crown a cause which, hold they, bond and free must advocate enthusiastically. Spirit of the years, so the will heaves through space, and moulds the times, with mortals for its fingers. We shall see again men's passions, virtues, visions, crimes, obey resistlessly the purposive, unmotived, dominant thing which sways in brooding dark their wayfaring. The reception room is lighted up, and the hostess comes in. There arrive ambassadors and their wives, the dukes and duchesses of Rutland and Somerset, the marquis and marchioness of Stafford, the earls of Stair, Westmoreland, Gower, Essex, viscounts and viscountesses Cranley and Morpeth, Viscount Melbourne, Lord and Lady Kinnaird, Baron de Rolle, Lady Charles Grenville, the Ladies Cavendish, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Hope, Mr. Gunning, Mrs. Fitzherbert, and many other notable personages. Lastly, she goes to the door to welcome severally the Prince of Wales, the Princes of France, and the Princess Castelcicala. Lady Salisbury, to the Prince of Wales, I am sorry to say, sir, that the Spanish patriots are not yet arrived. I doubt not but that they have been delayed by their ignorance of the town, and will soon be here. Prince of Wales, no hurry whatever, my dear hostess. Gad, we've enough to talk about. I understand that the arrangement between our ministers and these noblemen will include the liberation of Spanish prisoners in this country, and the providing them with arms, to go back and fight for their independence. Lady Salisbury, it will be a blessed event if they do check the career of this infamous Corsican. I have just heard that that poor foreigner Gillet de la Gevrillière, who proposed to Mr. Fox to assassinate him, died a miserable death a few days ago. The Bicester, probably by torture, though nobody knows. Really one almost wishes Mr. Fox had. Oh, here they are. Enter the Spanish Viscount de Materosa, and Don Diego de la Vega. They are introduced by Captain Hill and Mr. Bagot, who escort them. Lady Salisbury presents them to the Prince and others. Prince of Wales, by Gad, Viscount, we were just talking of ye. You had some adventures in getting to this country. Materosa, assisted by Bagot as interpreter, sir, it has indeed been a trying experience for us. But here we are, impressed by a deep sense of gratitude for the signal marks of attachment your country has shown us. Prince of Wales, you represent, practically, the Spanish people. Materosa, we are immediately deputed, sir, by the Assembly of Asturias, more sailing soon from other provinces. We bring official writings, charging us to clinch and solder treaties with this realm that may promote our cause against the foe. Nextly a letter to your gracious king, also a proclamation, soon to sound and swell the pulse of the peninsula, declaring that the act by which King Carlos and his son Prince Fernando cede the throne to whomsoever Napoleon may appoint, being an act of treachery, not of choice, unfetters us from our allegiant oath. Mrs. Fitzherbert, the usurpation began, I suppose, with the divisions in the royal family. Materosa, yes, madam, and the protection they foolishly requested from the emperor, and their timid intent of flying secretly helped it on. It was an opportunity he had been awaiting for years. Mrs. Fitzherbert, all brought about by this man Godoy, Prince of Peace. Prince of Wales, my wig, mighty much you know about it, Maria. Why, sure, Boney thought to himself, this Spain is a pretty place, 'twill just suit me as an extra acre or two, so here goes. Don Diego, aside to Bago, this lady is the Princess of Wales. Bago HSH. No, Senor. The princess lives at large at Kensington and other places, and has parties of her own, and doesn't keep house with her husband. This lady is, well, really his wife, you know, in the opinion of many, but, Don Diego are ladies a little mixed, as they were at our court. She's the pepartudo to this Prince of Peace. Bago, oh no, not exactly that, Senor. Don Diego, ya. Good. I'll be careful, my friend. You are not saints in England more than we are in Spain. Bago, we are not. Only you sin with naked faces, and we with masks on. Don Diego, virtuous country. Duchess of Rutland. It was understood that Ferdinand, Prince of Asturias, was to marry a French princess, and so unite the countries peacefully. Materosa it was. And our credulous prince was tempted to meet Napoleon at Bayonne. Also the poor simple king, and the infatuated queen, and Manuel Godoy. Duchess of Rutland. Then Godoy escaped from Aranjuez. Materosa, yes, by hiding in the garret. Then they all threw themselves upon Napoleon's protection. In his presence the queen swore that the king was not Fernando's father. Altogether they form a queer little menagerie. What will happen to them nobody knows. Prince of Wales, and do you wish us to send an army at once? Materosa, what we most want, sir, are arms and ammunition. But we leave the English ministry to cooperate in its own wise way, anyhow, so as to sustain us in resenting these insults from the tyrant of the earth. Duchess of Rutland, to the Prince of Wales, what sort of aid shall we send, sir? Prince of Wales, we are going to vote 50 millions, I hear. We'll whack him, and preserve your noble country for Senor Viscount. The debate thereon is to come off tomorrow. It will be the finest thing the Commons have had since Pitt's time. Sheridan, who is open to it, says he and Canning are to be absolutely unanimous, and, by God, like the parties in his critic, when government and opposition do agree, their unanimity is wonderful. Viscount Materosa, you and your friends must be in the gallery. Oh, damme, you must. Materosa, sir, we are already pledged to be there. Prince of Wales, and hark ye, Senor Viscount. You will then learn what a mighty fine thing a debate in the English Parliament is. No continental humbug there. Not but that the court has a trouble to keep 'em in their places sometimes, and I would it had been one in the Lords instead. However, Sheridan says he has been learning his speech these 2 days, and has hunted his father's dictionary through for some stunning long words. Now, Maria, to Mrs. Fitzherbert, I am going home. Lady Salisbury at last, then, England will take her place in the forefront of this mortal struggle, and in pure disinterestedness fight with all her strength for the European deliverance. God defend the right. The Prince of Wales leaves, and the other guests begin to depart. Semichorus Eye of the Years, aerial music, leave this glib throng to its conjecturing, and let 4 burdened weeks uncover what they bring. Semicherous to the said debate, to wit, it's close indeed, till England stands enlisted for the patriots' needs. Semicherous iron transports in the docks gulp down their freight of buckled fighting flesh, and gale-bound, watch and wait. Semicherous too till gracious zephyrs shoulder on their sails to where the brine of Biscay moans its tragic tales. Chorus bear we, too, south, as we were swallow-vanned, and mark the game now played there by the master hand. The reception chamber is shut over by the night without, and the point of view rapidly recedes south, London and its streets and lights diminishing till they are lost in the distance, and its noises being succeeded by the babble of the Channel and Biscay waves. Scene for Madrid and its environs. The view is from the housetops of the city on a dusty evening in this July, following a day of suffocating heat. The sunburnt roofs, warm ochreous walls, and blue shadows of the capital, wear their usual aspect except for a few feeble attempts at decoration. Dumb show-gazers gather in the central streets, and particularly in the Puerta del Sol. They show curiosity, but no enthusiasm. Patrols of French soldiery move up and down in front of the people, and seem to awe them into quietude. There is a discharge of artillery in the outskirts, and the church bells begin ringing, but the peals dwindle away to a melancholy jangle, and then to silence. Simultaneously, on the northern horizon of the arid, unenclosed, and treeless plain swept by the eye around the city, a cloud of dust arises, and a royal procession is seen nearing. It means the new king, Joseph Bonaparte. He comes on, escorted by a clanking guard of 4,000 Italian troops, and the brilliant royal carriage is followed by 100 coaches bearing his suite. As the procession enters the city, many houses reveal themselves to be closed, many citizens leave the route and walk elsewhere, while many of those who remain turn their backs upon the spectacle. King Joseph proceeds thus through the Plaza Orient to the granite-walled royal palace, where he alights and is received by some of the nobility, the French generals who are in occupation there, and some clergy. Heralds emerge from the palace, and hasten to divers points in the city, where trumpets are blown and the proclamation of Joseph as King of Spain is read in a loud voice. It is received in silence. The sun sets, and the curtain falls. Scene v. the open sea between the English coasts and the Spanish peninsula, from high aloft, in the same July weather, and facing east. The vision swoops over the ocean and its coastlines, from Cork Harbour on the extreme left, to Mondigo Bay, Portugal, on the extreme right. Land's End and the Scilly Isles, Ushant and Cape Finisterre, are projecting features along the middle distance of the picture, and the English Channel recedes endwise as a tapering avenue near the centre. Dumb show 4 groups of moth-like transport ships are discovered silently skimming this wide liquid plain. The first group, to the right, is just vanishing behind Cape Mondigo to enter Mondigo Bay. The second, in the midst, has come out from Plymouth Sound, and is preparing to stand down channel. The third is clearing St. Helens Point for the same course, and the fourth, much further up channel, is obviously to follow on considerably in the rear of the two preceding. A southeast wind is blowing strong, and, according to the part of their course reached, they either sail direct with the wind on their larboard quarter, or labor forward by tacking in zigzags. Spirit of the pities, what are these fleets that cross the sea from British ports and bays to coasts that glister southwardly behind the dog-day haze? Rumors, chanting, Semiceraci, they are the shipped battalions sent to bar the bold belligerent who stalks the dancers' land. Within these hulls, like sheep a pen, are packed in thousands fighting men and colonels in command. Semicerus to the fleet that leans each airy fin far south, where Mondigo mouths in, bears Wellesley and his aides therein, and Hill, and Crawford too, with Torrens, Ferguson, and Fane, and majors, captains, clerks, in train, and those grim needs that appertain, the surgeons, not a few. To them add 12,000 souls in linesmen that the list enrolls, borne onward by those sheeted poles as war's red retinue. Semiceraci, the fleet that clears St. Helens shore, holds Burrard, Hope, ill-omened Moore, Clinton and Paget, while the transports that pertain to those count 60 sail, whose planks enclose 10,000 rank and file. Semicerus to the third sent ships, from Plymouth Sound, with Akeland, Anstruther, impound souls to 6,000 strong. While those, the fourth fleet, that we see far back, are lined with cavalry, and guns of girth, wheeled heavily to roll the routes along. Spirit of the years enough, and more, of inventories and names. Many will fail, many earn doubtful fames. Await the fruitage of their acts and aims. Dumb show, continuing, in the spacious scene visible the far separated groups of transports, convoyed by battleships, float on before the wind almost imperceptibly, like preened duck feathers across a pond. The southernmost expedition, under Sir Arthur Wellesley, soon comes to anchor within the bay of Mondigo aforesaid, and the soldiery are indefinitely discernible landing upon the beach from boats. Simultaneously the division commanded by Moore, as yet in the chops of the channel, is seen to be beaten back by contrary winds. It gallantly puts to sea again, and being joined by the division under Anstruther that has set out from Plymouth, labours round Ushant, and stands to the south in the track of Wellesley. The rearward transports do the same. A moving stratum of summer cloud beneath the point of view covers up the spectacle like an awning. Scene 6 St. Cloud. The boudoir of Josephine. It is the dusk of evening in the latter summer of this year, and from the windows at the back of the stage, which are still uncurtained, can be seen the Empress with Napoleon and some ladies and officers of the court playing Catch Me If You Can by torchlight on the lawn. The moving torches throw bizarre lights and shadows into the apartment, where only a remote candle or two are burning. Enter Josephine and Napoleon together, somewhat out of breath. With careless suppleness she slides down on a couch and fans herself. Now that the candle rays reach her they show her mellow complexion, her velvety eyes with long lashes, mouth with pointed corners and excessive mobility beneath its duvet, and curls of dark hair pressed down upon the temples by a gold band. The emperor drops into a seat near her, and they remain in silence till he jumps up, knocks over some knickknacks with his elbow, and begins walking about the boudoir. Napoleon, with sudden gloom, these mindless games are very well, my friend, but ours tonight marks, not improbably, the last we play together. Josephine, starting, can you say it? Why raise that ghastly nightmare on me now, when, for a moment, my poor brain had dreams denied it all the earlier anxious day? Napoleon, things that verge nigh, my simple Josephine, are not shoved off by wilful winking at. Better quiz evils with too strained an eye than have them leap from disregarded les. Josephine may be teased true, and you shall have it so, yet there's no joy save sorrow waved a while. Napoleon, ha, ha. That's like you. Well, each day by day I get sour news. Each hour since we returned from this queer Spanish business at Bayonne, I have had nothing else, and hence by brooding. Josephine, but all went well throughout our touring time. Napoleon, not so, behind the scenes. Our arms a Balin have been smirched badly. 20,000 shamed all through Dupont's ill luck. The self-same day my brother Joseph's progress to Madrid was glorious as a sodden rocket's fizz. Since when his letters creak with querulousness. Napoleon el Chicotes they call him, Napoleon the Little, so he says. Then notice Austria. Much looks lowering there, and her sly new regard for England grows. The English, next, have shipped an army down to Mondigo, under one Wellesley, a man from India, and his march is south to Lisbon, by Vimero. On he'll go and do the devil's mischief ere he is met by unaware Junot, and chivied back to English fogs and fumes. Josephine, my dearest one, you have mused on worse reports with better grace full many and many a time. Ah, there is more. I know, I know. Napoleon, kicking away a stool, there is, of course, that worm time ever keeps in hand for gnawing me, the question of my dynasty, which bites closer and closer as the years wheel on. Josephine, of course it's that. For nothing else could hang my lord on tenterhooks through nights and days, or rather, not the question, but the tongues that keep the question stirring. Naught recked you of throne succession or dynastic lines when gloriously engaged in Italy. I was your fairy then, they labelled me your lady of victories, and much I joyed, till dangerous ones drew near and daily sowed these choking tares within your fecund brain, making me tremble if a panel crack, or mouse but cheap, or silent leaf sail down, and murdering my melodious hours with dreads that my late happiness, and my late hope, will oversown be knelled. Napoleon, genially nearing her. But years have passed since first we talked of it, and now, with loss of dear Hortense's son who won me as my own, it looms forth more. And selfish tease in my good Josephine to blind her vision to the weal of France, and this great empire's solidarity. The grandeur of your sacrifice would gild your life's whole shape. Josephine, were I as coarse a wife as I am limbed in English caricature, those cruel effigies they draw of me. You could not speak more aridly. Napoleon, nay, nay. You know, my comrade, how I love you still. Were there a long notorious dislike betwixt us, reason might be in your dreads, but all earth knows our conjugality. There's not a bourgeois couple in the land who, should dire duty rule their severance, could part with scanter scandal than could we. Josephine, pouting, nevertheless there's one. Napoleon, a scandal. What? Josephine, Madame Waliuska. How could you pretend when, after Jana, I'd have come to you? The weather was so wild, the roads so rough, that no one of my sex and delicate nerve could hope to face the dangers and fatigues. Yes, so you wrote me, dear. They hurt not her. Napoleon, blandly, she was a week's adventure, not worth words. I say 'tis France. I have held out for years against the constant pressure brought on me to null this sterile marriage. Josephine, bursting into sobs, me you blame. But how know you that you are not the culprit? Napoleon, I have reasons so to know, if I must say. The Polish lady you have chosen to name has proved the fault, not mine. Josephine sobs more violently. Don't cry, my cherished, it is not really amiable of you, or prudent, my good little Josephine, with so much in the balance. Josephine, how know you what may not happen? Wait a little longer. Napoleon, playfully pinching her arm, oh come, now, my adored. Haven't I already? Nature's a dial whose shade no hand puts back, trick as we may. My friend, you are 43 this very year in the world. Josephine breaks out sobbing again. And in vain it is to think of waiting longer. Pitiful to dream of coaxing shy fecundity to an unlikely freak by physicking with superstitious drugs and quackeries that work you harm, not good. The fact being so, I have looked it squarely down, against my heart. Solicitations voiced repeatedly at length have shown the soundness of their shape, and left me no denial. You, at times, my dear one, have been used to handle it. My brother Joseph, years back, frankly gave his honest view that something should be done, and he, you well know, shows no ill taint in his regard of you. Josephine, and what princess? Napoleon for wiving with. No thought was given to that. She shapes as vaguely as the veiled. Josephine, no, no, it's Alexander's sister, I'm full sure, but why this craze for home-made mannikins and lineage mere of flesh? You have said yourself it mattered not. Great Caesar, you declared, sank sunless to his rest, was greater deemed even for the isolation. Frederick saw, too, no heir. It is the fate of such, often, to be denied the common hope as fine for fullness in the rarer gifts that nature yields them. O my husband, long will you not purge your soul to value best that high heredity from brain to brain which supersedes mere sequence of blood, that often vary more from sire to son than between furthest strangers? Napoleon's offspring in his like must lie, the second of his line be he who shows Napoleon's soul in late embodiment, the household father happening as he may. Napoleon, smilingly wiping her eyes, little guessed I, my dear, would prove her rammed with such a charge of apt philosophy when tutoring me gay arts in earlier times. She who at home coquetted through the years in which I vainly penned her wishful words to come and comfort me in Italy, might, faith, have urged it then effectually. But never would you stir from Paris joys, with some bitterness. And so, when arguments like this could move me, I heard them not, and get them only now when their weight dully falls. But I have said 'tis not for me, but France, goodbye an hour. Kissing her. I must dictate some letters. This new move of England on Madrid may mean some trouble. Come, dwell not gloomily on this cold need of waiving private joy for policy. We are but thistle globes on heaven's high gales, and with a blown, or when, or how, or why, can choose us not at all. I'll come to you anon, dear, stanch Ruston will light me in. Exit Napoleon. The scene shuts in shadow. Scene 7. Vimero, a village among the hills of Portugal, about 50 miles north of Lisbon. Around it are disclosed, as 10 on Sunday morning strikes, a blue army of 14,000 men in isolated columns, and red army of 18,000 in line formation, drawn up in order of battle. The blue army is a French one under Junot, the other an English one under Sir Arthur Wellesley, portion of that recently landed. The August sun glares on the shaven faces, white gaiters, and white cross-belts of the English, who are to fight for their lives while sweating under a 400 weight in knapsack and pouches, and with firelocks heavy as put logs. They occupy a group of heights, but their position is one of great danger, the land abruptly terminating 2 miles behind their backs in lofty cliffs overhanging the Atlantic. The French occupy the valleys in the English front, and this distinction between the two forces strikes the eye. The Red Army is accompanied by scarce any cavalry, while the Blue is strong in that area. Dumb show the battle is begun with alternate moves that match each other like those of a chess opening. Junot makes an oblique attack by moving a division to his right, Wellesley moves several brigades to his left to balance it. A column of 6,000 French then climbs the hill against the English centre, and drives in those who are planted there. The English artillery checks its adversaries, and the infantry recover and charge the baffled French down the slopes. Meanwhile the latter's cavalry and artillery are attacking the village itself, and, rushing on a few squadrons of English dragoons stationed there, cut them to pieces. A dust is raised by this ado, and moans of men and shrieks of horses are heard. Close by the carnage the little Macera stream continues to trickle unconcernedly to the sea. On the English left 5,000 French infantry, having ascended to the ridge and maintained a stinging musket fire as sharply returned, are driven down by the bayonets of 6 English regiments. Thereafter a brigade of the French, the northernmost, finding that the others have pursued to the bottom and are resting after the effort, surprise them and bayonet them back to their original summit. The seesaw is continued by the recovery of the English, who again drive their assailants down. The French army pauses stultified, till, the columns uniting, they fall back toward the opposite hills. The English, seeing that their chance has come, are about to pursue and settle the fortunes of the day. But a messenger dispatched from a distant group is marked riding up to the large-nosed man with a telescope and an Indian sword who, his staff around him, has been directing the English movements. He seems astonished at the message, appears to resent it, and pauses with a gloomy look. But he sends countermands to his generals, and the pursuit ends abortively. The French retreat without further molestation by a circuitous march into the great road to Torres Vedras by which they came, leaving nearly 2,000 dead and wounded on the slopes they have quitted. Dumb show ends and the curtain draws. Act 3rd, Scene I, Spain. A road near Estaga. The eye of the spectator rakes the road from the interior of a cellar which opens upon it, and forms the basement of a deserted house, the roof doors and shutters of which have been pulled down and burnt for bivouac fires. The season is the beginning of January, and the country is covered with a sticky snow. The road itself is intermittently encumbered with heavy traffic, the surface being churned to a yellow mud that lies half knee-deep, and at the numerous holes in the track forming still deeper quagmires. In the gloom of the cellar are heaps of damp straw, in which ragged figures are lying half buried, many of the men in the uniform of English regiments, and the women and children in clouts of all descriptions, some being nearly naked. At the back of the cellar is revealed, through a burst door, an inner vault, where are discernible some wooden hooped wine casks. In one sticks a gimlet, and the broaching cork of another has been driven in. The wine runs into pitchers, washing basins, shards, chamber vessels, and other extemporized receptacles. Most of the inmates are drunk, some to insensibility. So far as the characters are doing anything, they are contemplating almost incessant traffic outside, passing in one direction. It includes a medley of stragglers from the Marquis of Romana's Spanish forces and the retreating English army under Sir John Moore, to which the concealed deserters belong. First deserter, now he's one of the 81st. And I'd gladly let that poor blade know that we've all that man can wish for here, good wine and buxom women. But if I do, we shan't have room for ourselves, hey? He signifies a man limping past with neither firelock nor knapsack. Where the discarded knapsack has rubbed for weeks against his shoulder blades, the jacket and shirt are fretted away, leaving his skin exposed. Second deserter, he may be the 81st, or 82nd, but what I say is, without fear of contradiction, I wish to the Lord I was back in old Bristol again. I'd sooner have a nipperkin of our own Real Bristol milk than a mash tub full of this barbarian wine. Third deserter, 'tis like thee to be ungrateful, after putting away such a skinful on tea. I am as much Bristol as thee, but would as soon be here as there. There ain't near such willing women, that are strict respectable too, there as hereabout, and no open cellars. As there's many a slip in this country, I'll have the rest of my allowance now. He crawls on his elbows to one of the barrels, and turning on his back lets the wine run down his throat. Fourth deserter, to a fifth, who is snoring, don't treat us to such a snouching there, mate. Here's some more coming, and they'll sight us if we don't mind. Enter without a straggling flock of military objects, some with fragments of shoes on, others barefooted, many of the latter's feet bleeding. The arms and waists of some are clutched by women as tattered and barefooted as themselves. They pass on. The retreat continues. More of Romana's Spanish limp along in disorder, then enters a miscellaneous group of English cavalry soldiers, some on foot, some mounted, the rearmest of the latter bestriding a shoeless foundered creature whose neck is vertebrae and mane only. While passing it falls from exhaustion, the trooper extricates himself and pistols the animal through the head. He and the rest pass on. First deserter, a new plashing of feet being heard, here's something more in order, or I am much mistaken. He cranes out. Yes, a sergeant of the 43rd, and what's left of their 2nd battalion. And, by God, not far behind I see shining helmets. 'Tis a whole squadron of French dragoons. Enter the sergeant. He has a racking cough, but endeavors, by stiffening himself up, to hide how it is wasting away his life. He halts, and looks back, till the remains of the 43rd are abreast, to the number of some 300, about half of whom are crippled invalids, the other half being presentable and armed soldiery. Sergeant, now show your nerve, and be men. If you die today you won't have to die tomorrow. Fall in. The miscellany falls in. All invalids and men without arms march ahead as well as they can. Quick, more WWCH. Exeunt invalids, etc. Now. Tension. Shoulder our, forelocks. Order obeyed. The sergeant hastily forms these into platoons, who prime and load, and seem preternaturally changed from what they were into alert soldiers. Enter French dragoons at the left back of the scene. The rear platoon of the 43rd turns, fires, and proceeds. The next platoon covering them does the same. This is repeated several times, staggering the pursuers. Exeunt French dragoons, giving up the pursuit. The coughing sergeant and the remnant of the 43rd march on. Fourth deserter, to a woman lying beside him, what do you think o' that, my honey? It fairly makes me a man again. Come, wake up. We must be getting along somehow. He regards the woman more closely. Why, my little chick. Look here, friends. They look, and the woman is found to be dead. If I didn't think that her poor knees felt cold. And only an hour ago I swore to marry her. They remain silent. The retreat continues in the snow without, now in the form of a file of ox carts, followed by a mixed rabble of English and Spanish, and mules and muleteers hired by English officers to carry their baggage. The muleteers, looking about and seeing that the French dragoons gave been there, cut the bands which hold on the heavy packs, and scamper off with their mules. A voice, behind, the commander-in-chief is determined to maintain discipline, and they must suffer. No more pillaging here. It is the worst case of brutality and plunder that we have had in this wretched time. Enter an English captain of hussars, a lieutenant, a guard of about a dozen, and 3 men as prisoner. Captain, if they choose to draw lots, only one need be made an example of. But they must be quick about it. The advance guard of the enemy is not far behind. The 3 prisoners appear to draw lots, and the one on whom the lot falls is blindfolded. Exeunt the hussars behind a wall, with carbines. A volley is heard and something falls. The wretched in the cellar shudder. 4th deserter, 'tis the same for us but for this heap of straw. Ah, my doxy is the only one of us who is safe and sound. He kisses the dead woman. Retreat continues. A train of 6-horse baggage wagons lumbers past, a mounted sergeant alongside. Among the baggage lie wounded soldiers and sick women. Sergeant of the wagon train, if so be they are dead, ye may as well drop 'em over the tailboard. 'Tis no use straining the horses unnecessary. Wagons halt. 2 of the wounded who have just died are taken out, laid down by the roadside, and some muddy snow scraped over them. Exeunt wagons and sergeant. An interval. More English troops pass on horses, mostly shoeless and foundered. Enter Sir John Moore and officers. Moore appears on the pale evening light as a handsome man, far on in the 40s, the orbits of his dark eyes showing marks of deep anxiety. He is talking to some of his staff with vehement emphasis and gesture. They cross the scene and go on out of sight, and the squashing of their horses' hoofs in the snowy mud dies away. 5th deserter, incoherently in his sleep, poise forelocks, open pans, right hands to pouch, handle cartridge, bring it, quick motion bite top well off, prime, shut pans, cast about, load. 1st deserter, throwing a shoe at the sleeper, shut up that. Do ye think you are a recruitee in the awkward squad still? 2nd deserter, I don't know what he thinks, but I know what I feel. Would that I were at home in England again, where there's old-fashioned tipple, and a proper God Almighty instead of this eternal woman and baby, at home leaning against old Bristol Bridge, and no questions asked, and the winter sun slanting friendly over Baldwin Street as I used to do. 'Tis my very belief, though I have lost all sure reckoning, that if I were there, and in good health, 'twould be New Year's Day about now. What it is over here I don't know. Tonight we should be setting in the tap of the Adam and Eve, lifting up the tune of the light o' the moon. 'Twere a romantical thing enough. I used to go som at like this, he sings in a nasal tone, oh I thought it had been day, and I stole from here away, but it proved to be the light o' the moon. Retreat continues, with infantry in good order. Hearing the singing, one of the officers looks around, and detaching a patrol enters the ruined house with the file of men, the body of soldiers marching on. The inmates of the cellar bury themselves in the straw. The officer peers about, and seeing no one prods the straw with his sword. Voices, under the straw, Oh, hell! Stop it! We'll come out. Mercy! Quarter! The lurkers are uncovered. Officer, if you are well enough to sing bawdy songs, you are well enough to march. So out of it, or you'll be shot, here and now. Several you may shoot us, Captain, or the French may shoot us, or the devil may take us, we don't care which. Only we can't stir. Pity the women, Captain, but do what you will with us. The searchers pass over the wounded, and stir out those capable of marching, both men and women, so far as they discover them. They are pricked on by the patrol. Exeunt patrol and deserters in its charge. Those who remain look stolidly at the highway. The English rearguard of cavalry crosses the scene and passes out. An interval. It grows dusk. Spirit ironic, quaint posy, and real romance of war. Spirit of the pities, mock on, shade, if thou wilt. But others find posy ever lurk where pit-pats poor mankind. The scene is cloaked in darkness. Scene 2 the same, it is nearly midnight. The fugitives who remain in the cellar, having slept off the effects of the wine, are awakened by a new tramping of cavalry, which becomes more and more persistent. It is the French, who now fill the road. The advance guard having passed by, de Laborde's division, Lorge's division, Mail's division, and others, successively cross the gloom. Presently come the outlines of the Imperial Guard, and then, with a start, those in hiding realize their situation, and are wide awake. Napoleon enters with his staff. He has just been overtaken by a courier, and orders those round him to halt. Napoleon, let there a fire be lit, here and now. The lines within these letters brook no pause in mastering their purport. Some of the French approach the ruined house and, appropriating what wood is still left there, heap it by the roadside and set it alight. A mixed rain and snow falls, and the sputtering flames throw a glare all round. Second deserter, under his voice, we be shot corpses. Faith, we be. Why didn't I stick to England, and true doxology, and leave foreign doxes and their wine alone? Mate, can ye squeeze another shardful from the cask there, for I feel my time is come. Oh, that I had but the barrel of that firelock I throwed away, and that wasted powder to prime and load. This bullet I chaw to squench my hunger would do the rest. Yes, I could pick him off now. First deserter, you lie low with your picking off, or he may pick off you. Thank God the babies are gone. Maybe we shan't be noticed, if we've but the courage to do nothing, and keep hid. Napoleon dismounts, approaches the fire, and looks around. Napoleon, another of their dead horses here, I see. Officer, yes, sire. We have counted 1800 odd from Benavent hither, pistoled thus. Some we'd to finish for them, headlong haste spared them no time for mercy to their broods. One half their cavalry now tramps afoot. Napoleon, and what's the tale of wagons we've picked up? Officer, Spanish and all abandoned, some 400, of magazines and firelocks, full 10 load, and stragglers and their girls a numerous crew. Napoleon a devil, plenty those. Licentious ones these English, as all canting peoples are. And prisoners. Officers 700 English, sire, Spaniards 5,000 more. Napoleon teased not amiss. To keep the new year up they run away. He soliloquizes as he begins tearing open the dispatches. Nor Pitt nor Fox displayed such blundering as glares in this campaign. It is, indeed, enlarging folly to foolhardiness to combat France by land. But how expect aught that can claim the name of government from Canning, Castlereagh, and Perceval, caballers all, poor sorry politicians, to whom has fallen the luck of reaping in the harvestings of Pitt's bold husbandry? He unfolds a dispatch, and looks for something to sit on. A cloak is thrown over a log, and he settles to reading by the firelight. The others stand round. The light, crossed by the snowflakes, flickers on his unhealthy face and stoutening figure. He sinks into the rigidity of profound thought, till his features lower. So this is their reply. They have done with me. Britain declines negotiating further, flouts France and Russia indiscriminately. Since one dethrones and keeps as prisoners the most legitimate kings, that means myself, the other suffers their unworthy treatment for sordid interests, that's for Alexander. And what is Georgie made to say besides? Pacific overtures to us are whiles woven to unnerve the generous nations round lately escaped the galling yoke of France, or waiting so to do. Such, then, being seen, these tentatives must be regarded now as finally foregone, and crimson war be faced to its fell worst, unflinchingly. The devil take their lecture. What am I, that England should return such insolence? He jumps up, furious, and walks to and fro beside the fire. By and by cooling he sits down again. Now as to hostile signs in Austria. He breaks another seal and reads. Swords to cross with her some day in spring. Thinking me cornered over here in Spain, she speaks without disguise, the covert pact twixt her and England owning now quite frankly, careless how works its knowledge upon me. She, England, Germany, well, I confront them. That there is no sufficient force of French between the Elbe and Rhine to prostrate her, let new and terrible experience soon disillude her of. Yet, she may arm, the opportunity she late let slip will not subserve her now. Spirit of the pities, has he no heart? Hints that this Austrian court, whereon his mood takes mould so masterful, is rearing naively in its nursery room a future wife for him. Spirit of the years, thou dost but guess it, and how should his heart know? Napoleon, opening and reading another dispatch, now eastward. The Orient likewise looms full solemnly. The Turk declines pacifically to yield what I have promised Alexander. As for Constantinople being his prize, I'll see him frozen first. His flight's too high. And showing that I think so makes him cool. Rises. is sold the Duke Dalmatia yet at hand? Officer, he has arrived along the Lyon road just now, your Majesty, and only waits the close of your perusals. Enter Soult, who is greeted by Napoleon. First deserter, good Lord, deliver us from all great men, and take me back again to humble life. That's Marshal Soult, the Duke of Dalmatia. Second deserter, the Duke of Damnation for our poor rear, by the look on't. First deserter, yes, he'll make 'em rub their poor rears before he has done with 'em. But we must overtake 'em tomorrow by a cross cut, please God. Napoleon, pointing to the dispatches, here's matter enough for me, Duke, and to spare. The ominous contents are like the threats the ancient prophets dealt rebellious Judah. Austria we soon shall have upon our hands, and England still is fierce for fighting on, strange humour in a concord-loving land. So now I must to Paris straight away, at least, to Valladolid, so as to stand more apt for couriers than I do out here in this far western corner, and to mark the veerings of these new developments, and blow a counter breeze. Then, too, there's Lance, still sweating at the siege of sullen Zaragoza as 'twere hell. Him I must further counsel how to close his twice too tedious battery. You, then, Soult, nay, is not yet, I gather, quite come up. Soult, he's near, sire, on the Benavent road, but some hours to the rear I reckon, still. Napoleon, pointing to the dispatches, him I'll direct to come to your support in this pursuit and harassment of Moor wherein you take my place. You'll follow up and chase the flying English to the sea. Bear hard on them, the bayonet at their loins. With Mail's and Mamet's corps just gone ahead, and de Laborde's, and Hudlet's here at hand, while Lorge's and La Houssaye's picked dragoons will follow, and Franceschi's cavalry. To Ney I am writing, in case of need, he will support with Marchand and Mathieu. Your total thus of 70,000 odd, 10,000 horse, and cannon to 50, should near annihilate this British force, and carve a triumph large in history. He bends over the fire and makes some notes rapidly. I move into Astiga, then turn back, though only in my person do I turn, and leave to you the destinies of Spain. Spirit of the years, more turning may be here than he design. In this small, sudden, swift turn backward, he suggests one turning from his apogee. The characters disperse, the fire sinks, and snowflakes and darkness blot out all. Scene 3 before Corunna, the town, harbour, and hills at the back are viewed from an aerial point to the north, over the lighthouse known as the Tower of Hercules, rising at the extremity of the tongue of land on which La Corunna stands, the open ocean being in the spectator's rear. In the foreground the most prominent feature is the walled old town, with its white towers and houses, shaping itself aloft over the harbour. The new town, and its painted fronts, show bright below, even on this cloudy winter afternoon. Further off, behind the harbour, now crowded with British transports of all sizes, is a series of low broken hills, intersected by hedges and stone walls. A mile behind these low inner hills is beheld a rocky chain of outer and loftier heights that completely command the former. Nothing behind them is seen but grey sky. Dumb show on the inner hills aforesaid the little English army, a pathetic 14,000 of foot only, is just deploying into line. Hope's division is on the left, Baird's to the right. Paget with the reserve is in the hollow to the left behind them, and Fraser's division still further back shapes out on a slight rise to the right. This harassed force now appears as if composed of quite other than the men observed in the retreat, insubordinately straggling along like vagabonds. Yet they are the same men, suddenly stiffened and grown amenable to discipline by the satisfaction of standing to the enemy at last. They resemble a double palisade of red stakes, the only gaps being those that the melancholy necessity of scant numbers entails here and there. Over the heads of these red men is beheld on the outer hills the 20,000 French that have been pushed along the road at the heels of the English by Soult. They have an ominous superiority, both in position and in their abundance of cavalry and artillery, over the slender lines of English foot. The left of this background, facing Hope, is made up of de Laborde's and Maille's divisions, while in a deadly arc round Baird, from whom they are divided only by the village of Elvina, are placed Mamet's division, La Houssaye's and Lorch's dragoons, Franceschi's cavalry, and, highest up of all, a formidable battery of 11 great guns that rake the whole British line. It is now getting on for 2 o'clock, and a stir of activity has lately been noticed along the French front. 3 columns are discerned descending from their position, the first towards the division of Sir David Baird, the weakest point in the English line, the next towards the centre, the third towards the left. A heavy cannonade from the battery supports this advance. The clash ensues, the English being swept down in swathes by the enemy's artillery. The opponents meet face to face at the village in the valley between them, and the fight there grows furious. Sir John Moore is seen galloping to the front under the gloomy sky. Spirit of the pities I seem to vision in San Carlos garden, that rises salient in the upper town, his name, and date, and doing, set within a filmy outline like a monument, which yet is but the insubstantial air. Spirit of the years read visions as conjectures, not as more. When Moore arrives at the front, Fraser and Paget move to the right, where the English are most sorely pressed. A grape shot strikes off Baird's arm. There is a little confusion, and he is borne to the rear, while Major Napier disappears, a prisoner. Intelligence of these misfortunes is brought to Sir John Moore. He goes further forward, and precedes in person the 42nd Regiment and a battalion of the Guards who, with fixed bayonets, bear the enemy back, Moore's gestures in cheering them being notably energetic. Pursuers, pursued, and Sir John himself pass out of sight behind the hill. Dumb show ends. The point of vision descends to the immediate rear of the English position. The early January evening has begun to spread its shades, and shouts of dismay are heard from behind the hill over which Moore and the advancing lines have vanished. Straggling soldiers cross in the gloom. First straggler he's struck by a cannonball, that I know, but he's not killed, that I pray God Almighty. Second straggler, better he were. His shoulder is knocked to a bag of splinters. As Sir David was wounded, Sir John was anxious that the right should not give way, and went forward to keep it firm. First straggler, he didn't keep you firm, howsomever. Second straggler, nor you, for that matter. First straggler, well, 'twas a serious place for a man with no priming horn, and a character to lose, so I judged it best to fall to the rear by lying down. A man can't fight by the regulations without his priming horn, and I am none of your slovenly anyhow fighters. Second straggler nation, having dropped my flit pouch, I was the same. If you'd had your priming horn, and I my flints, mind ye, we should have been there now. Then, fortiori, that we are not is the fault o' government for not supplying new ones from the reserve. First straggler, what did he say as he led us on? Second straggler, 42nd, remember Egypt. I heard it with my own ears. Yes, that was his strict testament. First straggler, remember Egypt. And I do, for I was there. Upon my salvation, here's for back again, whether or no. Second straggler, but here. 42nd, remember Egypt, he said in the very eye of that French battery playing through us. And the next omen was that he was struck off his horse, and fell on his back to the ground. I remembered Egypt, and what had just happened too, so thorough well that I remembered the way over this wall. Captain Hardinge, who was close to him, jumped off his horse, and he and one in the ranks lifted him, and are now bringing him along. First straggler, nevertheless, here's for back again, come what will. Remember Egypt. Hurrah! Exit first straggler. Second straggler ponders, then suddenly follows first. Enter Colonel Anderson and others hastily. An officer, now fetch a blanca. He must be carried in. Shouts heard. Colonel Anderson, that means we are gaining ground. Had fate but left this last blow undecreed, the hour had shone a star amid these girdling days of gloom. Exit. Enter in the obscurity 6 soldiers of the 42nd, bearing more on their joined hands. Captain Hardinge walks beside and steadies him. He is temporarily laid down in the shelter of a wall, his left shoulder being pounded away, the arm dangling by a shred of flesh. Enter Colonel Graham and Captain Woodford. Graham, the wound is more than serious, Woodford, far right for a surgeon, one of those, perhaps, who tend Sir David bed. Exit Captain Woodford. His blood throbs forth so fast, that I have dark fears he'll drain to death ere anything can be done. Hardinge, I'll try to stanch it, since no skill's in call. He takes off his sash and endeavors to bind the wound with it. Moore smiles and shakes his head. There's not much checking it. Then rent's too gross. A dozen lives could pass that thoroughfare. Enter a soldier with a blanket. They lift Moore into it. During the operation the pommel of his sword, which he still wears, is accidentally thrust into the wound. I'll loose the sword, it bruises you, Sir John. He begins to unbuckle it. More no. Let it be. One hurt more matters not. I wish it to go off the field with me. Hardinge, I like the sound of that. It augurs well for your much-hoped recovery. More, looking sadly at his wound, Hardinge, no, nature is nonplussed there. My shoulder's gone, and this left side laid open to my lungs. There's but a brief breath now for me, at most. Could you move me along, that I may glimpse still how the battle's going? Hardinge, Sir John, a few yards higher up, where we can see. He is borne in the blanket a little way onward, and lifted so that he can view the valley and the action. More brightly, they seem to be advancing. Yes, it is so. Enter Sir John Hope. Ah, Hope, I am doing badly here enough, but they are doing really well out there. Presses Hope's hand. Don't leave. My speech may flag with this fierce pain, but you can talk to me. Are the French checked? Hope, my dear friend, they are borne back steadily. More, his voice weakening, I hope England will be satisfied, I hope my native land will do me justice. I shall be blamed for sending Crawford off along the Orance road. But had I not, Bonaparte would have headed us that way. Hope, oh, would that Soult had but accepted battle by Lugo town. We should have crushed him there. More, yes, yes. But it has never been my lot to owe much to good luck, nor was it then. Good fortune has been mine, but, bitterly, mostly so by the exhaustion of all shapes of bad. Well, this does not become a dying man, and others have been chastened more than I by him who holds us in his hollowed hand. I grieve for Zaragoza, if, as said, the siege goes sorely with her, which it must. I heard when at Dahagun that late day that she was holding out heroically. But I must leave such now. You'll see my friends as early as you can. Tell them the whole, say to my mother. His voice fails. Hope, Hope, I have so much to charge you with, but weakness clams my tongue. If I must die without a word with Stanhope, ask him, Hope, to name me to his sister. You may know of what there was between us. Is Colonel Graham well, and all my aides? My will I have made, it is in Colborne's charge with other papers. Hope he's now coming up. Enter Major Colborne, Principal aide-de-camp. More, are the French beaten, Colborne, or repulsed? Alas! You see what they have done to me. Colborne, I do, Sir John, I am more than sad thereat. In brief time now the surgeon will be here. The French retreat, pushed from Elvina far. More, that's good. Is Paget anywhere about? Colborne, he's at the front, Sir John. More remembrance to him. Enter two surgeons. Ah, doctors, you can scarcely mend up me. And yet I feel so tough, I have feverish fears my dying will waste a long and tedious while, but not too long, I hope. Surgeons, after a hasty examination, you must be borne into your lodgings instantly, Sir John. Please strive to stand the motion, if you can, they will keep step, and bear you steadily. More anything. Surely fainter ebbs that fire. Colborne, yes, we must be advancing everywhere, Colbert their general, too, they have lost, I learn. They lift him by stretching their sashes under the blanket, and begin moving off. A light wagon enters. More who's in that wagon? Hardinge, Colonel Wynch, Sir John. He's wounded, but he urges you to take it. More, no, I will not. This suits. Don't come with me, there's more for you to do out here as yet. Cheerful shouts. Aha! 'Tis this way I have wished to die. Exeunt slowly in the twilight more, bearers, surgeons, etc., towards Corunna. The scene darkens. Scene 4, Corunna. Near the ramparts, it is just before dawn on the following morning, objects being still indistinct. The features of the elevated enclosure of San Carlos can be recognized in dim outline, and also those of the old town of Corunna around, though scarcely a lamp is shining. The numerous transports in the harbour beneath have still their riding lights burning. In a nook of the town walls a lantern glimmers. Some English soldiers of the 9th Regiment are hastily digging a grave there with extemporized tools. A voice, from the gloom some distance off, I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord, he that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. The soldiers look up, and see entering at the further end of the patch of ground a slow procession. It advances by the light of lanterns in the hands of some members of it. At moments the fitful rays fall upon bearers carrying a coffinless body rolled in a blanket, with a military cloak roughly thrown over by way of pall. It is brought towards the incomplete grave, and followed by Hope, Graham, Anderson, Colborne, Hardinge, and several aides-de-camp, a chaplain preceding. First soldier, they are here, almost as quickly as ourselves. There is no time to dig much deeper now, level a bottom just as fast we've got. He'll couch as calmly in this scrabbled hole as in a royal vault. Second soldier, would it had been a foot deeper, here among foreigners, with strange manures manufactured out of no one knows what. Surely we can give him another 6 inches. First soldier, there is no time. Just make the bottom true. The meager procession approaches the spot, and waits while the half-dug grave is roughly finished by the men of the 9th. They step out of it, and another of them holds a lantern to the chaplain's book. The winter day slowly dawns. Chaplain, man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down, like a flower, he fleeth as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. A gun is fired from the French battery not far off, then another. The ships in the harbour take in their riding lights. Colborne, in a low voice, I knew that dawn would see them open fire. Hope we must perforce make swift use of our time. Would we had closed our too sad office sooner. As the body is lowered another discharge echoes. They glance gloomily at the heights where the French are ranged, and then into the grave. Chaplain, we therefore commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Another gun. A spent ball falls not far off. They put out their lanterns. Continued firing, some shot splashing into the harbor below them. Hope in mercy to the living, who are thrust upon our care for their deliverance, and run much hazard till they are embarked. We must abridge these duties to the dead, who will not mind be they abridged or no. Hardinge, and could he mind, would be the man to bid it. Hope we shall do well, then, curtly to conclude these mutilated prayers, our hurried best, and what's left unsaid, feel. Chaplain, his words broken by the cannonade. We give thee hearty thanks for that it hath pleased thee to deliver this our brother out of the miseries of this sinful world. Who also hath taught us not to be sorry, as men without hope, for them that sleep in him. Grant this, through Jesus Christ our Mediator and Redeemer. Officers and soldiers, Amen. The diggers of the 9th hastily fill in the grave, and the scene shuts as the mournful figures retire. Scene v Vienna. A cafe in the Stephansplatz. An evening between light and dark is disclosed, some lamps being lit. The huge body and tower of St. Stephen's rise into the sky some way off, the western gleam still touching the upper stonework. Groups of people are seated at the tables, drinking and reading the newspapers. One very animated group, which includes an Englishman, is talking loudly. A citizen near looks up from his newspaper. Citizen, to the Englishman, I read, sir, here, the troubles you discuss of your so gallant army under Moore. His was a spirit baffled but not quelled, and in his death there shone a stoicism that lent retreat the rays of victory. Englishman, it was so. While men chide they will admire him, and frowning, praise. I could nigh prophesy that the unwonted crosses he has borne in his career of sharp vicissitude will tinct his story with a tender charm, and grant the memory of his strenuous feats as long a lease within the minds of men as conquerors hold their. Does the sheet give news of how the troops reached home? Citizen, looking up again at the paper, yes. From your press it quotes that they arrived at Plymouth Sound mid dreadful weather and much suffering. It states they looked the very ghosts of men, so heavily had hunger told on them, and the fatigues and toils of the retreat. Several were landed dead, and many died as they were borne along. At Portsmouth, too, Sir David Bed, still helpless from his wound, was carried in a cot, sheet pale and thin, and Sir John Hope, lank as a skeleton. Thereto is added, with authority, that a new expedition soon will fit, and start again for Spain. Englishman, I have heard as much. Citizen, you'll do it next time, sir. And so shall we. Second citizen, regarding the church tower opposite, you witnessed the high service over there they held this morning. To the Englishman. Englishman, I did get in, though not without hard striving, such the throng, but travellers roam to waste who shyly roam, and I pushed like the rest. Second citizen, our young Archduchess Maria Louisa was, they tell me, present. Englishmen, oh yes, the whole imperial family, and when the bishop called all blessings down upon the landwehr colours there displayed, enthusiasm touched the sky, she sharing it. Second citizen, commendable in her, and spirited, after the graceless insults to the court the Paris journals flaunt, not voluntarily, but by his ordering. Magician-like he holds them in his fist, and at his squeeze they bubble what he wills. Yes, she's a girl of patriotic build, and hates the French. Quite lately she was overheard to say she had met with most convincing auguries that this year Bonaparte was starred to die. Englishmen, your arms must render its fulfillment sure. Second citizen, right. And we have the opportunity, by upping to the war in suddenness, and catching him unaware. The pink and flower of all his veteran troops are now in Spain fully engaged with yours, while those he holds in Germany are scattered far and wide. First citizen, looking up again from his newspaper, I see here that he vows and guarantees inviolate bounds to all our territories if we but pledge to carry out forthwith a prompt disarmament. Since that's his price, hell burn his guarantees. Too long he has fooled us. To the Englishman, I drink, sir, to your land's consistency. While we and all the kindred Europe states alternately have wooed and warred him, you have not bent to blowing hot and cold, but held you sturdily inimical. Englishmen, laughing, less Christian-like forgiveness mellows us than continental souls. They drink. A band is heard in a distant street, with shouting. Enter third and fourth citizens, followed by others. First citizen, more news afloat. Third and fourth citizens, yet an announcement that the Archduke Charles is given the chief command. First, second, etc., citizens huzzah. Right so. A clinking of glasses, rising from seats, and general enthusiasm. Second citizen, if war had not so patly been declared, our howitzers and firelocks of themselves would have gone off to shame us. This forenoon some of the landwehr met me, they are hot for setting out, though but few months enrolled. Englishmen, that moves reflection somewhat. They are young for measuring with the veteran file of France. First citizen, Napoleon's army swarms with tender youth, his last conscription besomed into it thousands of merest boys. But he contrives to mix them in the field with seasoned frames. Second citizen, the sadly seen mistake this country made was that of grounding hostile arms at all. We should have fought irreconcilably, have been consistent as the English are. The French are our hereditary foes, and this adventurer of the saucy sword, this sacrilegious slighter of our shrines, stands author of all our ills. Our harvest fields and fruits he trample on, accumulating ruin in our land. Think of what mournings in the last sad war 'twas his to instigate and answer for. Time never can efface the glint of tears in palaces, in shops, in fields, in cots, from women widowed, sonless, fatherless, that then oppressed our eyes. There is no salve for such deep harrowings but to fight again. The enfranchisement of Europe hangs thereon, and long she has lingered for the sign to crush him. That signal we have given, the time is come. Thumping on the table. Fifth citizen, at another table, looking up from his paper and speaking across, I see that Russia has declined to aid us, and says she knows that Prussia likewise must, so that the mission of Prince Schwarzenberg to Alexander's court has closed in failure. Third citizen A, through his being honest, fatal sin, probing too plainly for the Emperor's ears his ominous friendship with Napoleon. Englishmen, some say he was more than honest with the Tsar, hinting that his becoming an ally makes him accomplice of the Corsican in the unprincipled dark overthrow of his poor trusting childish Spanish friends, which gave the Tsar offense. Third citizen, and our best bid, the last, most delicate dish, a tastelessness. First citizen, what was Prince Schwarzenberg's best bid, I pray? Third citizen, the offer of the heir of Austria's hand for Alexander's sister the Grand Duchess. Englishman, he could not have accepted, if or no, she is inscribed as wife for Bonaparte. First citizen, I doubt that text. Englishman, time's context soon will show. Second citizen, the Russian cabinet cannot for long resist the ardor of the Russian ranks to march with us the moment we achieve our first loud victory. A band is heard playing afar, and shouting. People are seen hurrying past in the direction of the sounds. Enter sixth citizen. Sixth citizen, the Archduke Charles is passing the Ringstrasse just by now, his regiment at his heels. The younger sitters jump up with animation, and go out, the elder mostly remaining. Second citizen, realm never faced the grin of a more fierce necessity for horrid war, than ours at this tense time. The sounds of band playing and huzzing wane away. Citizens return. First citizen, more news, my friends, of swiftly swelling zeal. Re-entered citizens ere passing down the ring, the Archduke paused and gave the soldiers' speech, enkindling them as sunrise a confronting throng of pains that glaze a many-windowed east faked, hot volunteers vamping from ville and plain, more than we need in the furthest sacrifice. First, second, etc., citizens huzza. Right so. Good. Forwards. God be praised. They stand up, and a clinking of glasses follows, till they subside to quietude and a reperusal of newspapers. Nightfall succeeds. Dancing rooms are lit up in an opposite street, and dancing begins. The figures are seen gracefully moving round to the throbbing strains of a string band, which plays a new waltzing movement with a warlike name, soon to spread over Europe. The dancers sing patriotic words as they whirl. The night closes over. Act 4th Scene, I rode out of Vienna, it is morning in early May. Rain descends in torrents, accompanied by peals of thunder. The tepid downpour has caused the trees to assume as by magic a clothing of limp green leafage, and has turned the ruts of the uneven highway into little canals. A drenched traveling chariot is passing, with a meager escort. In the interior are seated 4 women: the Archduchess Maria Louisa, in age about 18, her stepmother the Empress of Austria, third wife of Francis, only 4 years older than the Archduchess, and 2 ladies of the Austrian court. Behind come attendant carriages bearing servants and luggage. The inmates remain for the most part silent, and appear to be in a gloomy frame of mind. From time to time they glance at the moist spring scenes which pass without in a perspective distorted by the raindrops that slide down the panes, and by the blurring effect of the traveller's breathings. Of the 4, the one who keeps in the best spirits is the Archduchess, a fair, blue-eyed, full-figured, round-lipped maiden. Maria Louisa, whether the rain comes in or not, I must open the window. Please allow me. She straightway opens it. Empress, groaning, yes, open or shut it, I don't care. I am too ill to care for anything. The carriage jolts into a hole. Oh woe! To think that I am driven away from my husband's home in such a miserable conveyance, along such a road, and in such weather as this. Peal of thunder. There are his guns. Maria Louisa, no, my dear one. It cannot be his guns. They told us when we started that he was only halfway from Ratisbon hither, so that he must be nearly 100 miles off as yet, and a large army cannot move fast. Empress, he should never have been let come nearer than Ratisbon. The victory at Ekmal was fatal for us. Oh Ekmal, Ekmal! I believe he will overtake us before we get to Buda. First Lady in Waiting, if so, Your Majesty, shall we be claimed as prisoners and marched to Paris? Empress, undoubtedly. But I shouldn't much care. It would not be worse than this. I feel sodden all through me, and frowsy, and broken. She closes her eyes as if to doze. Maria Louisa, it is dreadful to see her suffer so. Shutting the window. If the roads were not so bad I should not mind. I almost wish we had stayed, though when he arrives the cannonade will be terrible. First Lady in Waiting, I wonder if he will get into Vienna. Will his men knock down all the houses, madam? Maria Louisa, if he do get in, I am sure his triumph will not be for long. My uncle the Archduke Charles is at his heels. I have been told many important prophecies about Bonaparte's end, which is fast nearing, it is asserted. It is he, they say, who is referred to in the Apocalypse. He is doomed to die this year at Cologne, in an inn called the Red Crab. I don't attach too much importance to all these predictions, but oh, how glad I should be to see them come true. Second Lady in Waiting, so should we all, madam. What would become of his divorce scheme then? Maria Louisa, perhaps there is nothing in that report. One can hardly believe such gossip. Second Lady in Waiting, but they say, Your Imperial Highness, that he certainly has decided to sacrifice the Empress Josephine, and that at the meeting last October with the Emperor Alexander at Erfurt, it was even settled that he should marry as his second wife the Grand Duchess Anne. Maria Louisa, I am sure that the Empress her mother will never allow one of the House of Romanov to marry with a bourgeois Corsican. I wouldn't if I were she. First Lady in waiting perhaps, Your Highness, they are not so particular in Russia, where they are rather new themselves, as we in Austria, with your ancient dynasty, are in such matters. Maria Louisa perhaps not. Though the Empress Mother is a pompous old thing, as I have been told by Prince Schwarzenberg, who was negotiating there last winter. My father says it would be a dreadful misfortune for our country if they were to marry. Though if we are to be exiled, I don't see how anything of that sort can matter much. I hope my father is safe. An officer of the escort rides up to the carriage window, which is open. Empress, unclosing her eyes, any more misfortunes? Officer, a rumor is a wind, Your Majesty, that the French host, the Emperor in its midst, Lance, Masséna, and Bessières in its van, advancing hither along the Ratisbon road, has seized the castle and town of Ibersberg, and burnt all down, with frightful massacre, vast heaps of dead and wounded being consumed, so that the streets stink strong with frizzled flesh. The enemy, ere this, has crossed the Traun, hurling brave Hiller's army back on us, and marches on Amstetten, 30 miles less distant from Vienna from before. Empress, the Lord show mercy to us. But oh, why did not the archdukes intercept the foe? Officer, His Highness Archduke Charles, Your Majesty, after his sore repulse Bohemia wards, could not proceed with strength and speed enough to close injunction with the Archduke John and Archduke Louis, as was their intent. So Marshal Lanz swings swiftly on Vienna, with Oudinot's and Demont's might of foot, then Masséna and all his mounted men, and then Napoleon, guards, cuirassiers, and the main body of the imperial force. Empress, alas for poor Vienna! Officer, even so. Your Majesty has fled it none too soon. The window is shut, and the procession disappears behind the sheets of rain. Seen to the island of Lobau, with Wagram beyond, the northern horizon at the back of the bird's eye prospect is the high ground stretching from the Beisamberg on the left to the plateau of Wagram on the right. In front of these elevations spreads the wide plain of the Marchfeld, open, treeless, and with scarcely a house upon it. 16 In the foreground the Danube crosses the scene with a graceful slowness, looping itself round the numerous wooded islands therein. The largest of these, immediately under the eye, is the Lobau, which stands like a knot in the gnarled grain represented by the running river. On this island can be discerned, closely packed, an enormous dark multitude of foot, horse, and artillery in French uniforms, the numbers reaching to 170,000. Lifting our eyes to discover what may be opposed to them, we perceive on the Wagram plateau aforesaid, and right and left in front of it, extended lines of Austrians, whitish and glittering, to the number of 140,000. The July afternoon turns to evening, the evening to twilight. A species of simmer which pervades the living spectacle raises expectation till the very air itself seems strained with suspense. A huge event of some kind is awaiting birth. Dumb show the first change under the cloak of night is that the tightly packed regiments on the island are got under arms. The soldiery are like a thicket of reeds in which every reed should be a man. A large bridge connects the island with the further shore, as well as some smaller bridges. Opposite are high redoubts and ravelins that the Austrians have constructed for opposing the passage across, which the French ostentatiously set themselves to attempt by the large bridge, amid heavy cannonading. But the movement is a feint, though this is not perceived by the Austrians as yet. The real movement is on the right hand of the foreground, behind a spur of the isle, and out of sight of the enemy, where several large rafts and flat boats, each capable of carrying 300 men, are floated out from a screened creek. Chosen battalions enter upon these, which immediately begin to cross with their burden. Simultaneously from other screened nooks secretly prepared floating bridges, in sections, are moved forth, joined together, and defended by those who crossed on the rafts. At 2 o'clock in the morning the thousands of cooped soldiers begin to cross the bridges, producing a scene which, on such a scale, was never before witnessed in the history of war. A great discharge from the batteries accompanies this maneuver, arousing the Austrians to a like cannonade. The night has been obscure for some time, and there is no moon. The storm now breaks in a tempestuous downpour, with lightning and thunder. The tumult of nature mingles so fantastically with the tumult of projectiles that flaming bombs and forked flashes cut the air in company, and the noise from the mortars alternates with the noise from the clouds. From bridge to bridge and back again a gloomy-eyed figure stalks, as it has stalked the whole night long, with the restlessness of a wild animal. Plastered with mud, and dribbling with rain-water, it bears no resemblance to anything dignified or official. The figure is that of Napoleon, urging his multitudes over. By daylight the great mass of the men is across the water. At 6 the rain ceases, the mist uncovers the face of the sun, which bristles on the helmets and bayonets of the French. A hum of amazement rises from the Austrian hosts, who turn staring faces southward and perceive what has happened, and the columns of their enemies standing to arms on the same side of the stream with themselves, and preparing to turn their left wing. Napoleon rides along the front of his forces, which now spread out upon the plain, and are ranged in order of battle. Dumb show ends, and the point of view changes. Scene 3 The field of Wagram. The battlefield is now viewed reversely, from the windows of a mansion at Wackersdorf, to the rear of the Austrian position. The aspect of the windows is nearly south, and the prospect includes the plain of the Marchfeld, with the Isle Danube and Lobau in the extreme distance. 10 miles to the southwest, rightwards, the faint summit of the Tower of St. Stephen's, Vienna, appears. On the middle left stands the compact plateau of Wagram, so regularly shaped as to seem as if constructed by art. On the extreme left the July sun has lately risen. Inside the room are discovered the Emperor Francis and some household officers in attendance, with the War Minister and secretaries at a table at the back. Through open doors can be seen in an outer apartment adjutants, equerries, aides, and other military men. An officer in waiting enters. Officer, during the night the French have shifted, sire, and much revised their stations of the eve by thwart and wheeling moves upon our left, and on our centre, projects unforeseen till near accomplished. Francis, but I am advised by oral message that the Archduke Charles, since the sharp strife last night, has mended, to his earlier dispositions, and has sped strong orders to the Archduke John, to bring in swiftest marches all the force he holds, and fall with heavy impact on the French from nigh their rear. Officer, 'tis good, sire. Such a swoop will raise an obstacle to their retreat and refuge in the fastness of the isle, and show this victory-gorged adventurer that striking with a river in his rear is not the safest tactic to be played against an Austrian front equipped like ours. The Emperor Francis and others scrutinize through their glasses the positions and movements of the Austrian divisions, which appear on the plain as pale masses, emitting flashes from arms and helmets under the July rays, and reaching from the tower of Neusiedl on the left, past Wagram, into the village of Stammersdorf on the right. Beyond their lines are spread out the darker-hued French, almost parallel to the Austrians. Francis, those moving masses toward the right I deem the forces of Kleinau and Kolowrath, sent to support Prince John of Liechtenstein. His attack that way. An interval. Now that they've gained the right there, why is not the attack begun? Officer, they are beginning on the left wing, sire. The Emperor resumes his glass and beholds bodies of men descending from the hills by Neusiedl, and crossing the Russbach River towards the French, a movement which has been going on for some time. Francis, turning thither, where we are weakest. It surpasses me to understand why was our centre thinned to pillar up our right already strong, where naught is doing, while our left assault stands ill-supported. Time passes in silence. Yes, it is so. See, the enemy strikes Rosenberg in flank, compelling him to fall behind the Russbach. The Emperor gets excited, and his face perspires. At length he cannot watch through his glass, and walks up and down. Penned useless here, my nerves annoy my sight. Inform me what you know. I should opine the Wagram height behind impregnable. Another silence, broken by the distant roar of the guns. Officer Kleinau and Kolowrath are pounding on. To turn the enemy's left with our strong right is, after all, a plan that works out well. Hiller and Liechtenstein can join therein. Francis, I hear from thence appalling cannonades. Officer, 'tis there, your Majesty. Now we shall see if the French read that there the danger lies. Francis, I only pray that Bonaparte refrain from spying danger there till all too late. Officer, involuntarily, after a pause, heaven. Francis, turning sharply, well. What changes figure now? Officer, they pierce our centre, sire. We are, despite, not centrally so weak as I supposed. Well done, Bellegarde. Francis, glancing to the centre, and what has he well done? Officer, the French in fierce fume broke through Aderklaa, but Bellegarde, pricking along the plain behind, has charged and driven them back disorderly. The Archduke Charles bounds thither, as I shape, in person to support him. The Emperor returns to his spyglass, and they and others watch in silence, sometimes the right of their front, sometimes the center. Francis, it is so that the right attack of ours spells victory, and Austria's grand salvation. Times passes. Turn your glass, and closely scan Napoleon and his aides hand galloping towards his center-left to strengthen it against the brave Bellegarde. Does your eye reach him, that white horse, alone in front of those that move so rapidly? Officer, it does, sire, though my glass can conjure not so cunningly as yours. That horse must be the famed Euphrates, him the Persian king sent Bonaparte as gift. A silence. Napoleon reaches a carriage that is moving across. It bears Masséna, who, having received a recent wound, is unable to ride. Francis see, the white horse and horseman pause beside a coach for some strange reason rolling there. That white-horsed rider, yes, is Bonaparte, by the aides hovering round. New war whiles have been worded, we shall spell their purport soon enough. An interval. The French take heart to stand to our battalions steadfastly, and hold their ground, having the Emperor near. Time passes. An aide-de-camp enters. Aide, the Archduke Charles is pierced in the shoulder, sire. He strove too far in beating back the French at Aderklaa, and was nearly ta'en. The wound's not serious. On our right we win, and deem the battle ours. Enter another aide-de-camp. Second aide, your majesty, we have borne them back through Aspern village street and Essling is recovered. What counts more, their bridges to the rear we have nearly grasped, and panic-struck they crowd the few left free, choking the track, with cries of all is lost. Francis, then is the land delivered. God be praised. Exeunt aides. An interval, during which the Emperor and his companions again remain anxiously at their glasses. There is a curious feature I discern to have come upon the battle. On our right we gain ground rapidly, towards the left we lose it, and the unjudged consequence is that the army's whole commingling mass moves like a monstrous wheel. I like it not. Enter another aide-de-camp. Third aide, our left wing, sire, recedes before Davout, whom nothing can withstand. 2 corps he threw across the Russbach up to Neusiedl, while he himself assailed the place in front. Of the divisions one pressed on, till lodged atop. They would have been hurled back, Francis, but how goes it with us in sum? Pray say. Third aide, we have been battered off the eastern side of Wagram Plateau. Francis, where's the Archduke John? Why comes he not? One man of his here now were worth a host anon. And yet he tarries. Exit third aide. Time passes, while they reconnoiter the field with strained eyes. Our centre right, it seems, round Neusiedl, is being repulsed. May the kind heaven forbid that Hesse-Homburg should be yielding there. The minister in attendance comes forward, and the emperor consults him, then walking up and down in silence. Another aide-de-camp enters. Fourth aide: Sire, Neuchâtel has just been wrenched from us, and the French right is on the Wagram crest. Nordmann has fallen, and Vache, Hesse Homburg, Warteach Ben, Mugger, almost all our best, bleed more or less profusely. A gloomy silence. Exit fourth side. 10 minutes pass. Enter an officer in waiting. Francis: What guns are those that groan from Wagram height? Officer: Las, Davutes. I have climbed the rooftop, sire, and there discerned the truth. Cannonade continues. A long interval of suspense. The emperor returns to his glass. Francis: A part of it. There seems to be a grim, concerted lunge by the whole strength of France upon our right, centre, and left wing simultaneously. Officer: Most viciously upon the centre, sire, if I mistook not, hard by Sussenbrunn. The assault is led by Bonaparte in person, who shows himself with marvelous recklessness, yet like a phantom fiend receives no hurt. Francis, still gazing: Ha! Now the Archduke Charles has seen the intent, and taken steps against it. Sussenbrunn must be the threatened thing. Silence. What an advance, straight hitherward. Our centre girdles them. Surely they'll not persist. Who heads that charge? Officer: They say MacDonald, sire. Francis: Meagerest remains will there be soon of those in that advance. We are burning them to bones by our hot fire. They are almost circumscribed, if fully so the battle's ours. What's that behind them, eh? Officer: Their last reserves, that they may feed the front, and sterilize our hope. Francis: Yes, their reserve, dragoons and cuirassiers, charge in support. You see their metal gleaming as they come. Well, it is neck or nothing for them now. Officer: It's nothing, sire. Their charge of cavalry has desperately failed. Francis: Their foot press on, however, with a battery in front which deals the foulest damage done us yet. Time passes. They are effecting Logment, after all. Who would have reckoned on our men so firm? Re-enter first aide-de-camp. First aide: The Archduke Charles retreats, Your Majesty, and the issue wears a dirty look just now. Francis, gloomily: Yes, I have seen the signs for some good while. But he retreats with blows, and orderly. Time passes, till the sun has rounded far towards the west. The features of the battle now materially change. The French have regained Aspern and Essling. The Austrian army is doubled back from the Danube and from the heights of Wagram, which, as viewed from Wackersdorf, face the afternoon shine. The French established thereon glittering in the rays. Francis, choking a sigh: The turn has passed. We are worsted, but not overwhelmed. The French advance is labored, and but slow. This might have been another colored day if but the Archduke John had joined up promptly, yet still he lags. Another officer, lately entered: He's just now coming, sire. His columns glimmer in the Frenchman's rear. Past Siebenbrunn's and Lobensdorf's smoked hills. Francis, impatiently, coming now. Why could he not be come? They watch intently. We can see nothing of that side from here. Enter a general officer, who speaks to the minister at the back of the room. Minister, coming forward, Your Majesty, I now have to suggest, pursuant to conclusions reached this morn, that since the front and flower of all our force is seen receding to the Beisamberg, these walls no longer yield safe shade for you, or facile outlook. Scouts returning say either Davout, or Bonaparte himself, with the mid-columns of his forward corps, will bear up hitherward in fierce pursuit, and may intrude beneath this very roof. Not yet, I think, it may not be tonight, but we should stand prepared. Francis, if we must go, we'll go with a good grace, unfeignedly. Who knows, tomorrow may not see regained what we have lost today. Re-enter fourth aide-de-camp. Fourth aide, breathlessly, the Archduke John, discerning our main musters in retreat, abandons an advance that throws on him the enemy's whole brunt if he bear on. Francis, alas for his devotion! Let us go. Such weight of sadness as we shoulder now will wring us down to sleep in stall or sty, if even that be found. Think. Bonaparte, by reckless riskings of his life and limb, has turned the steelyard of our strength today whilst I have idled here. May brighter times attend the cause of Europe far in Spain, and British blood flow not, as ours, in vain. Exeunt the Emperor Francis, minister, officers, and attendants. The night comes, and the scene is obscured. Scene 4, the field of Talavera. It is the same month and weather as in the preceding scene. Talavera town, on the river Tagus, is at the extreme right of the foreground, a mountain range on the extreme left. The Allied army under Sir Arthur Wellesley stretches between, the English on the left, the Spanish on the right, part holding a hill to the left center of the scene, divided from the mountains by a valley, and part holding a redoubt to the right center. This army of more than 50,000 all told, of which 22,000 only are English, has its back to the spectator. Beyond, in a wood of olive, oak, and cork, are the 50 to 60,000 French, facing the spectator and the Allies. Their right includes a strong battery upon a hill which fronts the one on the English left. Behind all, the heights of Salinas close the prospect, the small river Alberche flowing at their foot from left to right into the Tagus, which advances in foreshortened perspective to the town at the right front corner of the scene as aforesaid. Dumb show the hot and dusty July afternoon having turned to twilight. Shady masses of men start into motion from the French position, come towards the foreground, silently ascend the hill on the left of the English, and assail the latter in a violent outburst of fire and lead. They nearly gain possession of the hill ascended. Chorus of rumors, aerial music, Talavera tongues it as 10:00 the night time. Now come ruffian slaughterers surging upward, backed by bold Vilates. From the Vale Lapis, too, darkly outswells there. down the vague-veiled incline the English fling them, bended bayonets prodding opponents backward, so the first fierce charge of the ardent Frenchman England repels there. Having fallen back into the darkness, the French presently reascend in yet larger masses. The high square knapsack which every English foot soldier carries, and his shao, and its tuft, outline themselves against the dim light as the ranks stand awaiting the shock. Chorus of rumors pushing spread, they shout as they reach the summit, strength and stern new primed in their plump battalions, puffs of barbed flame blown on the lines opposing higher and higher. There those hold them mute, though at speaking distance, mute, while clicking flints, and the crash of volleys whelm the weighted gloom with immense distraction pending their fire. Fronting heads, helms, brows can each ranksman read their epaulets, hot cheeks, and the shining eyeball, called a trice from gloom by the fleeting pan flash, pressing them nigher. The French again fall back in disorder into the hollow, and Lapis draws off on the right. As the sinking sound of the muskets tells what has happened, the English raise a shout. Chorus of pities. Thus the dim nocturnal embroil of conflict closes with the roar of receding gunfire. Harness loosened then, and their day-long strenuous temper unbending, worn-out lines lie down where they late stood stanchly, cloaks around them rolled, by the bivouac embers, there at dawn to stake in the Dynasts' death game all, till the ending. Scene v. The same dumb show, continued, the morning breaks. There is another murderous attempt to dislodge the English from the hill, the assault being pressed with a determination that excites the admiration of the English themselves. The French are seen descending into the valley, crossing it, and climbing it on the English side under the fire of Hill's whole division, all to no purpose. In their retreat they leave behind them on the slopes nearly 2,000 lying. The day advances to noon, and the air trembles in the intense heat. The combat flags, and is suspended. Spirit of the pities, what do I see but thirsty, throbbing bands from these inimic hosts defiling down in homely need towards the little stream that parts their enmities, and drinking there. They get to grasping hands across the rill, sealing their sameness as earth's sojourners. What more could plead the wryness of the time than such unstudied piteous pantomimes? Spirit ironic it is only that life's queer mechanics chance to work out in this grotesque shape just now. The groping tentativeness of an imminent will, as grey old years describes it, cannot be asked to learn logic at this time of day. The spectacle of its instruments, set to riddle one another through, and then to drink together in peace and concord, is where the humor comes in, and makes the play worth seeing. Spirit sinister, come, sprite, don't carry your ironies too far, or you may wake up the unconscious itself, and tempt it to let all the gory clockwork of the show run down to spite me. Dumb show, continuing, the drums roll, and the men of the two nations part from their comradeship at the Alberch Brook, the dark masses of the French army assembling anew. Sir Arthur Wellesley has seated himself on a mound that commands a full view of the contested hill, and remains there motionless a long time. When the French form for battle, he is seen to have come to a conclusion. He mounts, gives his orders, and the aides ride off. The French advance steadily through the sultry atmosphere, the skirmishers in front, and the columns after, moving, yet seemingly motionless. Their 80 cannon peal out and their shots mow every space in the line of them. Up the great valley and the terraces of the hill whose fame is at that moment being woven, comes Villate, boring his way with foot and horse, and Ruffin's men following behind. According to the order given, the 23rd Light Dragoons and the German Hussars advance at a chosen moment against the head of these columns. On the way they disappear. Spirit of the pities, why this bedevilment? What can have chanced? Spirit of rumor, it so befalls that as their chargers near the inimical wall of flesh with its iron fries, a treacherous chasm uptrips them, zealous men and docile horses roll to dismal death and horrid mutilation. Spirit of the pities, those who live even now advance. I'll see no more. Relate. Spirit of rumor, yes, those pant on. Then further Frenchmen cross, and Polish lancers, and Westphalian horse, who ring around these luckless islanders, and sweep them down like reeds by the river bank in scouring floods, till scarce a man remains. Meanwhile on the British right Sebastiani's corps has precipitated itself in column against General Campbell's division, the division of Lapis against the centre, and at the same time the hill on the English left is again assaulted. The English and their allies are pressed sorely here, the bellowing battery tearing lanes through their masses. Spirit of rumor, continuing, the French reserves of foot and horse now are on, smiting the islanders in breast and brain till their midlines are shattered. Now there ticks the moment of the crisis, now the next, which brings the turning stroke. Sir Arthur Wellesley sends down the 48th Regiment under Colonel Donnellan to support the wasting troops. It advances amid those retreating, opening to let them pass. Spirit of the rumor, continuing, the pales, enerved, the hitherto unflinching enemy. Lapis is pierced to death, the flagging French decline into the hollows whence they came. The too exhausted English and reduced lack strength to follow. Now the western sun, conning with unmoved visage quick and dead, gilds horsemen slackening, and footmen stilled, till all around breathes drowsed hostility. Last, the swealed herbage lifts a leering light, and flames traverse the field, and hurt and slain opposers, in a common plight are scorched together on the dusk champaign. The fire dies down, and darkness enwraps the scene. Scene 6, Brighton. The Royal Pavilion, it is the birthday dinner party of the Prince of Wales. In the floridly decorated banqueting room stretch tables spread with gold and silver plate, and having artificial fountains in their midst. Seated at the tables are the Prince himself as host, rosy, well-curled, and affable, the Dukes of York, Clarence, Kent, Sussex, Cumberland, and Cambridge, with many noblemen, including Lords Hertford, Berkeley, Egremont, Chichester, Dudley, Say and Sill, Southampton, Heathfield, Erskine, Keith, C. Somerset, G. Cavendish, R. Seymour, and others, Sir C. Pole, Sir for example de Crespigny, Mr. Sheridan, generals, colonels, and admirals, and the Rev. Mr. Scott. The Prince's band plays in the adjoining room. The banquet is drawing to its close, and a boisterous conversation is in progress. Enter Colonel Bloomfield with a dispatch for the Prince, who looks it over amid great excitement in the company. In a few moments silence is called. Prince of Wales, I have the joy, my lords and gentlemen, to rouse you with the just imported tidings from General Wellesley through Lord Castlereagh of a vast victory, noisy cheers, over the French in Spain. The place, called Talavera de la Reina, if I pronounce it rightly, long unknown, wears not the crest and blazonry of fame. Cheers. The heads and chief contents of the dispatch I read you as succinctly as I can. Cheers. Sheridan, singing sotto voce, now foreign foemen die and fly, damme, we'll drink Little England dry. The Prince reads the parts of the dispatch that describe the battle, amid intermittent cheers. Prince of Wales, continuing, such is the substance of the news received, which, after Wagram, strikes us genially as sudden sunrise through befogged night shades. Sheridan, privately, by God, that's good, sir. You are a poet born, while the rest of us are but made, and bad at that. The health of the army in Spain is drunk with acclamations. Prince of Wales, continuing, in this achievement we, alas, have lost too many. Yet such blanks must ever be. Mackenzie, Langworth, Becket of the Guards, have fallen of ours, while of the enemy generals Lapis and Morlet are laid low. Drink to their memories. They drink in silence. Other news, my friends, received today is of like hopeful kind. The great war expedition to the Scheldt, cheers. Which lately sailed, has found a favouring wind, and by this hour has touched its destined shores. The enterprise will soon be hot aglow, the invaders making first the Cadsand coast, and then descending on Walchenil. But items of the next step are withheld till later days, from obvious policy. Cheers. Faint throbbing sounds, like the notes of violoncellos and contrabassos, reach the ear from some building without as the speaker pauses. In worthy emulation of us here the county holds tonight a birthday ball, which flames with all the fashion of the town. I have been asked to patronize their revel, and sup with them, and likewise you, my guests. We have good reason, with such news to bear. Thither we haste and join our loyal friends, and stir them with this live intelligence of our stanch regiments on the Spanish plains. Applause. With them we'll now knit hands and beat the ground, and bring in dawn as we whirl round and round. There are some fair ones in their set tonight, and such we need here in our bachelor plight. Applause. The Prince, his brothers, and a large proportion of the other pavilion guests, swagger out in the direction of the castle assembly rooms adjoining, and the deserted banqueting hall grows dark. In a few moments the back of the scene opens, revealing the assembly rooms behind. Scene 7 the same. The assembly rooms, the rooms are lighted with candles in brass chandeliers, and a dance is in full movement to the strains of a string band. A signal is given, shortly after the clock has struck 11, by Mr. Forth, Master of Ceremonies. Forth His Royal Highness comes, though somewhat late, but never too late for welcome. Applause. Dancers, stand, that we may do fit homage to the Prince who soon may shine, our country's gracious King. After a brief stillness a commotion is heard at the door, the band strikes up the national air, and the Prince enters, accompanied by the rest of the visitors from the pavilion. The guests who have been temporarily absent now crowd in, till there is hardly space to stand. Prince of Wales, wiping his face and whispering to Sheridan, "What shall I say to fit their feeling here? Damn me, that other speech has stumped me quite." Sheridan, whispering, "If heat be evidence of Louis, Prince of Wales, if what?" Sheridan, "If heat be evidence of loyalty, etc., something quaint like that might please em." Prince of Wales, to the company, "If heat be evidence of loyalty, this room affords it truly without question, if heat be not, then its accompaniment most surely tease tonight. The news I bring, good ladies, friends, and gentlemen, perchance you have divined already, that our arms, engaged to thwart Napoleon's tyranny over the jaunty, jocund land of Spain, even to the highest apex of our strength, are rayed with victory." Cheers. Lengthy was the strife and fierce, and hot, and sore the suffering, but proudly we endured it, and shall hear, no doubt, of its far consequence ere many days. I'll read the details sent. Cheers. He reads again from the dispatch amid more cheering, the ballroom guests crowding round. When he has done he answers questions, then continuing, "Meanwhile our interest is, if possible, as keenly waked elsewhere. Into the Scheldt some 40,000 bayonets and swords, and 'twascore ships o' the line, with frigates, sloops, and gunboats 60 more, make headway now, bleaching the waters with their bellying sails, or maybe they already anchor there, and that level ooze of Walshan shore ring with the voices of that landing host in every twang of British dialect, clamorous to loosen fettered Europe's chain." Cheers. A noble lord, aside to Sheridan, Prince outpouring tastes suspiciously like your brew, Sheridan. I'll be damned if it is his own concoction. How do ye sell it a gallon? Sheridan, I don't deal that way nowadays. I give the recipe, and charge a duty on the gauging. It is more artistic, and saves trouble. The company proceed to the supper rooms, and the ballroom sinks into solitude. Spirit of the pities, so they pass on. Let be, but what is this? A moan, all frailly floating from the east to useward, even from the forenamed isle. Would I had not broke nescience, to inspect a world so ill contrived. Spirit of the years, but since thou'st we'll hasten to the isle, and thou lt behold, such as it is, the scene its coasts enfold. Scene 8: Walshan, a marshy island at the mouth of the Scheldt, lit by the low sunshine of an evening in late summer. The horizontal rays from the west lie in yellow sheaves across the vapors that the day's heat has drawn from the sweating soil. Sour grasses grow in places, and strange fishy smells, now warm, now cold, pass along. Brass-hued and opalescent bubbles, compounded of many gases, rise where passing feet have trodden the damper spots. At night the place is the haunt of the jack-lantern dot. Dumb show a vast army is encamped here, and in the open spaces are infantry on parade, skeletoned men, some flushed, some shivering, who are kept moving because it is dangerous to stay still. Every now and then one falls down, and is carried away to a hospital with no roof, where he is laid, bedless, on the ground. In the distance soldiers are digging graves for the funerals which are to take place after dark, delayed till then that the sight of so many may not drive the living melancholy mad. Faint noises are heard in the air. Shade of the earth, what storm is this of souls dissolved in sighs, and what the dingy doom it signifies? Spirit of the pities, we catch a lamentation shaped thuswise, chorus of the pities, aerial music, we who withstood the blasting blaze of war when marshalled by the gallant Moor awhile, beheld the grazing death bolt with a smile, closed combat edge to edge and bore to bore, now rot upon this isle. The ever-wan morass, the dune, the blear sandweed, and tepid pool, and putrid smell, emaciate purpose to a fractious fear, beckon the body to its last low cell, a chink no chart will tell. O ancient delta, where the fen lights flit, ignoble sediment of loftier lands, thy humour clings about our hearts and hands and solves us to its softness, till we sit as we were part of it. Such force as fever leaves maddened now, with tidings trickling in from day to day of others' differing fortunes, wording how they yield their lives to balk a tyrant's sway, yield them not vainly, they. In champagnes green and purple, far and near, in town and thorpe where quiet spire cocks turn, through vales, by rocks, beside the brooding burn echoes the aggressor's arrogant career, and we pent pithless here. Here, where each creeping day the creeping file draws past with shouldered comrades score on score, bearing them to their lightless last asile, where weary wave wails from the clammy shore will reach their ears no more. We might have fought, and had we died well, even if in Dynasts discords not our own, our death spot some sad haunter might have shown, some tongue have asked our sires or sons to tell the tale of how we fell, but such be chanced not. Like the mist we fade, no lustrous lines engrave in story we, our country's chiefs, for their own fames afraid, will leave our names and fates by this pale sea, to perish silently. Spirit of the years, why must ye echo as mechanic mimes these mortal minions' bootless cadences, played on the stops of their anatomy as is the mewling music on the strings of yonder ship masts by the unweeting wind, or the frail tune upon this withering sedge that holds its papery blades against the gale. Men pass to dark corruption, at the best, ere I can count 50, these why not now? The immanent shaper builds its being so whether ye sigh their sighs with them or no. The night fog enwraps the isle and the dying English army. Act 5th, Scene I, Paris. A ballroom in the house of Cambacérès, The many-candled saloon at the Arch-Chancellor's is visible through a draped opening, and a crowd of masked dancers in fantastic costumes revolve, sway, and intermingle to the music that proceeds from an alcove at the further end of the same apartment. The front of the scene is a withdrawing room of smaller size, now vacant, save for the presence of one somber figure, that of Napoleon, seated and apparently watching the moving masquerade. Spirit of the pities, Napoleon even now embraces not from stress of state affairs, which hold him grave through revels that might win the king of spleen to toe a measure. I would speak with him. Spirit of the years, speak if thou wilt, whose speech nor mars nor mends. Spirit of the pities, into Napoleon's ear, why thus and thus, Napoleon? Can it be that Wagram with its glories, shocks, and shames, still leaves athirst the palate of thy pride? Napoleon, answering as in soliloquy, the trustless, timorous lease of human life warns me to hedge in my diplomacy. The sooner, then, the safer. This eve, this very night, will I take steps to rid my Moros of the weird contingencies that vision round and make one hollow-eyed. The unexpected, a lurid death of lance, rigid as iron, reaped down like a straw, tiptoed assassination haunting round in untowed thoroughfares, the near success of Staps the madman, argue to forbid the riskful blood of my previsioned line and potence for dynastic empery to linger veiled in my veins alone. Perhaps within this very house and hour, under an innocent mask of love or hope, some enemy cues my ways to coffin me. When at the first clash of the late campaign, a bold belief in Austria's star prevailed, there pulsed quick pants of expectation round among the cowering kings, that too well told what would have fared had I been overthrown. So, I must send down shoots to future time who'll plant my standard and my story there, and a way opens. Better I had not bespoke a wife from Alexander's house. Not there now lies my look. But done is done. The dance ends and masks enter, Berthier among them. Napoleon beckons to him, and he comes forward. God send you find amid this motley crew frivolities enough, friend Berthier, My thoughts have worn oppressive shades despite such. What scandals of me do they bandy here? These close disguises render women bold, their shames being of the light, not of the thing, and your sagacity has garnered much, I make no doubt, of ill and good report, that marked our absence from the capital. Berthier, methinks, your Majesty, the enormous tale of your campaign, like Aaron's serpent rod, has swallowed up the smaller of its kind. Some speak, 'tis true, in counterpoise thereto, of English deeds by Talavera town, though blurred by their exploit at Walchen, and all its crazy, crass futilities. Napoleon yet was the exploit well featured in design, large in idea, and imaginative. I had not deemed the blinkered English folk so capable of view. Their fate contrived to place an idiot at the helm of it, who marred its working, else it had been hard if things had not gone seriously for us. But see, a lady saunters hitherward whose gait proclaims her Madam Metternich, one that I fain would speak with. Napoleon rises and crosses the room toward a lady masker who has just appeared in the opening. Berthier draws off, and the Emperor, unceremoniously taking the lady's arm, brings her forward to a chair, and sits down beside her as dancing is resumed. Madame Metternich, in a flash I recognized you, sire, as who would not the bearer of such deep-delved character? Napoleon the devil, madam, take your piercing eyes. It's hard I cannot prosper in a game that every coxcomb plays successfully. So here you are still, though your loving lord disports him at Vienna. Madame Metternich, Paris, true, still holds me, though in quiet, save tonight, when I have been expressly prayed come hither, or I had not left home. Napoleon, I sped that prayer. I have a wish to put a case to you, wherein a woman's judgment, such as yours, may be of signal service. He lapses into reverie. Madame Metternich, well. The case, Napoleon, is marriage, mine. Madame Metternich, it is beyond me, sire. Napoleon, you glean that I have decided to dissolve, pursuant to monitions murmured long, my union with the present Empress, formed without the Church's due authority. Madame Metternich, vaguely. And that light tentatives have winged betwixt your Majesty and Russia's court, to moot that one of their Grand Duchesses should be your Empress wife. Naught else I know. Napoleon, there have been such approachings, more, worse luck. Last week Champagne wrote to Alexander asking him for his sister, yes or no. Madame Metternich, what worse luck lies in that, your Majesty, if severance from the Empress Josephine be fixed unalterably? Napoleon, this worse luck lies there, if your Archduchess, Marie-Louise the Fair, would straight accept my hand, I'd offer it, and throw the other over. Faith, the Tsar has shown such backwardness in answering me, time meanwhile trotting, that I have ample ground for such withdrawal. Madam, now, again, will your Archduchess marry me of no? Madame Metternich, your sudden questions quite confound my sense. It is impossible to answer them. Napoleon, well, madam, now I'll put it to you thus, were you in the Archduchess Marie's place, would you accept my hand, and heart therewith? Madame Metternich, I should refuse you, most assuredly. 17 Napoleon, laughing roughly, ha ha. That's frank. And devilish cruel too. Well, write to your husband. Ask him what he thinks, and let me know. Madame Metternich, indeed, sire, why should I? There goes the ambassador, Prince Schwarzenberg, successor to my spouse. He's now the groove and proper conduit of diplomacy through whom to broach this matter to his court. Napoleon, do you, then, broach it through him, madam, pray, now, here, tonight. Madame Metternich, I will, informally, to humour you, on this recognizance, that you leave not the business in my hands, but clothe your project in official guise through him tomorrow, so safeguarding me from foolish seeming, as the babbler forth of a fantastic and unheard of dream. Napoleon, I'll send Eugene to him, as you suggest. Meanwhile prepare him. Make your standpoint this: children are needful to my dynasty, and if one woman cannot mold them for me, why, then, another must. Exit Napoleon abruptly. Dancing continues. Madame Metternich sits on, musing. Enter Schwarzenberg. Madame Metternich, the Emperor has just left me. We have tapped this theme and that, his Empress and his next. So. Now, guess you anything. Schwarzenberg of her. No more than that the stock of Romanov will not supply the spruce commodity. Madame Metternich, and that the would-be customer turns toe to our shop in Vienna. Schwarzenberg, marvelous and comprehensible, but as the dream of de Laborde, of which I have lately heard. It will not work, what think you, Madame, Auntie? Madame Metternich, that it will work, and is as good as wrought, I break it to you thus, at his request. In brief time Prince Eugene will wait on you, and make the formal offer in his name. Schwarzenberg, which I can but receive ad referendum, and shall initially make clear as much, disclosing not a glimpse of my own mind. Meanwhile you make good Metternich aware. Madame Metternich, I write this midnight, that amaze may pitch to coolness ere your messenger arrives. Schwarzenberg, this radiant revelation flicks a gleam on many circling things, the courtesies which graced his bearing toward our officer amid the tumults of the late campaign, his wish for peace with England, his affront at Alexander's tedious timed reply. Well, it will thrust a thorn in Russia's side, if I err not, whatever else betide. Exeunt. The maskers surge into the foreground of the scene, and their motions become more and more fantastic. A strange gloom begins and intensifies, until only the highlights of their grinning figures are visible. These also, with the whole ballroom, gradually darken, and the music softens to silence. Scene 2, Paris. The Tuileries, the evening of the next day. A saloon of the palace, with folding doors communicating with a dining room. The doors are flung open, revealing on the dining table an untouched dinner, Napoleon and Josephine rising from it, and de Borset, chamberlain in waiting, pacing up and down. The Emperor and Empress come forward into the saloon, the latter pale and distressed, and patting her eyes with her handkerchief. The doors are closed behind them, a page brings in coffee, Napoleon signals to him to leave. Josephine goes to pour out the coffee, but Napoleon pushes her aside and pours it out himself, looking at her in a way which causes her to sink cowering into a chair like a frightened animal. Josephine, I see my doom, my friend, upon your face. Napoleon, you see me bored by Cambacérès ball. Josephine, it means divorce, a thing more terrible than carrying elsewhere the dalliances that formerly were mine. I kicked at that, but now agree, as I for long have done, to any infidelities of act may I be yours in name. Napoleon, my mind must bend to other things than our domestic petting, the empire orbs above our happiness, and tease the empire dictates this divorce. I reckon on your courage and calm sense to breast with me the law's formalities, and get it through before the year has flown. Josephine, but are you really going to part from me? Oh no, no, my dear husband, no, in truth, it cannot be my love will serve me so. Napoleon I mean but mere divorcement, as I said, on simple grounds of sapient sovereignty. Josephine, but nothing have I done save good to you, since the fond day we wedded into one I never even have thought you jot of harm. Many the happy junctures when you have said I stood as guardian angel over you, as your Dame Fortune, too, and endless things of such like pretty tenor, yes, you have. Then how can you so gird against me now? You had not pricked upon it much of late, and so I hoped and hoped the ugly spectre had been laid dead and still. Napoleon, impatiently, I tell you, dear, the things decreed, and even the princess chosen. Josephine, so, the princess chosen. I surmise it is none else than the Grand Duchess Anne. Gossip was right, though I would not believe. She's young, but no great beauty, yes, I see her silly, soulless eyes and horrid hair, in which new gauderies you'll forget sad me. Napoleon, upon my soul you are childish, Josephine, a woman of your years to pout it so. I say it's not the Tsar's Grand Duchess Anne. Josephine, some other fair, then. You whose name can nod the flower of all the world's virginity into your bed, will well take care of that. Spitefully. She may not have a child, friend, after all. Napoleon, dryly, you hope she won't, I know, but don't forget Madame Waliuska did, and had she shown such cleverness as yours, poor little fool, her withered husband might have been displaced, and her boy made my heir. Well, let that be. The severing parchments will be signed by us upon the 15th, prompt. Josephine, what? I have to sign my putting away upon the 15th next. Napoleon, both of us. Josephine, falling on her knees, so far advanced, so far fixed, for the 15th. Oh, I do implore you, my very dear one, by our old love, by my devotion, don't cast me off now, after these long years. Napoleon, heavens, how you jade me. Must I repeat that I don't cast you off, we merely formally arrange divorce, we live and love, but call ourselves divided. A silence. Josephine, with sudden calm, very well. Let it be. I must submit. Rises. Napoleon, and this much likewise you must promise me, to act in the formalities thereof as if you shaped them of your own free will. Josephine, how can I, when no free will's left in me? Napoleon, you are a willing party, do you hear? Josephine, quivering, I hardly can bear this, it is too much for a poor weak and broken woman's strength. But I yield, I am so helpless now, I give up all, kill me if you will, I won't cry out. Napoleon, and one thing further still, you'll help me in my marriage overtures to win the Duchess, Austrian Marie, concentrating all your force to forward them. Josephine, it is the last humiliating blow, I cannot, oh, I will not. Napoleon, fiercely, but you shall. And from your past experience you may know that what I say I mean. Josephine, breaking into sobs, oh my dear husband, do not make me, don't. If you but cared for me, the 100th part of how I care for you, you could not be so cruel as to lay this torture on me. It hurts me so, it cuts me like a sword. Don't make me, dear. Don't, will you? Oh oh oh. She sinks down in a hysterical fit. Napoleon, calling, Borset. Enter de Borset, Chamberlain in waiting. Borset, come in and shut the door. Assist me here. The Empress has fallen ill. Don't call for help. We two can carry her by the small private staircase to her rooms. Here, I will take her feet. They lift Josephine between them and carry her out. Her moans die away as they recede towards the stairs. Enter two servants, who remove coffee service, readjust chairs, etc. First servant: so, poor old girl, she's wailed her misery as Mother Church says. I knew she was to get the sack ever since he came back. Second servant: well, there will be a little civil huzzing, a little crowing and cackling among the Bonapartes at the downfall of the Beauharnais family at last, mark me, there will. They've had their little hour, as the poets say, and now 'twill be somebody else's turn. Oh, it is droll. Well, Father Time is a great philosopher, if you take him right. Who is to be the new woman? First servant: she that contains in her own corporation the necessary particular. Second servant: and what may they be? First servant: she must be young. Second servant: good. She must. The country must see to that. First servant: and she must be strong. Second servant: good again. She must be strong. The doctors will see to that. First servant: and she must be fruitful as the vine. Second servant: by God, she must be fruitful as the vine. That, heaven help him, he must see to himself, like the meanest multiplying man in Paris. Exeunt servant. Re-enter Napoleon with his stepdaughter, Queen Hortense. Napoleon: your mother is too rash and reasonless, wailing and fainting over statesmanship which is no personal caprice of mine, but policy most painful, forced on me by the necessities of this country's charge. Go to her, see if she be saner now, explain it to her once and once again, and bring me word what impress you may make. Hortense goes out. Champagne is shown in. Champagne: I have something clear to say now, on our process after the divorce. The question of the Russian Duchess Anne was quite inept for further toying with. The years rush on, and I grow nothing younger. So I have made up my mind, committed me to Austria and the Habsburgs, good or ill. It was the best, most practicable plunge, and I have plunged it. Champagne Austria, say you, sire? I reckoned that but a scurrying dream. Napoleon: well, so it was. But such a pretty dream that its own charm transfixed it to a notion, that showed itself in time a sanity, which hardened in its turn to a resolve as firm as any built by mortal mind. The Emperor's consent must needs be won, but I foresee no difficulty there. The young Archduchess is a bright blonde thing by general story, and considering, too, that her good mother childed 17 times, it will be hard if she cannot produce the modest 1 or 2 that I require. Enter de Borset with dispatches. De Borset the courier, sire, from Petersburg is here, and brings these letters for your majesty. Exit de Borset. Napoleon, after silently reading, ha ha. It never rains unless it pours, now I can have the other readily. The proverb hits me aptly, well they do who doff the old love ere they don the new. He glances again over the letter. Yes, Caulaincourt now writes he has every hope of quick success in settling the alliance. The Tsar is willing, even anxious for it, his sister's youth the single obstacle. The Empress Mother, hitherto against me, ambition fired, verges on suave consent, likewise the whole imperial family. What irony is all this to me now? Time lately was when I had leapt their 8. Champagne you might, of course, sire, give th Archduchess up, seeing she looms uncertainly as yet, while this does so no longer. Napoleon, no, not I. My sense of my own dignity forbids my watching the slow clocks of Muscovy. Why have they dallied with my tentatives in pompous silence since the effort day? And Austria, too, affords a safer hope. The young Archduchess is much less a child than is the other, who, Caulaincourt says, will be incapable of motherhood for 6 months yet or more, a grave delay. Champagne, your majesty appears to have trimmed your sail for Austria, and no more is to be said. Napoleon, except that there's the House of Saxony if Austria fail. Then, very well, Champagne, write you to Caulaincourt accordingly. Champagne I will, your majesty. Exit Champagne. Re-enter Queen Hortense. Napoleon, ah, dear Hortense, how is your mother now? Hortense, calm, quite calm, sire. I pledge me you need have no further fret from her entreating tears. She bids me say that now, as always, she submits herself with chastened dignity to circumstance, and will descend, at notice, from your throne, as in days earlier she ascended it, in questionless obedience to your will. It was your hand that crowned her, let it be likewise your hand that takes her crown away. As for her children, we shall be but glad to follow and withdraw ourselves with her, the tenderest mother children ever knew, from grandeurs that have brought no happiness. Napoleon, taking her hand, but, Hortense, dear, it is not to be so. You must stay with me, as I said before. Your mother, too, must keep her royal state, since no repudiation stains this need. Equal magnificence will orb her round in after time as now. A palace here, a palace in the country, wealth to match, a rank in order next my future wife's, and conference with me as my truest friend. Now we will seek her, Eugene, you, and I, and make the project clear. Exeunt Napoleon and Hortense. The scene darkens and shuts. Scene 3, Vienna. A private apartment in the imperial palace, the Emperor Francis discovered, paler than usual, and somewhat flurried. Enter Metternich the Prime Minister, a thin-lipped, long-nosed man with inquisitive eyes. Francis, I have been expecting you some minutes here. The thing that fronts us brooking brief delay. Well, what say you by now on this strange offer? Metternich, my views remain the same, Your Majesty. The policy of peace that I have upheld, both while in Paris and of late time here, points to this step as heralding sweet balm and bandaged veins for our late crimsoned realm. Francis agreed. As monarch I perceive therein a happy doorway for my purposings. It seems to guarantee the Habsburg crown a quittance of distractions such as those that leave their shade on many a backward year. There is, forsooth, a suddenness about it, and it would aid us had we clearly keyed the cryptologues of which the world has heard between Napoleon and the Russian court, begun there with the self-same motiving. Metternich, I would not, sire, 1 second ponder it. It was an obvious first crude cast about in the important reckoning of means for his great end, a strong monarchic line. The more advanced the more it profits us, for sharper, then, the quashing of such views, and wreck of that conjunction in the aims of France and Russia, marked so much of late as jeopardizing quiet neighbors' thrones. Francis, if that be so, on the domestic side there seems no bar. Speaking as father solely, I see secured to her the proudest fate that woman can daydream. And I could hope that private bliss would not be wanting her. Metternich, a hope well seated, sire. The Emperor, imperious and determined in his rule, is easy-natured in domestic life, as my long time in Paris amply proved. Moreover, the accessories of his glory have been, and will be, admirably designed to fire the fancy of a young princess. Francis, thus far you satisfy me. So, to close, or not to close with him, is now the thing. Metternich, your Majesty commands the issue quite. The father of his people can alone in such a case give answer, yes or no. Vagueness and doubt have ruined Russia's chance, let not, then, such be ours. Francis, you mean, if you'd answer straight. What would that answer be? Metternich, in state affairs, sire, as in private life, times will arise when even the faithfulest squire finds him unfit to jog his chieftain's choice, on whom responsibility must lastly rest. And such times are preeminently, sire, those wherein thought alone is not enough to serve the head as guide. As emperor, as father, both, to you in soul must appertain the privilege to pronounce which track stern duty bids you tread herein. Francis, affection is my duty, heart my guide. Without constraint or prompting I shall leave the big decision in my daughter's hands. Before my obligations to my people must stand her wish. Go, find her, Metternich, take her the tidings. She is free with you, and will speak out. Looking forth from the terrace. She's here at hand, I see, I'll call her in. Then tell me what's her mind. He beckons from the window, and goes out in another direction. Metternich, so much for form's sake. Can the river flower the current drags, direct its face upstream? What she must do she will, naught else at all. Enter through one of the windows Maria Louisa in garden costume, fresh-colored, girlish, and smiling. Metternich bends. Maria Louisa, oh how, dear Chancellor, you startled me. Please pardon my so brusquely bursting in. I saw you not. Those 5 poor little birds that haunt out there beneath the pediment, snugly defended from the northeast wind, have lately disappeared. I sought a trace of scattered feathers, which I dread to find. Metternich, they are gone, I ween, the way of tender flesh at the assaults of winter, want, and foes. Maria Louisa, it is too melancholy thinking, that. Don't say it. But I saw the Emperor here. Surely he beckoned me. Metternich, sure, he did, your gracious highness, and he has left me here to break vast news that will make good his call. Maria Louisa, then do. I'll listen. News from near or far? She seats herself. Metternich, from far, though of such distance dwarfing might that far may read as near eventually. But, dear Archduchess, with your kindly leave I'll speak straight out. The Emperor of the French has sent today to make, through Schwarzenberg, a formal offer of his heart and hand, his honors, dignities, imperial throne, to you, whom he admires above all those the world can show elsewhere. Maria Louisa, frightened, my husband, he. What, an old man like him? Metternich, cautiously, he's scarcely old, dear lady. True, deeds densely crowd in him, turn months to years calendaring his span, yet by time's common clockwork he's but young. Maria Louisa, so wicked, too. Metternich, nettled, well, that's a point of view. Maria Louisa, but, Chancellor, think what things I have said to him. Can women marry where they have taunted so? Metternich, things. Nothing inexpugnable, I deem, by time and true good humor. Maria Louisa, oh, I have. Horrible things. Why, 100 times, I have said I wished him dead. At that strained hour when the first voicings of the late war came, thrilling out how the French were smitten sore and Bonaparte retreating, I clapped hands and answered that I hoped he'd lose his head as well as lose the battle. Metternich, words. But words. Born like the bubbles of a spring that come of zest for springing, aimless in their shape. Maria Louisa, it seems indecent, mean, to wed a man whom one has held such fierce opinions of. Metternich, my much beloved Archduchess, and revered, such things have been. In Spain and Portugal like enmities have led to intermarriage. In England, after warring 30 years the red and white rose wedded. Maria Louisa, after a silence, tell me, now, what does my father wish? Metternich, his wish is yours. Whatever your Imperial Highness feels on this grave verdict of your destiny, home, title, future sphere, he bids you think not of himself, but of your own desire. Maria Louisa, reflecting, my wish is what my duty bids me wish. Where a wide empire's welfare is in poise, that welfare must be pondered, not my will. I ask of you, then, Chancellor Metternich, straightway to beg the Emperor my father that he fulfill his duty to the realm, and quite subordinate thereto all thought of how it personally impinge on me. A slight noise as of something falling is heard in the room. They glance momentarily, and see that a small enamel portrait of Marie Antoinette, which was standing on a console table, has slipped down on its face. Spirit of the years, what mischief's this? The will must have its way. Spirit sinister, perhaps earth shivered at the ladies say. Shade of the earth, I own Herito. When France and Austria wed, my echoes are men's groans, my dews are red, so I have reason for a passing dread. Metternich right nobly phrased, Archduchess, wisely too. I will acquaint your sire the Emperor with these your views. He waits them anxiously. Going. Maria Louisa, let me go first. It much confuses me to think, but I would fain let thinking be. She goes out trembling. Enter Francis by another door. Metternich, I was about to seek your majesty. The good Archduchess luminously holds that in this weighty question you regard the empire best, for it is best for her. Francis, moved, my daughter's views thereon do not surprise me. She is too staunch to pit a private whim against the fortunes of a commonwealth. During your speech with her I have taken thought to shape decisions sagely. An assent would yield the empire many years of peace, and leave me scope to heal those still green sores which linger from our late unhappy memoirs. Therefore, my daughter not being disinclined, I know no basis for a negative. Send, then, a courier prompt to Paris, say the offer made for the Archduchess' hand I do accept, with this defined reserve, that no condition, treaty, bond, attached to such alliance save the tie itself. There are some sacrifices whose grave rites no bargain must contaminate. This is one. This personal gift of a beloved child. Metternich, leaving, I'll see to it this hour, your majesty, and cant the words in keeping with your wish. To himself as he goes. Decently done. He slipped out sacrifice and scarce could hide his heartache for his girl. Well ached it. But when these things have to be, it is as well to breast them stoically. Exit Metternich. The clouds draw over. Scene 4, London. A club in St. James's Street, a winter midnight. Two members are conversing by the fire, and others are seen lolling in the background, some of them snoring. First member, I learn from a private letter that it was carried out in the Emperor's cabinet at the Tuileries, just off the throne room, where they all assembled in the evening, Boney and the wife of his bosom, in pure white muslin from head to foot, they say, the kings and queens of Holland, Westphalia, and Naples, the Princess Pauline, and one or two more. The officials present being Cambacer as the Chancellor, and Count Regnaud. Quite a small party. It was over in minutes, short and sweet, like a donkey's gallop. Second member, anything but sweet for her. How did she stand it? First member, serenely, I believe. While the Emperor was making his speech renouncing her, but when it came to her turn to say she renounced him, she began sobbing mightily, and was so completely choked up that she couldn't get out a word. Second member: poor old dame. I pity her, by God, though she had a rattling good spell while it lasted. First member: they say he was a bit upset, too, at sight of her tears, but I dare vow that was put on. Fancy Boney caring a curse what a woman feels. She had learnt her speech by heart, but that did not help her. Regnaud had to finish it for her, the ditch that overturned her being where she was made to say that she no longer preserved any hope of having children, and that she was pleased to show her attachment by enabling him to obtain them by another woman. She was led off fainting. A turning of the tables, considering how madly jealous she used to make him by her flirtations. Enter a third member. Second member: how is the debate going? Still braying the government in a mortar. Third member: they are. Though one thing everybody admits, young Peel has made a wonderful first speech in seconding the address. There has been nothing like it since Pitt. He spoke rousingly of Austria's misfortunes, went on about Spain, of course, showing that we must still go on supporting her, winding up with a brilliant peroration about, what were the words, the fiery eyes of the British soldier. Oh, well, it was all learned beforehand, of course. Second member: I wish I had gone down. But the wind soon blew the other way. Third member: then Gower rapped out his amendment. That was good, too, by God. Second member: well, the war must go on. And that being the general conviction, this censure, and that censure are only so many blank cartridges. Third member: blank. Damn me, were they? Gower's was a palpable hit when he said that Parliament had placed unheard of resources in the hands of the ministers last year, to make this year's results to the country worse than if they had been afforded no resources at all. Every single enterprise of theirs had been a beggarly failure. Second member: anybody could have said it, come to that. Third member: yes, because it is so true. However, when he began to lay on with such rhetoric as the treasures of the nation lavished in wasteful thoughtlessness, thousands of our troops sacrificed wantonly in pestilential swamps of Walsham, and gave the details we know so well, ministers wriggled a good one, though 'twas no news to 'em. Castlereagh kept on starting forward as if he were going to jump up and interrupt, taking the strictures entirely as a personal affront. Enter a fourth member. Several members: who's speaking now? Fourth member: I don't know. I have heard nobody later than Ward. Second member: the fact is that, as Whitbread said to me today, the materials for condemnation are so prodigious that we can scarce marshal them into argument. We are just able to pour 'em out one upon t'other. Third member: Ward said, with the blandest air in the world, censure. Do His Majesty's ministers expect censure? Not a bit. They are going about asking in tremulous tones if anybody has heard when their impeachment is going to begin. Several members: haw, haw, haw. Third member: then he made another point. After enumerating our frightful failures, Spain, Walchen, and the rest, he said, but ministers have not failed in everything. No, in one thing they have been strikingly successful. They have been successful in their attack upon Copenhagen, because it was directed against an ally. Mighty fine, wasn't it? Second member: how did Castlereagh stomach that? Third member: he replied then. Donning his air of injured innocence, he proved the honesty of his intentions, no doubt truly enough. But when he came to Walchen nothing could be done. The case was hopeless, and he knew it, and founded. However, at the division, when he saw what a majority was going out on his side, he was as frisky as a child. Canning's speech was grave, with bits of shiny ornament stuck on, like the brass nails on a coffin, Sheridan says. Fifth and sixth members stagger in, arm and arm. Fifth member: the vision is, majority of 96 against, government, I mean, against us. Which is it, hey? To his companion. Sixth member: damn majority of, damn 96, against damn amendment. They sink down on a sofa. Second member: gad, I didn't expect the figure would have been quite so high. Third member: the one conviction is that the war in the peninsula is to go on, and as we are all agreed upon that, what the hell does it matter what their majority was? Enter Sheridan. They all look inquiringly. Sheridan: have ye heard the latest? Second member: 96 against us. Sheridan: oh no, that's ancient history. I'd forgot it. Third member: a revolution, because ministers are not impeached and hanged. Sheridan: that's in contemplation, when we've got their confessions. But what I meant was from over the water. It is a deuced sight more serious to us than a debate and division that are only like the liturgy on a Sunday, known beforehand to all the congregation. Why, Bonaparte is going to marry Austria forthwith, the Emperor's daughter Maria Louisa. Third member: the Lord look down. Our late respected crony of Austria. Why, in this very night's debate they have been talking about the laudable principles we have been acting upon in affording assistance to the Emperor Francis in his struggle against the violence and ambition of France. Second member: Boney safe on that side, what may not befall. Third member: we had better make it up with him, and shake hands all round. Second member: shake head seems most natural in the case. O House of Habsburg, how hast thou fallen! Enter Whitbread, Lord Hutchinson, Lord George Cavendish, George Ponsonby, Vintham, Lord Grey, Baring, Eliot, and other members, some drunk. The conversation becomes animated and noisy. Several move off to the card room, and the scene closes. Scene V: the Old West Highway out of Vienna. The spot is where the road passes under the slopes of the Wiener Wald, with its beautiful forest scenery. Dumb show: a procession of enormous length, composed of 80 carriages, many of them drawn by 6 horses and one by 8. And escorted by detachments of cuirassiers, yeomanry, and other cavalry, is quickening its speed along the highway from the city. The 6-horse carriages contain a multitude of court officials, ladies of the court, and other Austrian nobility. The 8-horse coach contains a rosy, blue-eyed girl of 18, with full red lips, round figure, and pale auburn hair. She is Maria Louisa, and her eyes are red from recent weeping. The Countess de Lazinski, Grand Mistress of the household, in the carriage with her, and the other ladies of the palace behind, have a pale, proud, yet resigned look, as if conscious that upon their sex had been laid the burden of paying for the peace with France. They have been played out of Vienna with French marches, and the trifling incident has helped on their sadness. The observer's vision being still bent on the train of vehicles and cavalry, the point of sight is withdrawn high into the air, till the huge procession on the brown road looks no more than a file of ants crawling along a strip of garden matting. The spacious terrestrial outlook now gained shows this to be the great road across Europe from Vienna to Munich, and from Munich westerly to France. The puny concatenation of specks being exclusively watched, the surface of the earth seems to move along in an opposite direction, and in infinite variety of hill, dale, woodland, and champaign. Bridges are crossed, ascents are climbed, plains are galloped over, and towns are reached, among them St. Polten, where night falls. Morning shines, and the royal crawl is resumed, and continued through Linz, where the Danube is reapproached, and the girl looks pleased to see her own dear Dinor still. Presently the Tower of Braunau appears, where the animated dots pause for formalities, this being the frontier, and Maria Louisa becomes Marie Louise and a French woman, in the charge of French officials. After many breaks and halts, during which heavy rains spread their gauzes over the scene, the roofs and houses of Munich disclose themselves, suggesting the tesserae of an irregular mosaic. A long stop is made here. The tedious advance continues. Vine-circled Stuttgart, flat Karlsruhe, the winding Rhine, stalky Strasbourg, pass in panorama beneath us as the procession is followed. With Nancy and Bar-le-Duc sliding along, the scenes begin to assume a French character, and soon we perceive Chalons and ancient Reims. The last day of the journey has dawned. Our vision flits ahead of the cortege to Courcelles, a little place which must be passed through before Soissons is reached. Here the point of sight descends to earth, and the dumb show ends. Scene 6 Courcelles. It is now seen to be a quiet roadside village, with a humble church in its midst, opposite to which stands an inn, the highway passing between them. Rain is still falling heavily. Not a soul is visible anywhere. Enter from the west a plain, lonely carriage, traveling in a direction to meet the file of coaches that we have watched. It stops near the inn, and two men muffled in cloaks alight by the door away from the hostel and towards the church, as if they wished to avoid observation. Their faces are those of Napoleon and Murat, his brother-in-law. Crossing the road through the mud and rain, they stand in the church porch, and watch the descending drifts. Napoleon, stamping an impatient tattoo. One gets more chilly in a wet march than in a dry, however cold, the devil if he don't. What time do you make it now? That clock doesn't go. Murat, dryly, looking at his watch, yes, it does, and it is right. If clocks were to go as fast as your wishes just now, it would be awkward for the rest of the world. Napoleon, chuckling good-humoredly, how we have dished the Soissons folk, with their pavilions, and purple and gold hangings for bride and bridegroom to meet in, and stately ceremonial to match, and their thousands looking on. Here we are where there's nobody. Ha, ha. Murat, but why should they be dished, sire? The pavilions and ceremonies were by your own orders. Napoleon, well, as the time got nearer I couldn't stand the idea of dawdling about there. Murat, the Soissons people will be in a deuce of a taking at being made such fools of. Napoleon, so let 'em. I'll make it up with them somehow. She can't be far off now, if we have timed her rightly. He peers out into the rain and listens. Murat, I don't quite see how you are going to manage when she does come. Do we go before her toward Soissons when you have greeted her here, or follow in her rear? Or what do we do? Napoleon, heavens, I know no more than you. Trust to the moment and see what happens. A silence. Hark, here she comes. Good little girl, up to time. The distant squashing in the mud of a multitude of hoofs and wheels is succeeded by the appearance of outriders and carriages, horses and horsemen, splashed with sample clays of the districts traversed. The vehicles slow down to the inn. Napoleon's face fires up, and, followed by Murat, he rushes into the rain towards the coach that is drawn by 8 horses, containing the blue-eyed girl. He holds off his hat at the carriage window. Marie-Louise, shrinking back inside, ah, heaven! 2 highwaymen are upon us. The equerry d'Audinard, simultaneously, the Emperor. The steps of the coach are hastily lowered. Napoleon, dripping, jumps in and embraces her. The startled Archduchess, with much blushing and confusion, recognizes him. Marie-Louise, tremulously, as she recovers herself, you are so much better looking than your portraits, that I hardly knew you. I expected you at Soissons. We are not at Soissons yet. Napoleon, no, my dearest spouse, but we are together. Calling out to the equerry. Drive through Soissons, pass the pavilion of reception without stopping, and don't halt till we reach Compiègne. He sits down in the coach and is shut in, Murat laughing silently at the scene. Exeunt carriages and riders towards Soissons. Chorus of the ironic spirits, aerial music, first 'twas a finished coquette, and now it's a raw ingenue. Blonde instead of brunette, an old wife doffed for a new. She'll bring him a baby, as quickly as maybe, and that's what he wants her to do, hoo-hoo. And that's what he wants her to do. Spirit of the years, what lewdness lip those wry-formed phantoms there. Ironic spirits, nay, showman years. With holy reverent air we hymn the nuptials of the imperial pair. The scene thickens to mist and obscures the scene. Scene 7, Petersburg. The palace of the Empress Mother, one of the private apartments is disclosed, in which the Empress Mother and Alexander are seated. Empress Mother, so one of Austrian blood, his pomp selects to be his bride and bulwark, not our own. Thus are you coolly shelved. Alexander, me, mother dear. You, faith, if I may say it dutifully, had all been left to me, some time ere now he would have wedded Kate. Empress Mother, how so, my son? Catherine was plighted, and it could not be. Alexander, rather you swiftly pledged and married her, to let Napoleon have no chance that way. But Anne remained. Empress Mother, how Anne, so young a girl? Sane nature would have cried indecency at such a troth. Alexander, time would have tinkered that, and he was well disposed to wait a while, but the one test he had no temper for was the apparent slight of unresponse accorded his impatient overtures by our suspensive poise of policy. Empress Mother, a backward answer is our country's card, the special style and mode of Muscovy. We have grown great upon it, my dear son, and may such practice rule our centuries through. The necks of those who rate themselves our peers are cured of stiffness by its potency. Alexander, the principle in this case, anyhow, is shattered by the facts, since none can doubt your policy was counted an affront, and drove my long ally to Austria's arms, with what result to us must yet be seen. Empress Mother, may Austria win much joy of the alliance. Marrying Napoleon is a midnight leap for any court in Europe, credit me, if ever such there were. What he may carve upon the coming years, what murderous bolt hurl at the rocking constitutions round, on what dark planet he may land himself in his career through space, no sage can say. Alexander, well, possibly. And maybe all is best that he engrafts his lineage not on us. But, honestly, Napoleon none the less has been my friend, and I regret the dream and fleeting fancy of a closer tie. Empress Mother, your regrets are sentimental ever. That he'll be writ no son-in-law of mine is no regret to me. But an affront there is, no less, in his evasion on tea, wherein the bourgeois quality of him voraciously peeps out. I would be sworn he set his minions parleying with the twain, yourself and Francis, simultaneously, else no betrothal could have speeded so. Alexander, despite the hazard of offense to one. Empress Mother, more than the hazard, the necessity. Alexander, there's no offense to me. Empress Mother, there should be, then. I am a Romanov by marriage merely, but I do feel a rare belittlement and loud laconic browbeating herein. Alexander, no, mother, no. I am the Tsar, not you, and I am only piqued in moderateness. Marriage with France was near my heart, I own it, what then? It has been otherwise ordained. A silence. Empress Mother, here comes dear Anne, speak not of it before her. Enter the Grand Duchess, a girl of 16. Anne, alas! The news is that poor Prussia's queen, spirited Queen Louisa, once so fair, is slowly dying, mother. Did you know? Alexander, betraying emotion, such I dreaded from the earlier hints. Poor soul, her heart was slain some time ago. And what do you mean by that, my brother dear? Empress mother, he means, my child, that he as usual spends much sentiment upon the foreign fair, and hence leaves little for his folk at home. Alexander the First mean, Anne, that her country's overthrow let death into her heart. The Tilsit days taught me to know her well, and honor her. She was a lovely woman even then. Strangely, the present English Prince of Wales was wished to husband her. Had wishes won, they might have varied Europe's history. And Napoleon, I have heard, admired her once. How he must grieve that soon she'll be no more. Empress mother, Napoleon and your brother loved her both. Alexander shows embarrassment. But whatsoever grief be Alexander's, his will be none who feels but for himself. And oh mother, how can you mistake him so? He worships her who is to be his wife, the fair Archduchess Marie. Empress mother, simple child, as yet he has never seen her, or but barely. That is a tactic suit, with love to match. Alexander, with vainly veiled tenderness, high-souled Louisa, when shall I forget those Tilsit gatherings in the long-sunned June? Napoleon's gallantries deceived her quite, who fondly felt her pleas for Magdeburg had won him to its cause, the while, alas! His cynic sense but posed in cruel play. Empress mother bitterly mourned she her civilities when time unlocked the truth, that she had choked her indignation at his former slights and slanderous sayings for a baseless hope, and wrought no tittle for her country's gain. I marvel why you mourn a frustrate tie with one whose wiles could wring a woman so. Alexander, uneasily, I marvel also, when I think of it. Empress mother, don't listen to us longer, dearest Anne. Exit Anne. You will uphold my judging by and by, that as a suitor we are quit of him, and that blind Austria will rue the hour wherein she plucks for him her fairest flower. The scene shuts. Scene 8, Paris. The grand gallery of the Louvre and the Salon Carré joining. The view is up the middle of the gallery, which is now a spectacle of much magnificence. Backed by the large paintings on the walls are double rows on each side of brightly dressed ladies, the pick of imperial society, to the number of 4,000, 1,000 in each row. And behind these standing up are 2 rows on each side of men of privilege and fashion. Officers of the Imperial Guard are dotted about as marshals. Temporary barriers form a wide passage up the midst, leading to the Salon Carré, which is seen through the opening to be fitted up as a chapel, with a gorgeous altar, tall candles, and cross. In front of the altar is a platform with a canopy over it. On the platform are 2 gilt chairs and a prie-dieu. The expectant assembly does not continuously remain in the seats, but promenades and talks, the voices at times rising to a din amid the strains of the orchestra, conducted by the Emperor's director of music. Refreshments in profusion are handed round, and the extemporized cathedral resolves itself into a gigantic café of persons of distinction under the empire. Spirit sinister all day have they been waiting for their gallant issue, and now the hour of performance is on the strike. It may be seasonable to muse on the 16th Louis and the bride's great-aunt, as the nearing procession is, I see, appositely crossing the track of the tumbril which was the last coach of that respected lady. It is now passing over the site of the scaffold on which she lost her head. Now it will soon be here. Suddenly the heralds enter the gallery at the end towards the Tuileries, the spectators ranging themselves in their places. In a moment the wedding procession of the Emperor and Empress becomes visible. The civil marriage having already been performed, Napoleon and Marie-Louise advance together along the vacant pathway towards the Salon Carré, followed by the long suite of illustrious personages, and acclamations burst from all parts of the grand gallery. Spirit of the pities, whose are those forms that pair in pompous train behind the hand-in-hand half-wedded ones, with faces speaking sense of an adventure which may close well, or not so. Recording angel, reciting, first there walks the Emperor's brother Louis, Holland's king, then Jerome of Westphalia with his spouse, the mother queen, and Julie Queen of Spain, the Prince Borghese and the Princess Pauline, Bohunice the Vice-King of Italy, and Murat King of Naples, with their queens, Baden's Grand Duke, Arch-Chancellor Cambacérès, Berthier, Lebrun, and, not least, Talleyrand. Then the Grand Marshal and the Chamberlain, the Lords-in-Waiting, the Grand Equerry, with waiting ladies, women of the chamber, and others called by office, rank, or fame. Spirit of Roman new, many, to imperial dignities, which, won by character and quality in those who now enjoy them, will become the birthright of their sons in after time. Spirit of the years, it fits thee not to augur, quick-eared shade. Ephemeral at the best all honors be, these even more ephemeral than their kind, so random fashioned, swift, perturbable. Spirit of the pities, Napoleon looks content, nay, shines with joy. Spirit of the years, yet see it pass, as by a conjurer's wand. Thereupon Napoleon's face blackens as if the shadow of a winter night had fallen upon it. Resentful and threatening, he stops the procession and looks up and down the benches. Spirit sinister, this is sound artistry of the immanent will, it relieves the monotony of so much good humor. Napoleon, to the chapel master, where are the cardinals? And why not here? He speaks so loud that he is heard throughout the gallery. Abbé de Prat, trembling, many are present here, your Majesty, but some are feebled by infirmities too common to their age, and cannot come. Napoleon, tell me no nonsense. Half absent themselves because they will not come. The factious fools. Well, be it so. But they shall flinch for it. Marie-Louise looks frightened. The procession moves on. Spirit of the pities, I seem to see the thin and headless ghost of the yet earlier Austrian, here, too, Queen, walking beside the bride, with frail attempts to pluck her by the arm. Spirit of the years, nay, think not so. No trump unseals earth's sepulchres today, we are the only phantoms now abroad on this mud-moulded ball. Through 16 years she has decayed in a back garden yonder, dust all the show and time retains of her, senseless of hustlings in her former house, lost to all count of crowns and bridalry, even of her Austrian blood. No, what thou seest springs of the quavering fancy, stirred to dreams by yon tart phantom's phrase. Marie-Louise, sadly to Napoleon, I know not why, I love not this day's doings half so well as our quaint meeting time at Compiègne. A clammy air creeps round me, as from vaults peopled with looming spectres, chilling me and angering you withal. Napoleon, oh, it is naught to trouble you, merely, my cherished one, those devils of Italian cardinals, now I'll be bright as ever, you must, too. Marie-Louise, I'll try. Reaching the entrance to the Salon Car amid strains of music, the Emperor and Empress are received and incensed by the Cardinal Grand Almoners. They take their seats under the canopy, and the train of notabilities seat themselves further back, the persons in waiting stopping behind the imperial chairs. The ceremony of the religious marriage now begins. The choir intones a hymn, the Emperor and Empress go to the altar, remove their gloves, and make their vows. Spirit ironic, the English Church should return thanks for this wedding, seeing how it will purge of coarseness the picture sheets of that artistic nation, which will hardly be able to caricature the new wife as it did poor plebeian Josephine. Such starched and ironed monarchists cannot sneer at a woman of such a divinely dry and crusted line like the Habsburgs. Mass is next celebrated, after which the Te Deum is chanted in harmonies that whirl round the walls of the Salon Car and quiver down the long gallery. The procession then reforms and returns, amid the flutterings and applause of the dense assembly. But Napoleon's face has not lost the sombre expression which settled on it. The pair and their train pass out by the west door, and the congregation disperses in the other direction, the cloud curtain closing over the scene as they disappear. Act 6th Scene I. The lines of Torres Vedras, a bird's-eye perspective is revealed of the peninsular tract of Portuguese territory lying between the shining pool of the Tagus on the east, and the white-frilled Atlantic lifting rhythmically on the west. As thus beheld, the tract features itself somewhat like a late Gothic shield, the upper edge from the dexter to the sinister chief being the lines of Torres Vedras, stretching across from the mouth of the Zezamba on the left to Alhandra on the right, and the south or base point being Fort S. Julian. The roofs of Lisbon appear at the sinister base, and in a corresponding spot on the opposite side Cape Rica. It is perceived in a moment that the northern verge of this nearly coast-hemmed region is the only one through which access can be gained to it by land, and a close scrutiny of the boundary there reveals that means are being adopted to effectually prevent such access. From east to west along it runs a chain of defences, dotted at intervals by dozens of circular and square redoubts, either made or in the making, two of the latter being of enormous size. Between these stretch unclimbable escarpments, stone walls, and other breastworks, and in front of all a double row of abatis, formed of the limbs of trees. Within the outer line of defense is a second, constructed on the same shield-shaped tract of country, and is not more than a 1/12 of the length of the others. It is a continuous entrenchment of ditches and ramparts, and its object, that of covering a forced embarkation, is rendered apparent by some rocking English transports off the shore hard by. dumb show innumerable human figures are busying themselves like cheese mites all along the northernmost frontage, undercutting easy slopes into steep ones, digging ditches, piling stones, felling trees, dragging them, and interlacing them along the front as required. On the second breastwork, which is completed, only a few figures move. On the third breastwork, which is fully matured and equipped, minute-red sentinels creep backwards and forwards noiselessly. As time passes, 3 reddish-grey streams of marching men loom out to the north, advancing southward along 3 roads towards 3 diverse points in the first defence. These form the English army, entering the lines for shelter. Looked down upon, their motion seems peristaltic and vermicular, like that of 3 caterpillars. The division on the left is under Picton, in the centre under Leith and Cole, and on the extreme right, by Alhandra, under Hill. Beside one of the roads 2 or 3 of the soldiers are dangling from a tree by the neck, probably for plundering. The dumb show ends, and the point of view sinks to the earth. Scene 2 the same. Outside the lines, the winter day has gloomed to a stormful evening, and the road outside the first line of defense forms the foreground of the stage. Enter in the dusk from the hills to the north of the entrenchment, near Calandrix, a group of horsemen, which includes Masséna in command of the French forces, Foy, Loison, and other officers of his staff. They ride forward in the twilight and tempest, and reconnoiter, till they see against the sky the ramparts blocking the road they pursue. They halt silently. Masséna, puzzled, endeavors with his glass to make out the obstacle. Masséna, something stands here to peril our advance, or even prevent it. Foy, these are the English lines, their outer horns and tusks, whereof I spoke, constructed by Lord Wellington of late to keep his foothold firm in Portugal. Masséna thrusts he his burly, bossed disfigurements so far to north as this. I had pictured me the lay much nearer Lisbon. Little strange Lord Wellington rode placid at Bisaco with this behind his back. Well, it is hard but that we turn them somewhere, I assume. They scarce can close up every southward gap between the Tagus and the Atlantic Sea. Foy, I hold they can, and do, although, no doubt, by searching we shall spy some raggedness which customed skill may force. Masséna, plain tease, no less, we may heap corpses vainly hereabout, and crack good bones in waste. By human power this pass is mounting. What say you's behind? Loison, another line exactly like the first, but more matured. Behind its back a third. Masséna, how long have these prim ponderosities been rearing up their foreheads to the moon? Loison, some months in all. I know not quite how long. They are Lord Wellington's select device, and, like him, heavy, slow, laborious, sure. Masséna, may he enjoy their sureness. He deserves to. I had no inkling of such barriers here. A good road runs along their front, it seems, which offers us advantage. What a night! The tempest cries dismally about the earthworks above them, as the reconnoiterers linger in the slight shelter the lower ground affords. They are about to turn back. Enter from the crossroad to the right Junot and some more officers. They come up at a signal that the others are those they lately parted from. Junot, we have ridden along as far as Calandrix, favoured therein by this disordered night, which tongues its language to the disguise of ours, and find amid the vale an open route that, well manoeuvred, may be practicable. Massena, I'll look now at it, while the weather aids. If it may serve our end when all's prepared, so good. If not, some other to the west. Exeunt Massena, Junot, Loyson, Foy, and the rest by the paved crossway to the right. The wind continues to prevail as the spot is left desolate, the darkness increases, rain descends more heavily, and the scene is blotted out. Scene 3, Paris. The Tuileries, the anteroom to the Empress Marie-Louise's bedchamber, in which are discovered Napoleon in his dressing gown, the Duchess of Montebello, and other ladies in waiting. Corvisart, the first physician, and the second physician Berdier. The time is before dawn. The Emperor walks up and down, throws himself on a sofa, or stands at the window. A cry of anguish comes occasionally from within. Napoleon opens the door and speaks into the bedchamber. Napoleon, how now, Dubois? Voice of Dubois the accoucheur, nervously, less well, sire, than I hoped. I fear no skill can save them both. Napoleon, agitated, good God! Exit Corvisart into the bedroom. Enter Dubois. Dubois, with hesitation, which life is to be saved? The Empress, sire, lies in great jeopardy. I have not known in my long years of many-featured practice an instance in 1,000 fall out so. Napoleon, then save the mother, pray. Think but of her, it is her privilege, and my command. Don't lose your head, Dubois, at this tight time, your furthest skill can work but what it may. Fancy that you are merely standing by a shopwife's couch, say, in the Rue Saint-Denis, show the aplomb and phlegm that you would show did such a bed receive your ministry. Exit Dubois. Voice of Marie-Louise, within, oh pray, pray don't. Those ugly things terrify me. Why should I be tortured even if I am but a means to an end? Let me die. It was cruel of him to bring this upon me. Exit Napoleon impatiently to the bedroom. Voice of Madame de Montesquieu, within, keep up your spirits, madam. I have been through it myself and I assure you there is no danger to you. It is going on all right, and I am holding you. Voice of Napoleon, within, heaven above. Why did you not deep those cursed sugar tongs out of her sight? How is she going to get through it if you frighten her like this? Voice of Dubois, within, if you will pardon me, your Majesty, I must implore you not to interfere. I'll not be scapegoat for the consequence if, sire, you do. Better for her sake far would you withdraw. The sight of your concern but agitates and weakens her endurance. I will inform you all, and call you back if things should worsen here. Re-enter Napoleon from the bedchamber. He half shuts the door, and remains close to it listening, pale and nervous. Berdia, I ask you, sire, to harass yourself less with this event, which may amend anon. I much regret the honored mother of your majesty, and sister too, should both have left ere now, whose solace would have bridged these anxious hours. Napoleon, absently, as we were not expecting it so soon. I begged they would sit up no longer here. She ought to get along, she has help enough with that half-dozen of them at hand within, skilled Madame Blaise the nurse, and two besides, Madame de Montesquieu and Madame Ballant. Dubois, speaking through the doorway, past is the question, sire, of which to save. The child is dead, the while Her Majesty is getting through it well. Napoleon, praise heaven for that. I'll not grieve overmuch about the child. Never shall she go through this strain again to lay down a dynastic line for me. Duchess of Montebello, aside to the second lady, he only says that now. In cold blood it would be far otherwise. That's how men are. Voice of Madame Blaise, within, Doctor, the child's alive. The cry of an infant is heard. Voice of Dubois, calling from within, sire, both are saved. Napoleon rushes into the chamber, and is heard kissing Marie-Louise. Voice of Madame Blaise, within, a vigorous boy, Your Imperial Majesty. The brandy and hot napkins brought him to. Duchess of Montebello, it is as I expected. A healthy young woman of her build had every chance of doing well, despite the doctors. An interval. Napoleon, re-entering radiantly, we have achieved a healthy heir, good dames, and in the feat the Empress was most brave, although she